Quest presents an unabridged recording of The Wrong Woman by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan. Prologue. Police car chases look fun on television, but they're not so fun in real life, especially when you're the one being chased. The flashing blue headlights in my rearview mirror are just one of the many things that tell me that I am now a wanted woman, and will most likely be ending this day behind bars. But I also got tipped off about the fact that the local police were probably after me when I heard about the witness video of a suspect fleeing from an address where a man was found dead 2 days ago. I expected they would be able to identify me from that footage, and that it wouldn't be long until they came knocking on my door to make an arrest, so I left my home before the officers could arrive with handcuffs. But that didn't mean I could avoid them forever, and the fact they spotted my vehicle as I was trying to drive to the airport is confirmation of that fact. Now I'm being chased, and it's nothing like it seems in the movies. It isn't cool. There's no dramatic music playing, and there's no sense that everything is going to be all right because ultimately it's just fiction anyway. But this isn't fiction. This is real life. Unbelievably, this is my life. My hands grip the steering wheel as I keep my car on the road, driving faster than I ever have before, but determined not to slow down because that will only result in the car behind me getting closer. And I can't have that. If they are going to catch me, then they are going to have to work for it, just like I have worked for everything I have ever accomplished in my life. Frustratingly, it's my work ethic that has landed me in this perilous position now. What I do for a living used to be fun and original, and paid very, very well. Then one of my clients died, and that changed everything. I think about that poor woman now, as I keep on speeding down these country lanes, praying something else won't come the other way and block my route, so that I have no choice but to stop. Because stopping will be fatal for my plans to escape. If she hadn't died, then I wouldn't be on the run now. I'd be sat at home by myself, thinking about how lucky I was not to have been screwed over by my own partner. But I got involved in something that didn't concern me, and look where it has got me. The headlights are getting closer and louder, and I'm not sure how much faster I can go while keeping my car on the road. These lanes are narrow and twisty, and navigating them at the best of times would be tough. But trying to do it now, at these speeds and under the cover of darkness, is not making my task any easier. As I zoom around the next bend and put a little distance between myself and the vehicle behind, which momentarily disappears from view, I realise that the worst thing that could happen tonight might not be me ending up in handcuffs. It could be me dying in a fiery car crash at the side of one of these roads. As if just thinking about crashing is enough to make it happen in real life, I feel my back tyres lose their grip and begin to skid as I try to negotiate the next bend. And in the blink of an eye, I realise I have just lost control of my vehicle. The outside world on the other side of my windscreen becomes a blur as my car leaves the road and bounces down the grassy hill, taking me further away from the smooth tarmac that I was just using to help me escape. But as my body shudders as my vehicle bounces over the bumpy terrain, I almost wish I'd just been stopped by the police before this could happen. Now it has. These might be the last few moments of my life. My car continues to descend down the hill at an alarming pace, and the fact I can barely see what is outside means that I have little idea when this out-of-control ride might end. Will I hit a tree? A wall? Or will I go over a cliff? None of these options are appealing, but it's surely only a matter of time until I find out which one contributes to my impending death. The sudden stop a moment later almost causes me to leave my seat and fly over the steering wheel towards the cracked windscreen. But my seatbelt does its job and keeps me in place so that I avoid that trauma. But I'm still not in a good way. And as I tentatively open my eyes and look around through the gloomy night air, checking my body for signs of damage sustained in the crash, I can see blood as well as the faint outline of one very large branch impaled in the passenger seat beside me. It's lucky that nobody was sitting there, because they would certainly have been skewered. But the sight of the leaves and the bark in my car lets me know which of the three options ended up being the one to bring me to a stop. It was the tree. I start to panic when I realise that the crash has knocked out my car's headlights, plunging me into near darkness, and my state of mind is made worse when I initially struggle to free my legs from beneath the steering wheel and exit my stricken vehicle. But I calm myself down enough to realise that I'm not actually trapped, and that allows me to open the door and extricate myself from the doomed car. As I stumble out onto the grass, I almost expect a police officer to be right there waiting for me with a pair of handcuffs and a stern expression, reading me my rights, whilst at the same time wondering how I was able to survive such a crash. But there is nobody else here, and as I look back up the hill in the direction of the road that I just spectacularly veered off, I don't even see any flashing lights anymore. The police cars have gone. Amazingly, I seem to have lost them. That moment of relief is tempered somewhat by the realisation that I am still stuck in the middle of nowhere, battered and bruised, beside a car that is no longer roadworthy. I might have avoided capture for now, but I'm still a long way from safety. But as I stagger towards the large tree that halted my vehicle's descent into the abyss, I think about how there is still a chance that I could get out of this. I have just evaded the law, and maybe my luck doesn't have to run out here. I could keep evading them. I could get away with murder. It's an easy decision to make as I lean against the tree and fight to get my breath back. I'm going to change my life. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. But in order to do that, I need to fundamentally change who I am. I'll need a new name, a new look, a new personality. I'll have to become a new woman. And I'll have to get as far from this place as possible. There's a lot to do, and very little time to do it in, but I am determined to give it a try. I've made mistakes, and I've done things I shouldn't have done, but I can't change the past. All I can do is try and change my future. Here's to the next woman I'm going to be, whoever she may be. One thing is for sure. If I'm going to get away with this, she has to be different to the woman I am today. Very different. Chapter 1. 2 years later. Mary, did you get that? I look away from the window that I have just been staring out of and turn in the direction of my boss at the head of this table. She has just asked me a question, so I should give her an answer. The problem is, if I answer truthfully, then she isn't going to like it. That's because I didn't record whatever it was she just said. I was too busy daydreaming. I was too busy thinking about the woman I used to be. Mary, are you with us? Clarissa tries again. A woman of her stature in this company, not accustomed to being ignored by one of her employees, and certainly not one as lowly as me. Sorry, I was miles away, but it won't happen again, I say, picking up my pen again and going back to doing what I should have been doing before I became distracted, which is recording the minutes of this meeting so I can type them up and send them out to all attendees later in the day. Clarissa would be well within her rights to admonish me in front of the rest of our colleagues sitting around this meeting room table, but she's never been that kind of manager. She's not soft, but she's not strict either. She's just a woman trying to do her job so she can get paid and live a quiet life, just like me. At least these days, anyway. Clarissa goes back to what she was talking about before my lack of enthusiasm interrupted her flow, and when she does, I start writing again. It's a very dry subject. Just some stuff about the company's business continuity plan in the event of something happening that might result in the office needing to be closed for an undetermined amount of time. Fire, flood, a plague of locusts. OK, so that last one might not be something this company has to worry about, but the other two are, because they could prevent employees accessing their workspace and fulfilling the roles required of them at this company. That would result in a loss of revenue and unsatisfied customers, so it's no wonder that Clarissa has decided to call this meeting today between several department heads and little old me. I'm just an admin assistant here, making a meagre wage and hardly setting the workplace alight with my dynamism and ambition. But that's just the way I need it to be. I don't want to be making any waves. I need to stay under the radar. I'm still a wanted woman, after all. "There is one thing we should consider," says Alexander, the compliance manager around these parts, and everybody around the table looks towards the balding man in the grey suit as he removes his spectacles and cleans their lenses with his tie. "Lottery syndicates." I stop writing because I'm not sure what he's referring to there, and it could just be a joke. So I hold off on recording it until he expands on his point further. "What do you mean?" Clarissa asks. "I mean that I am aware of at least 2 syndicates in this office in which employees pay money into for the cost of lottery tickets, one of which I am part of. Have we considered what happens if our lucky numbers come up? If they do, I expect there would be quite an exodus." A few people laugh, including Kathy, the woman sitting to my right, and my best friend in this office. She is the office manager, which makes her a head of department, not that she acts like my superior. She much prefers to see me as an equal, which is more than can be said for most people I work with, and she is also a very good baker, and cupcakes always help brighten up any day in the office. "You're worried about us winning the lottery?" Kathy asks Alexander with a smile. "The chance would be a fine thing." A few people are in agreement with her, including Alexander himself, but he maintains that his point is a valid one. "I'm just saying, if we're looking at things that could have an adverse impact on the business, then we need to include the lottery syndicates in there. After all, how would we cope with answering the phones and processing the orders if half the office is left to go and lie on a beach somewhere?" I realise that it is a genuine suggestion, albeit a fanciful one, so I start writing again, making sure my notes are clear so that I will be able to type them up when I get back to my desk without too much trouble. I keep writing as I listen to Clarissa discuss contingency plans for that scenario manifesting itself, and I bet she wasn't expecting to have to worry about her staff becoming instant millionaires when she made her way to the office today. The second half of the meeting carries on in much the same manner as the first half went, with everybody around the table having their say, except me, because I'm not here to contribute, just take notes. I suppose I could chime in with a few ideas if I really wanted to, but I don't want to do anything that will draw attention to myself, however minor it might be. In this place, as well as in my personal life, I am now known as the quiet, polite one. I'm friendly but reserved, hard-working but not overbearing, normal, average, and, most importantly, the last person anybody would think was capable of murder. As the meeting draws to a close, I put down my pen and sit back in my chair for a moment, with one hand on my neck, which has become increasingly stiffer ever since I began this new life of 9-to-5 office work. The old me would never have spent 8 hours a day sitting at a desk. I was always on the move, looking for action, or rather, looking for confirmation that I needed to take action. But those days are in the past. I'm not who I used to be. I've changed, and while it might not be as much fun, it certainly is for the best. "I don't know about you, but I need a cup of tea and a slice of cake," Kathy says to me as we get up from our seats and join the rest of our colleagues in filing towards the door. I smile at my friend's suggestion and let her know that I will join her in the kitchen in a moment, just after I've paid a visit to the ladies' room. Entering the toilets, I put my notepad and pen down by the sink, and I'm just about to enter the nearest cubicle when I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. It should never be a surprise for anybody to see the reflection staring them back in the face, but I'm different because my reflection has changed considerably from the one I used to see during my previous moments of vanity. I used to be blonde, but now I'm a brunette. I used to be slim, but now I have put on a little weight. And I used to wear a lot of makeup, but now I just get by with the bare minimum. My once lipstick-red lips and mascara-filled eyelashes now looking much plainer, and less likely to catch the eye of a passing male. It's not big-headed of me to say that I was once drop-dead gorgeous, but these days I wouldn't turn another person's head, even if I shouted after them. I'm no longer the sexy, sassy Simone who ran from the police. Now I'm just the meek, mild-mannered Mary, who wouldn't say boo to a goose. It's been 2 years since I had to make a change, but I still don't feel like I've got used to the person I am now. I doubt I ever will. Every day is a challenge to keep the real me buried deep inside. I'm a loud, confident person, but I've had to change that side of myself, just like I've changed my hair colour and my weight. Most people who know me now would think that I lack confidence, but that's just what I want them to think. That way they'll never suspect me of being the woman the police are still looking for. Entering the cubicle, I sit down and use this brief break from my tedious job to look at my phone. But there's no messages to sift through from old friends, because I cut all ties with them the night I left my hometown and escaped the uniformed officers who were hunting me down. Nor are there any social media apps for me to look at, because I've made sure to delete all my accounts and never open any new ones. The last thing I need is somebody from my past recognising me now, even through my extensive disguise. That all makes for a pretty boring check on my phone. But just before I put it away again, I go into the photo album section and look at the last picture that I took on my device. It's one of me and my current boyfriend, James. If there is anything good that has come out of me having to leave my old life behind and start a new one on the other side of the country, then it is him. We've been dating for a year now, and he's my first proper boyfriend, which might seem strange considering that I'm 38, but there was a good reason why it took me so long to have my own relationship. The old me used to hate men. But just like everything else about me, I had to change that. I enjoy looking at the photo for a few more seconds before I leave the cubicle, wash my hands, and pick up my notepad and pen. Then I head for the door. But just before I leave, I make one last check on my reflection. God, I look old these days. I hate this hair colour, and I'd give anything to lose a few pounds. I'd also give anything to be myself again. The woman who felt like she could take on the world. The real me. Chapter 2. 8 years ago. Simone, wow! Has anybody ever told you that's a beautiful name? I stare at the man behind the desk at my local gym as he inspects my membership card, the one that has just failed to work on the automatic gates, which has resulted in me having to ask this employee for his help in getting inside. As I do, I think about how cheesy his question is, and how it's a pretty lame attempt at hitting on me. Yes, lots of people have told me that I have a beautiful name, and yes, nearly all of them have been men. But I don't answer his question honestly, because I don't want him to feel like he isn't as smooth as he obviously thinks he is. Oh, thank you, I say, pretending to be flattered. I don't think they have. The guy on reception smiles widely when he realises he might really have just been the first guy to ever meet a woman like me and come up with a compliment about her name. Then he looks back down at my membership card in his hand and asks another question. It says here that you have been a member with us since July. How have I never noticed you here before? Again, it's another lame way of letting me know that he finds me attractive without just coming right out and saying it. And while I appreciate the compliments, my patience is wearing thin. I've just come here to have a workout. Yet just like everywhere I seem to go, I've ended up attracting the advances of a lustful male who fancies his chances. I don't know. I guess you were too busy checking out the other women who come here, I reply, teasing him, which I regret immediately, because I really shouldn't encourage this guy by being playful. I'm not going to give him my number if he asks for it, nor am I ever going to go on a date with him. I'm not interested, and not just in him. I'm not interested in any guy. That's because, as far as I'm concerned, they're all the same and they only want one thing. Therefore, they can't be trusted. And I know that better than anyone in my line of work. Well, I'm very sorry that I've never spoken to you before, the man says, as he continues to hold on to my card and, in the process, hold me up from getting started on the treadmill. How about we make a deal? I'll give you your card back and let you in if you agree to go for a drink with me. How does that sound?" It sounds lame and uninspiring, as well as a little creepy that he would think he could get me to see him again by obstructing my entry into this building. But I do a good job of letting him down gently. "Sorry, I have a boyfriend," I lie, but that doesn't stop the receptionist from trying to get what he wants. "Is it serious?" he asks, as if it would be okay for me to cheat on a boyfriend who I'd only been with for a short while. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's going to propose soon," I reply without skipping a beat, and then I decide to bring this lovely conversation to a close by holding out my hand in anticipation of receiving my card back. The guy behind the desk finally gets the hint and reluctantly gives me back my card before letting me know that the gate is open now and wishing me a fun workout. I smile at him as I pass through the gate and then walk away in the direction of the changing rooms, in no doubt that he is checking me out as I go. By the time I reach the changing rooms and open my locker, I'm running 5 minutes late, and that's annoying because I have somewhere to be after I am finished here. I have a meeting with a potential new client, and because that's the case, I can't afford to be late. I'm a businesswoman running her own business, so customers like the woman I am going to meet soon are vital to the success of that business. If I don't work, then I don't get paid. But it's not all about the money. I enjoy what I do for a living because my job allows me to be creative, is rarely dull, and no two clients are ever the same, which is more than can be said for the men they ask me to check up on. Having removed my hoodie and tied my hair into a ponytail, I leave my possessions safely stored away in the locker before heading out of the changing rooms and entering the main gym floor. There are muscular guys in vests working out in the weights section, as well as a bunch of middle-aged mums standing around waiting for a spin class to begin, but I bypass them all and head for the row of treadmills beneath the bank of TV screens. Starting off with a gentle pace, I begin jogging, feeling my toned body loosen up with every movement, and the increasing speed of my heart rate starts to release the endorphins in my brain that always leave me feeling great by the time my workouts are finished. As I increase the speed of the conveyor belt beneath my feet, I allow my mind to drift back to the meeting I have scheduled right after this. I think about the content of the email that I received from the woman who messaged me and asked me to meet with her. How she was unsure about what she was doing, as evidenced by the fact that she started her correspondence by saying, "I might be wrong, but..." How she mentioned that she could just be paranoid, but felt like she had to know for sure. And how she finished by asking if I could help her, as if I'd be doing her a favour, which would almost certainly not be the case. I had replied to her message with the same thing that I always say to potential new clients. I said that I was sorry to hear about their concerns, that I would be happy to meet with them to discuss it further, and that ultimately, if there was something going on, then I was going to uncover it for them. Payment was not discussed at that early stage, but it will be brought up today, because this is a business I'm running, not a charity. But there is a part of me that feels bad for taking money from women who just want to know that their partners are being honest with them. I wish I could work for free, because I actually love what I do enough to consider it. But unfortunately the world doesn't work that way. Things cost money, so that means I need to make some of it, which is why my fee is not small. But the women who pay it always get value for money. I give them what I promise them. I give them the truth. It's up to them what they do with that truth, but at that point I make sure to let them know there is another service I can provide for them, for a little extra fee, of course. It's a service that not every client goes for, but for those who do, that's when my job really becomes fun. It's the point where it feels less like work and more like pleasure. But there's nothing pleasurable about it for the person who I'm going after. By the time I am done with them, they will wish they had never done the things that resulted in their partner contacting a woman like me. Beads of sweat have formed on my forehead as I break into a sprint on the treadmill, but a quick look in the wall of mirrors opposite me lets me know that I'm still looking good. And that's important to me, because I put a lot of work into maintaining a healthy body. I wonder if the guy on the reception desk will have another go at getting me to agree to his idea of a date when I leave here in half an hour's time. But if he does, then he will only be in for more disappointment. I'm not making myself look good for him, nor am I making myself look good for the pretend boyfriend I told him I had. I'm doing this for me. The same applies to my business. It might look like I'm helping the women who come to me, but I'm also helping myself too. That's because I'm fulfilling my need to punish the people in this world who think they can get away with doing things that they shouldn't do. It's almost like an addiction for me. Get the truth, and then get revenge. It's little wonder women want to be me, and men want to be with me. I am happy, healthy, and full of life, and at this moment in time, I have no reason to think things are ever going to change. But I couldn't have been more wrong. Chapter 3. Present Day. For someone who used to love their job, it's strange to now be a person who actively watches the clock and counts down to finishing time. But that's what I find myself doing every weekday, and today is no different. The seconds tick by in the bottom right-hand corner of my computer screen, and eventually I see the 4 digits I've been waiting to see all day. 1700. Apparently I'm not the only one who has been clock-watching, because no sooner has a new hour begun than several of the people at the desks around me get up from their seats and remove their coats from the back of their chairs. Kathy is amongst them, and even though she is a department manager, she doesn't prescribe to the idea of staying late and pretending to be busy just to impress the boss. She's ready to get the hell out of here, and I'm ready to join her. Another day, another dollar, my friend says as we make our way to the stairs that will take us out of this office and into the car park. I smile at the saying even though she's not the first person to use it, and she certainly won't be the last. But I say nothing as we descend the staircase with a few other colleagues behind us, not because I'm lacking for conversation ideas, but because I'm sticking to my character, which is that of somebody who generally keeps to herself unless prompted. "What have you planned tonight?" Kathy asks me as she waves to the security guard on reception, who is going to be spending his night sitting looking after this empty building to make sure none of the money inside gets stolen. "Not much. I'll see what's on TV," I reply, but I know my friend won't be disappointed with my seemingly glaring lack of plans, because she tends to spend her weeknights doing the same thing. "Me too," she confirms. "There's that new drama starting on BBC One. It looks good." The rest of the walk to our respective vehicles consists of banal chat about the programming schedule this evening, and by the time I bid Kathy goodnight, I'm ready to get into my car and close the door to end our bland conversation. She's a lovely woman, and she is genuinely a good friend, but I'm not who she thinks I am, and it's exhausting to have to keep pretending that I'm just like her. In my former life, I'd be out tonight doing something fun. Or, even better, I'd be working in my old job, because that was always how I really got my kicks. But now, I'm just like Kathy. Go home, put on the TV, and watch other people having a good time. My commute home is a relatively short one, at least by some people's standards, but that doesn't mean it's painless. There's still plenty of traffic and red lights to negotiate, and there's always the sound of a car horn or two from a frustrated driver who isn't getting where they want to go as quickly as they would like. But I never get angry behind the wheel, or go over the speed limit, or do anything that might draw attention to myself and the car I am travelling in. I just maintain a steady speed, allow people out of side roads if they need to be let out, and get home in whatever time the traffic dictates. Watching me drive now, it would be hard for anybody to imagine that I was once in a high-speed car chase with the police. But that's exactly the look I'm going for. I turn on the radio to help pass the time as I make my way closer to home, and do so just in time to catch the end of the 5 o'clock news bulletin. I hear the tail end of a report about a large volcano showing signs of imminent eruption in Asia, before the reporter moves on to the next story, which is a little less newsworthy, but still manages to get included, because there will be plenty of people listening who will have an interest in such a thing. It's a new story about the marriage breakup of two A-list actors in Hollywood, a consequence of the husband being caught cheating by the paparazzi, and the wife deciding to separate and split their millions rather than stay with him and try and repair their damaged relationship. It's a tale as old as time. A man has an affair, a woman wants a divorce, and somewhere several lawyers are rubbing their hands together in glee because they are going to get paid now. As I listen to the report, I feel a slight wave of resentment washing over me as I think about the people who are going to be profiting from the demise of another couple's relationship. Of course, I don't wish trouble for any couple or any marriage, but unfortunately there will always be some that encounter problems, and when they do, somebody has to sort it out. But just like those expensive divorce lawyers, I used to be a person who would sort it out, and I would get paid for that work. Only my role didn't involve courtrooms and stacks of paperwork. It involved hotel rooms and wine bars, and instead of paperwork, I dealt with more fun things, including but not limited to paint, video cameras, and memorably, a very big carton of eggs. I did things that lawyers couldn't get away with. More importantly, I did things that I could get away with. The clients who paid me to undertake the work I did wouldn't have got away with doing it themselves, because they would have been the obvious culprits. So they needed someone like me to do it for them, and I was only too happy to assist. But now, as I sit here in this traffic and listen to the news report about another doomed relationship, I can't help but feel like I am being denied the chance to do what I do best. If only I didn't have to lie low. If only I wasn't sought by the police. If only I wasn't the only suspect in a murder that shocked the residents of the town I was born in. But I am. I made my bed, and now I have to lie in it, as they say. This is my life. I need to forget about the old one. That's why I turn off the radio, so that I don't have to hear any more about that damn celebrity couple. Instead, I just return my focus to getting home, and 10 minutes later, I finally reach my street. Parking on the driveway of the 2-bedroom semi-detached home I share with my boyfriend, I turn off the car's engine and sit and stare at the property for a moment. It is a nice home, I suppose. Nothing special, but a warm, comfortable place to lay my head down at the end of each day. James bought this house before he met me, but now I contribute to the monthly mortgage payments, and he's made it clear that I am to treat this place as my home just as much as it is his. But we've stopped short of actually adding my name to the property's deeds. Or rather, I stopped short by declining James's offer to do that, by saying that I was happy to just carry on as things are. I told him it was because I didn't want to rush things and risk putting our relationship under any undue financial pressures. But really, it was because I wanted to keep myself free from being burdened by any legal requirements, just in case I need to hit the road again and disappear. If I do have to change my life again because the police are closing in, I'd rather not screw up my innocent boyfriend's life in the process. But as I leave the car and make my way to the front door of this house, I think about how I never imagined myself to be living in a place like this, and with a man like James, in suburban stillness. I thought I'd always be how I used to be. Free, uncomplicated, single. I guess I'm now just like everybody else. On the plus side, it means the police can't find me. But on the downside, it means I am just as vulnerable and susceptible to being blindsided by life throwing a curveball at me. It could be the loss of my health, it could be the loss of my employment, or it could be the loss of my partner. I know I could lose James one day, but I can deal with that as long as I don't lose him to another woman. I've seen firsthand what such a betrayal can do to a person, and it's not pretty. Chapter 4. 6 years ago. I'm sorry, Michelle. You were right. Your boyfriend is having an affair. I stare at the shocked expression on the face of the woman to whom I have just delivered the terrible news. And as I do, I think about how it would be nice if I had £1 for every time I had to say that to someone. I'd be a very wealthy woman. Not that I'm doing too badly for myself at the moment. That's because I've lost count of how often I have had to be the bearer of bad news. Today is just another day at the office, or rather, at the cafe I like to use for some of these meetings with my clients. I'm sorry, I add, as the devastated woman across the table from me continues to ignore the coffee I just bought her, staring helplessly back at me instead. Are you sure? Michelle asks me hopefully. I'm afraid so. I followed him like you asked me to, and I saw him meeting with the woman you were worried about. Here, I took these as evidence. I show her the images I captured on my phone of her partner with the woman he is clearly having an affair with. The photos are pretty self-explanatory. Him with his arm around her, the pair of them walking hand in hand, and most damagingly of all, the one of them locking lips outside the wine bar I witnessed them drinking in together during my assignment. I don't believe this, Michelle mumbles as she continues to study the images, and I decline from pointing out that there must be a part of her that can believe it, otherwise she wouldn't have paid me to get the truth for her. Then she asks me a question, and it's a big one. What do I do now? That's entirely up to you, I say, as I put my phone away. But I want you to know that you have plenty of options. Do I? Yes, of course. What, leave him and be alone, or stay with him and be with a man who doesn't love me? No. There is a third option, and experience has shown that it is usually the one that makes the aggrieved partner feel best about the situation. I'm the aggrieved partner. Unfortunately, in this case, yes, you are. Michelle just looks deflated, like someone has let all the air out of her. And it's such a shame, because nobody has the right to take a confident woman and turn her into a paranoid, broken-hearted person who will most likely never be the same again. But that's what Michelle's boyfriend Kieran has done to her. He has betrayed her. But that doesn't mean that she can't get even. He broke her. Now she can break him. Look, you're going to need to take some time to process all of this and decide what you want to do next, I say, as the other people in this coffee shop around us sip their drinks and presumably talk about less heavier subjects than infidelity. But just know that this doesn't have to be the end. I can still help you. I know what you can do, Michelle replies quickly, surprising me a little. You do? Yeah. Why else do you think I got in touch with you? I could have followed Kieran myself. No, I contacted you because of what you can do next. I'm intrigued, so I let Michelle go on. I've heard the rumours about the woman going around getting revenge on cheating men. I know it's you. It is, isn't it? I neither confirm nor deny it, simply choosing to take a sip of my hot drink until Michelle asks another question. Is it true that you once tricked a cheating guy into meeting you at a hotel room, only to leave him tied up naked to the bed, with his phone across the room recording himself live to his Facebook page? I laugh at that one before putting down my cup and shrugging my slender shoulders. Look, I'm not here to discuss any of the rumours you might have read on the internet. What I am here to do is help you if you need it. Do you want to get your own back on Kieran for what he is doing behind your back, or not? Michelle takes all of 2 seconds to answer. It is you, isn't it? I knew it. I wait for her to calm down, and for some of the other people at the tables around us to stop looking in our direction, before I lower my voice and lean in closer across the table. I'm going to need confirmation of what you want to do, or I'm walking out of here in 30 seconds, because unfortunately you're not the only woman in town I could be helping right now. Wait, I'm sorry, Michelle says. I don't want you to go. I want you to help me. Say it. I want you to help me get my own back on Kieran. Okay, now that we've established that, I just need to go over a few things, payment being the first one. I'll pay you whatever you want. I just want him to suffer. I nod my head because I can understand her eagerness. But I'm not going to take advantage of this woman's heartache by quoting her a silly price and trying to cash in on her desperation for revenge. I'm just going to stick to the terms I always give. If you give me the same amount that you already gave me to look into Kieran's infidelity for you, then I will arrange for him to meet with some difficulties. But before I delve into my box of tricks, Is there anything in particular you would like me to do to him? Within reason, of course. Michelle thinks about it for a moment, and I finish my coffee as she entertains all the delicious ways that she could get her own back on her cheating partner. I have a few ideas, she says quietly. He has a birthday coming up. He does? That's interesting. Yeah, but I'm intrigued to know what ideas you have. I try to remain stoic, but a small smile curls up at the edges of my lips because we are talking about my favourite subject now. The famous saying goes that revenge is a dish best served cold, which is to say that revenge works best when it comes once the anger has dissipated somewhat and the target is least expecting it. But I prefer another famous saying, which is to strike while the iron is hot. Michelle is angry right now, and that anger needs to be put to work immediately, before she has chance to sleep on it, come to terms with it, and eventually lose her passion for getting her own back. That's why I always think it's best to act quickly. And besides, Kieran still has no idea what is about to hit him, because he doesn't know that he has been caught yet. So it will still come as a shock to him whenever it happens. Leave it with me, I say with a wink. I'll be in touch tonight with what I plan to do, but feel free to let me know if there's anything specific you want. If not, then I will take care of this, and you'll be feeling a lot better about things very soon. I gather up my belongings and stand up from the table, but just before I can walk away, Michelle has one final question for me. Why do you do this? I pause as I consider the answer to that, but just decide to give a short and simple one, so as not to be delayed any longer. It's my job, and it beats working in an office. But you could do anything. It can't just be about the money. Why are you helping women like me? Did you have your heart broken by a man too? I understand why Michelle might ask me such a thing, but I have no interest in answering her this time, so I simply repeat that I'm sorry for what has happened to her, remind her that I will be in touch with my plan for revenge this evening, and then bid her goodbye, walking out of the coffee shop without looking back. But her last question remains in my head as I reach the street outside and start walking in the direction of my parked car. And it's something that I keep thinking about for the rest of the day as I get to work on making Kieran's life a misery and Michelle's a slightly happier one. I have never had my heart broken by a man because I've never allowed one to get close to me. Instead, I do this job because I enjoy it. Maybe that's why I didn't answer the question. Because that honest answer is too shocking. Chapter 5. Present Day. There are many things I hate about the fact that I've had to completely transform who I am and what I stand for, but it's not all bad. There have been a couple of good things to come out of my need to reinvent myself as a new woman, and one of those has been opening myself up enough to fall in love with a man like James. Another one is that I also did something I should have done years ago. I learnt how to cook. And because of that, I can now whip up quite the meal at the end of a long and draining day in the office. And to prove it, I get the seal of approval from my boyfriend as he tucks into my latest dish, now he is back from work too. "This is amazing," he tells me, in between mouthfuls of the paella that I put together in this kitchen, after spending half an hour looking up the recipe on my office computer one day last week. "I'm glad you like it," I reply with a smile, before taking my own tasty bite, though I tend to eat with a little more patience than my partner shows. "How was your day?" James asks, as he wisely decides to remove his tie from around his neck, in case he ends up accidentally dipping it into the bowl of rice in front of him. "Pretty boring. Clarissa called a meeting to talk about what we would do if something went wrong and we couldn't operate the business normally." "That sounds riveting." "Oh, it was. I think I only drifted off to sleep twice, so, it was a good one." James smiles before shoveling another forkful of his meal into his mouth. "It was pretty normal other than that. Just emails and scanning. Oh, and Kathy brought in cakes." "Of course she did. Did you manage to smuggle me one home?" "Don't worry, I got us a couple for dessert," I say, gesturing towards the kitchen countertop behind me, where 2 of Kathy's cakes are sitting wrapped in foil. "You're a star," James tells me, before I ask him about his day, and he runs through his own exciting adventures in the corporate world. This is pretty much how most of our weeknights begin, once we're both home and in each other's company again. We eat, we talk about work, and we slowly decompress from the day's stresses and strains. After this, we will take it in turns to shower and change before reconvening in the living room, where we might find something for the pair of us to watch on TV, or James will just put some sport on, and I'll read a book beside him. I've gotten into reading a lot more since I swapped my crazy life for a calmer one, and I initially started picking up books as a way of making myself look as far away from who I really am as possible. After all, who would ever suspect the quiet bookworm of being a killer? But the more I read, the more I found enjoyment in it, and I guess it's because of the escapism that comes with losing oneself in a work of fiction. I read most days now, and not just in bed before turning the lights out like many people do. I read at all times of the day, whether it's on my lunch hour at work or early in the evening while James prefers to zone out in front of the TV. Most of the time my mind is running away with itself, thinking about the past and fearing the future. But when I read, I'm just in the moment, and that is quite the treat for someone like me. I was thinking we could go for a drink tonight after we've changed, James suddenly says, snapping me back into the conversation, the one which I'd accidentally stopped giving my full attention to, because hearing about my partner's workday is hardly gripping entertainment. A drink? Tonight? Yeah, why not? It's a Monday. I know, but we could just go for one. It might be fun to go out and do something a little different. I can't remember the last time we went out together and did something other than sit on the sofa. What do you say? I don't know. I guess we could if you really want to. Only if you want to. James puts it back on me. But I wish he hadn't, because if I'm honest, I really have no interest in going out tonight for a drink. It's not just because it's Monday, although that might be good reason enough. It's because I try not to drink alcohol these days. Just like I try to stay away from pubs or clubs or any venue that reminds me of the woman I used to be. I just want to stay in and read a book on the sofa and lose myself in someone else's story, rather than constantly fretting about my own. James knows I don't drink much, and that's why I'm surprised he has just suggested we go out tonight. He must know what I would rather do, which is stay in with him. So why is he asking me this? Forget about it, it was just an idea, he says, and he goes back to eating his meal. But I can't forget about it, because I can sense that he's not happy about something, and I want to know what it is. Everything in my life right now is carefully constructed, so it's important that I make sure the foundations are still strong in all areas, my relationship being one of them. I'm just a bit surprised, that's all, I confess. I thought you liked just chilling out at home. I do, but maybe not every night. We do stuff on weekends. Yeah, we go to the cinema, which isn't much different to sitting on the sofa in front of the TV. I suppose James has a point there, but I can hardly tell him that the reason I like the cinema is because I feel safe sitting in a dark room where nobody can look at me, potentially recognise me, and then call the police, who are still after me. OK, we can go for a drink, I say, willing to go along with his idea if it's something he really wants to do. No, it's fine. You're right. It's Monday, so it's probably not a good idea. We can do it another night. I don't mind, seriously. Nah, we'll leave it. With that, James finishes his meal and gets up from his seat, making a move to put his empty bowl in the dishwasher. Don't you want seconds? I ask. No, I'm pretty full, actually. What about Kathy's cake? Maybe later when we're on the sofa, he replies, before putting his bowl away and giving me a smile before heading for the door. I'm going to jump in the shower. Thanks for dinner. It was great. No problem, I mutter as I watch him leave, and as I listen to his footsteps padding up the staircase, I can't help but feel like he is annoyed at me. No, it's slightly worse than that. It feels like he is disappointed in me. As if he wishes I was up for some fun tonight, instead of just doing what we always do on a Monday, which is very little. Maybe I should have been more receptive to his idea of going out. It was a nice thing for him to suggest, And I need to stop being paranoid about being in busy places, as if everyone in there knows who I really am and can unmask my true identity to the world. Nobody knows me here, not the real me. Yet I still can't relax. I still feel like I have to hide away in this house every night and just disappear inside a book. It has been a while, and I'm not sure how healthy it is for me to keep living in fear of being caught. I have to remember to live, not just for me, but for my boyfriend too. James might get bored of me if I'm not careful, and I don't want to lose him. After a lifetime of keeping men at arm's length, now that I'm in a relationship, I do kind of see what all the fuss is about. I pick up my own empty bowl and carry it over to the dishwasher, putting it inside next to James's before wiping down a couple of the surfaces with a wet cloth, and then heading for the stairs myself. I can hear the shower running as I ascend, and think about being a little wild and spontaneous and surprising James by joining him under the jets of hot water. But then I remind myself that being wild and spontaneous are two words that can never be associated with me and my behaviour again. Simone might not have thought twice about hopping into a shower with another person for some fun, but Mary would never do that. She will just get changed, pick up a book and curl up on the sofa before having an early night. Mary plays it safe. Simone was the one who took risks. She was the one who had all the fun. Chapter 6. 6 years ago. I check my hair and makeup one last time in the mirror before leaving the bathroom and strutting out into the busy room that is full of people who are all here tonight to celebrate the birthday of one man. That man is Kieran, and he is the boyfriend of Michelle, the woman who I was recently able to help determine that her partner was in fact cheating on her. As of yet, Kieran doesn't know that his partner knows his secret. But all of that changes tonight. I make my way past several balloons tied onto the back of several chairs, many of the seats occupied by Kieran's family, friends and work colleagues, before I reach the bar and ask the man behind it for a lemonade. He tries to tempt me with something stronger and teases me when I decline, but I'm not interested in his flirting. I'm only interested in keeping a clear head for what is to come this evening. I finally receive my drink and leave the bar, making my way back through this crowded function room in a local cricket club, the room that Michelle has hired out for her partner's party this evening. The venue wasn't expensive to hire, but it wasn't cheap either, although Michelle very much views it as an investment, and I've assured her that it will be money well spent in the end. I can see her now as I reach the back wall, where I will linger out of view of Kieran when he eventually arrives, and I watch Michelle as she chats with some of the friends who she and her boyfriend share between them. She is playing the role of good host well, not letting on that she is actually a woman with a broken heart who didn't organise tonight's surprise party because she loves her man, but because she wants to see him humiliated in as big a public setting as possible. She's a good actor, as am I, and my acting skills are put to the test a moment later when a random guy sidles up to me and lets his interest in my appearance be known. May I just say that you look incredibly beautiful tonight? I turn to face the man, who is at least a foot shorter than me, and is wearing a shirt so bad it makes me almost want to weep for the person who stitched it together. Oh, thank you, I say, being polite, because I know it probably took courage for him to leave his friends at the table and come over here to say such a thing to me. Well, courage or just a lot of beer. I'm Adam, he says, holding out his hand to shake mine, which I do, but I tactically hold back on giving him my own name. Not that he seems to notice. I don't recognise you, Adam goes on. Do you work with Kieran? Nope, I reply with a simple shake of the head. Oh, are you one of Michelle's friends? I shake my head again, and he laughs a little nervously because he can't seem to figure me out. So how do you know Kieran? I don't. What? I said I don't know Kieran, I've never met him. Oh, then why are you here? Adam asks with a very puzzled look on his face. I turn to face him, letting him know that he now has my undivided attention, and his posture stiffens a little when I do. A sign of nerves, and perhaps also a sign that he didn't expect his pickup attempt to go particularly well when he first came over here. "Can you keep a secret?" I ask him with a devilish smile. Yeah, of course." As if he would have said no. "I shouldn't be here," I tell him. "I just heard there was a party on and snuck in. I like to crash other people's parties at weekends. It's a kind of hobby of mine. Does that make me weird?" "No, not at all," Adam replies, in the manner I knew he would, because even if it did make me weird, he would hardly admit it and ruin whatever chances he has with me. "But you can't tell anybody," I implore him. "Promise me." "I promise." "Cheers," I say, clinking my glass against his and making him feel like we are now a team, and that seems to make him very happy. "Do you mind me asking why you do it?" he wants to know, as I watch Michelle usher some of her friends away from the door, and I wonder if that means she knows Kieran is about to arrive. "It's fun," I reply, keeping my eyes on the entrance for the arrival of the birthday boy. "But you're on your own. Isn't it a bit boring to go to a party where you don't know anybody?" "Oh no, trust me, it's great fun." I wink at my new friend before turning back to the door, and as I do, I see Michelle telling everybody to be quiet because he is here. I remain in my position at the back of the room, well out of sight of the man who is about to enter, but where I will be able to see everything that happens to him. When the door opens, everybody is quiet. But that all changes when Kieran walks in alongside one of his friends, who has brought him here under the pretence of having a quiet pint, so as to keep Michelle's secretive party under wraps. "Surprise!" Kieran almost jumps out of his skin when he realises that this room is full of people he knows, and he jokingly pretends to try and escape back out of the door he just came in, but his friend keeps him inside, and as the shock wears off, he sees the funny side of it and starts to interact with some of his loved ones. Several of the people in the room drift over to Kieran to greet him, including his girlfriend, who seems like a loving partner who has organised all of this because she wants her boyfriend to enjoy himself. But I know the truth, and very shortly, everyone in this room will know it too. I remain in position at the back of the room as the event progresses, witnessing Kieran accept several free drinks from family and friends as he relaxes and enjoys being the centre of attention tonight. But I make sure to keep checking the time too, because I know that the clock is ticking on how long it will be until the man of the hour stops enjoying himself and instead starts to wish that the ground would open and swallow him up. It's not long now, and when I see Michelle look towards me from across the room, I give her the nod to tell her to proceed, which she acknowledges with a small nod of her own. "So, are you having fun?" I turn to see Adam back by my side again, and not only that, but a couple of buttons have been opened on that bad shirt of his, revealing the top of a very sweaty and very hairy chest that he really should not be looking to advertise so much. "I am, actually," I reply, as I watch Michelle make her way onto the stage and pick up the microphone that the DJ has kindly provided her with. "Really? But you've been standing by yourself. Why don't you come and join me and my friends at our table?" He gestures towards a group of similarly badly dressed men across the room, but I politely decline, and I'm spared having to do so for a second time by Michelle starting to speak into the microphone. "Thank you for being here tonight to help celebrate with the birthday boy," she begins, and everybody cheers, except me, because I'm too busy waiting for her to get to the good stuff. I'll let Kieran say a few words in a moment, but before that, I just wanted to say that I've put together a little something for you all to enjoy. I hope you like it. With that, Michelle hands a USB stick to the DJ, who proceeds to plug it into his laptop, which is connected to the large video screen behind him. As everybody positions themselves so that they can see the screen, I stay where I am, because I've already ensured I have a great view. But I don't have the best seat in the house. That belongs to Kieran, who is smiling as the video begins to play, and Michelle stands nearby with a very calm expression on her face. Music plays, and it signals the beginning of a photo montage, which mainly consists of images of Kieran growing up, before progressing into pictures of Kieran on his wedding day with Michelle. There are a lot of awes and ahs around the room as the attendees enjoy the emotional video, as well as a few bouts of laughter at a couple of embarrassing images of Kieran in drunken situations with friends. But that's nothing compared to the silence that falls over the room when the first picture of Kieran being intimate with a woman who is not his partner flashes up on the big screen. I see the birthday boy's face drop when he realises what has just been shown. But it takes everybody else a little while longer to figure out what it is that they are seeing now. But they all seem to have figured it out by the fourth photo, which is not surprising, because that's the photo of him with his tongue down another woman's throat outside the wine bar that I followed him to. These are all good photos, captured and lovingly edited together into this video by yours truly, but not everybody around the room is appreciating seeing them now. Nor do they appreciate the fact that Kieran has clearly been up to things he shouldn't have been. I hear some of his older family members ask him what is going on, before one of his friends suggests turning it off, because Michelle has made her point. But Michelle definitely has not finished making her point, which is why she lets the video keep playing until the last image, which is of a large fire burning. "What is that?" somebody asks, and I'm glad they did, because it will give Michelle a chance to explain the second part of this revenge mission. "That is a fire, and it's supposed to represent what is happening right now to Kieran's possessions," she replies, as the music stops and the video ends. "What?" Kieran cries, getting up from his seat and rushing towards his girlfriend as everybody else sits in stunned silence. "You heard me. Everything you own is currently going up in flames, and it's because you cheated on me. Now everybody knows what kind of man you really are. Enjoy the rest of your evening." With that, Michelle turns and leaves, and I feel proud of her as I watch her go, before remembering that I should probably be on the move myself, too. I finish my drink and make a start for the door, as everybody at the table starts to gossip about what they have just found out, while Kieran goes into damage limitation mode with his loved ones. As I walk out, I make sure to pass the table where Adam sits, and when I do, I pause for a moment to wish him goodbye. "See, I told you these things were fun," I say, with a devilish grin, before exiting the room and looking around for Michelle, who I quickly spot sitting on a wall with a cigarette pressed between her lips. "How do you feel?" I ask her as I stand beside her. "Better," she replies. "You know, I could still have his belongings burnt if you want me to," I say. "That fire doesn't have to be a pretend one. It's okay. I'm happy enough with him just thinking that I've done it." I nod my head, disappointed that I won't be starting any bonfires this evening, but aware that I should only ever go as far as my clients want me to. "I'll be going then," I say, as I look over my shoulder and see a few people leaving the venue now that the party is clearly over. "Thanks for your help," Michelle replies. "I wish I'd never met you, but you've been a big help." I smile because I get what she means, and I'm not offended, because I know she is only being honest. Nobody wants to meet me, because if they do, it means something is wrong with their relationship, and they need help either proving it or getting revenge. On a scale of 1 to 10, what I helped Michelle do here tonight was a 4. I've definitely done worse things to help someone get their own back. But this was an easy job. A little video editing was all it took, and I didn't have to get my lighter out. Maybe next time. And there definitely will be a next time, because business is booming. If only people were faithful, then I would be out of work. But sadly, that is not the case. So I'm going to be kept busy for a very long time yet. I just had no idea how busy things would get in the future. Maybe if I had known then, I could have just quit while I was ahead. Chapter 7. Present Day. Lunch hours have become extremely precious to me, as they tend to be for any employee who detests their job and needs a break from the mind-numbing monotony of it. To reflect that, I try to take my lunch breaks in the office at a time when I will be able to enjoy them the most. That means at a time when as few people as possible are in the staff room, so that I don't have to be subjected to listening to my colleagues moan about their work and tell me how much they are just waiting for their lottery numbers to come up. That's why I take my lunch breaks a little earlier, in the hope that I will be able to eat my salad in peace and read a couple of chapters of my book, before returning to my desk for a few more hours of drudgery. I was pleased to see the staff room was empty when I entered it half an hour ago, and I've certainly made the most of the quiet environment, eating my lunch and reading my book, and feeling as though I am gradually forgetting about the realities of my life for this short period of time. But then I hear the door to the kitchen swing open, and when I look up, I know that my relaxing lunch hour is over. That's because the person entering the room is someone who doesn't do quiet. In fact, she's the kind of person who could not only start a conversation in an empty room, but maintain it. It's Cathy. "Hi," I say to her in greeting as I reluctantly close my book and prepare myself to hear all about whatever unrealistic deadlines she might be working towards at her own desk. I'm also expecting her to offer me some kind of cake that she baked at home last night, like she usually does. So that will mean my latest attempt at maintaining a healthy diet will be out of the window for another day at least. But to my surprise, Cathy is not chattering away upon entry, nor is she wielding baked goods. Instead, she just looks very downbeat, and seeing her like this is alarming enough for me to ask her if everything is okay. "No, it's not," she replies glumly, and for a second I almost think that my friend is going to burst into tears right in front of me. She looks pale, tense, and not at all like the woman I have come to know since I started working here. "What is it?" I ask her as I clear away my empty lunchbox and glass of water so that Cathy feels like she has some more space to join me at the table and air her troubles. But just before she sits down, the door to the kitchen opens, and another one of our colleagues enters carrying a takeaway bag of fatty food under their arm. "Hey guys," our fast food-loving friend says, but Cathy suddenly doesn't look like she wants to stay here, and she quietly asks me if we can go somewhere a little more private. I don't hesitate to follow her out of the staff room, accompanying her outside and around the back of the office, where some of the smokers in our workplace usually gather, although there are none of them around right now. "Cathy, what is it? What's wrong?" I ask again, now that we are out of earshot of anybody else. That's when Cathy breaks down and starts crying. "Oh, Mary, I'm sorry," she says, but I'm not exactly sure what she has to be sorry about, nor do I have any idea yet what has caused her tears. "It's okay," I tell my friend, making a lame attempt to soothe her concerns as I go to hug her. But she pulls away from me and wipes her eyes before letting me know that things are definitely not okay. "I think Brian is cheating on me." "What?" I'm shocked by her claim because I know Cathy's husband, and I know how good they are together.
"I think he's having an affair."
That statement sees Cathy start sobbing again, and I wait for her to compose herself while I try and process this troubling information. It's not the first time somebody has told me those words, but it is the first time I have heard them since I embarked on my new life. Simone always knew what to do in a situation such as this one, but Mary has to tread carefully. "Are you sure?" I ask cautiously. "How do you know?"
"One of my friends said she saw him with another woman at the weekend."
"Where?"
"In town, on the high street."
"What were they doing?"
"My friend said they were walking somewhere."
"Just walking?"
"Yes, but who is she, and why was he with her?"
I realise then that Cathy's suspicions might not be based on the firmest of foundations, and I feel a little relief, not just for her, but for me too. Hopefully this is all just a misunderstanding, meaning that I won't have to be subjected to the murky world of adultery and recrimination that I have worked so hard to leave behind. "Are you sure it wasn't just a friend of his?"
"Yes, I know all of his friends, and none of them sounded like the woman he was with. Besides, he really doesn't have that many female friends, just the guys he goes to the pub with every Friday night. So who the hell was she?"
"Have you asked him?" Cathy suddenly clams up and isn't so eager to answer that question. "You have spoken to him about your worries, haven't you?" I press on until Kathy finally shakes her head.
No, I've been too afraid to.
So you could just be worrying about nothing.
Or he could be seeing another woman behind my back.
Kathy looks like she could cry again, and I don't want that, so I better come up with something quickly to calm her down. Look, I'm sure there's a perfectly simple explanation for this. Do you know why he was in town?
He always goes in on a Saturday to put some bets on for the weekend's football games.
OK, so that explains why he was there. Just mention to him tonight that your friend saw him talking with someone on the high street, and then see what he says.
But what if he lies? What if he is up to something?
That's a lot of ifs.
I'm just so scared,
Kathy admits. And in that moment, I see the same expression on her face that I have seen on the faces of countless other women in my time. It's that look of fear as they contemplate the fact that their carefully constructed life with the person they love might not be as perfect as they thought. I understand that, I say, trying to console my friend. But as your husband, he's earned the benefit of the doubt until you know for sure that something is wrong. And he deserves the chance to tell you the truth. So just ask him. I can scarcely believe the words that have just come out of my mouth, because they are a far cry from the things I used to say when speaking with a woman who suspected her partner of being unfaithful. Back when I was myself, I would just follow the suspected adulterer and obtain as much evidence as possible before drawing up a plan for revenge on behalf of the betrayed party. But the new me has to be sensible and optimistic, not take risks and automatically assume the worst. You're right, Kathy says as she dabs her eyes with a crumpled-up tissue that she has taken out from where it was tucked in the sleeve of her cardigan.
I'll ask him when I get home. Or maybe I should phone him now. It'll save me worrying all afternoon.
As much as I would like for my friend's fears to be put to bed as soon as possible, I feel like I should let her know that calling him and asking him that way might not be the best method of obtaining the truth. I think it's better if you ask him face to face, I advise.
Why?
I really wish I didn't have to say it, but I've got no choice. Because it'll be easier for you to tell if he's lying, I reply. And Kathy seems a little surprised before realising that it makes sense.
I'm so sorry. I've ruined your lunch break, she says to me, before blowing her nose on her scraggly tissue.
But I just smile and let her know not to worry about it. Then I help to guide her back inside the office because 1, I need to get back to work, and 2, I would like this conversation to be over. This was my first experience of talking about such a thing since I became Mary. Now I've experienced it, it's only reminding me of Simone. Chapter 8. 4 years ago. I watch the man leave his house and drive away in his car before I approach the front door that he just locked and slot a key into it myself. It's the key that his ex-girlfriend secretly had cut before she moved out and handed back her own keys months ago. And it's the key that allows me to enter this unfamiliar property without any difficulty. Once inside, I close the front door before taking a look around the interior, getting a feel for the place, because I've never been inside here before, nor will I ever be back again after today. I take care to move slowly, not because I'm afraid of making any noise, but because there is a box inside the rucksack slung over my shoulders, and I want to keep it as level as possible until the moment comes when I can take it out, set it down on a flat surface, and slowly remove the lid. After inspecting the downstairs area, I progress to the upstairs rooms, and as I would have expected from a man who lives alone, the whole place could do with a good clean. There are clothes scattered around the bedroom floor. The sink in the bathroom has evidence of trimmed beard hairs in it, and the spare bedroom is just a mess, so much so that I can't really get the door to it to open properly because there is something wedged behind it. This house needs a woman's touch, but I'm not here to help the sole male occupant clean. I'm here to add to his problems. Deciding that the bedroom is the best place to start, I remove the rucksack from my shoulders and place it down carefully on the bed. Then I unzip the bag and reach inside, checking as I do that the box contained within still has its lid on, because if not, I would have some problems of my own. But the lid is still intact, so that means I'm easily able to remove the box without worrying about what is inside it. Yet. With the box sitting on top of the half-made bed, I take out the plastic scooper that I also carried here in the rucksack, and then all I need to do is take a deep breath and get this over with. I am a little nervous, although I know I am going to be able to see this job through, because I am a professional, and this is what I am being paid for. But that doesn't mean I have to enjoy this particular assignment. If I'm honest, this is probably going to go down as my least favourite act of revenge. But I have to remind myself that I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for the woman who contacted me and told me that she couldn't forgive her boyfriend for sleeping with her best friend and needed a way of getting back at him. It turned out that the scorned woman also knew what the best way was, and as I very tentatively open the lid, I look inside the box and see the thing that this woman's ex apparently hates more than anything else in this world. Spiders. The inside of this box is alive, literally, and I stare down at the crawling mass of 8-legged arachnids as I try to tell myself that they can't hurt me. Nor can they really hurt the guy who is soon going to be coming home to find his house infested with them. They just look a little scary, but they're harmless, really. Thankfully, I only have a dislike of them, not a full-on phobia. So it doesn't take me too long to use the plastic scoop to take out several of the little creatures and scatter them around the room. There are hundreds in this box, and I do my best to spread them evenly throughout the house, although I am aware that they will just end up moving around themselves once I've left, and they could be anywhere in this property by the time the homeowner gets back from work this evening. He'll find them in the cupboards and the drawers. He'll find them in the shower, and I'm sure he'll find a few in his bed too. An act of revenge like this one could seem a little harsh, but the client paying me to do this certainly doesn't see it that way, and I can understand why. It was only a couple of months ago that she was living in this house herself, alongside the man who she loved and genuinely believed would end up spending the rest of her life with. As far as she was concerned, it was only a matter of time until he popped the question and put a ring on her finger. They had been together for 5 years and had been living together for 3 of those years, so it was about as serious as it could get. But all that changed when my client came home from work early one day and found her boyfriend in bed with another woman. But not just any woman. It was her best friend. The 2 people she had trusted more than anyone else had betrayed her in such a cruel way. When I had initially heard the story, I wondered if my client was going to ask me to get revenge on the friend as well. But it turned out that she was over her. She just wanted the boyfriend to pay. And when she told me how, I had reluctantly confirmed that I could achieve it for her. Now, as I scoop the last spider out of the box and drop it down gently onto the sofa, I have fulfilled my promise to her. My work here is done. Revenge has been served. The spiders are on the loose. I put the empty box and the plastic scoop back into the rucksack before zipping it up and heading for the front door, brushing my clothes down as I go in case any of the arachnids have attached themselves to me instead of staying here in their new home. But just before I can reach the door, I hear the sound of keys on the other side of it, and I freeze because it's obvious that somebody is out there. And now they are coming inside. I dart into the living room and crouch down behind the sofa as I hear the front door open and footsteps moving into the hallway. I can't believe this. The ex-boyfriend is back. He is supposed to be at work now. What the hell is he doing? I stay in my hiding place as I listen to the footsteps going up the staircase, and I pray that he will just leave quickly so that I can get out of here too. But as I remain in my position with my head down and my body tense, I suddenly feel a light tickling on my shoulder. When I turn my head to see what it is, I find a spider sitting on my shoulder and another one creeping across the back of the sofa towards me. It takes all my resolve to not let out a scream and give away my presence in this house to the homeowner as I clench my teeth and brush the spider off me before shuffling further away from the sofa, so I'm no longer in the vicinity of the second one crawling towards me. But if I've just encountered 2 of the many creepy crawlies in this place, then I'm sure it's only a matter of time until the guy who lives here does too. And then I get my confirmation that he has. It comes in the form of a very loud and surprisingly high-pitched scream. There's a loud crash from upstairs, which I take to be him falling over after coming face to face with one of his little nightmares, before I hear another desperate cry, and then a lot of panicked breathing. But I'm not going to hang around to listen to what happens next, nor am I going to wait for him to come back downstairs and call an exterminator before I've had a chance to vacate the premises. I'm out of here. I leave my hiding place and tiptoe back into the hallway, peering nervously up the stairs, before seeing that the homeowner is out of sight, still somewhere up there, leaving me free to reach the front door and carefully open it. I leave the house, closing the front door without so much as a click, before rushing down the driveway and back onto the spider-free street, where I break into a light jog and put as much distance between myself and that home. As I reach my parked car and hop in behind the wheel, I allow a couple of moments for me to get my breath back before starting the engine and driving away. I almost make it all the way back to my own place before I realise that one of the pesky spiders has accompanied me on the journey, and I have to pull over to the roadside to remove it from my arm and flick it out of the window. But that's about the extent of my troubles, which is more than can be said for the cheating boyfriend, who is surely having a rough time of things right now. His ex will be pleased to hear my little story about his scream, and I will be pleased to get paid again, and help another woman get her much-deserved revenge. Chapter 9. Present Day. I'm in my happy place, or at least what is my new happy place, ever since I swapped my risk-taking life for the life of a woman who doesn't even dare to stay up later than 11 p.m. Sitting on the sofa with my legs laying across James, I am halfway through a very entertaining book, and I'm so engrossed in it that I seem to have missed what my boyfriend has just said to me. "Mary?" I look up from the pages of my novel to see James looking at me instead of the television, which he is usually glued to at this time on a weekday evening. But he obviously wants to talk, and as good as my book is, I should probably listen to him. "Sorry, miles away," I say, as I pop my bookmark in and close the paperback, letting my partner know that he now has my undivided attention. "What did you say?" "I asked, is it okay if I go out for a drink with a couple of the guys from work on Friday night? It's Dave's birthday, and he's been under a bit of pressure lately, so we thought it would be nice to take him out." "Yeah, of course," I reply. "Where are you thinking of going?" "We'll probably just go to one of the pubs near the office. I doubt I'll be late home." I give James a sceptical look, because he said that he won't be late plenty of times before, only to end up stumbling in after midnight with a takeaway box in hand and a silly grin plastered all over his face. I don't mind him going out at the weekend with friends. I just wish he wouldn't pretend he was only going for one drink instead of several. But from what I've gathered from other women in relationships, that seems to be a common problem for all couples. "That's fine. Stay as long as you want. We haven't got anything planned for Saturday anyway," I remind him, although perhaps I shouldn't have, because he might take that as permission for him to overdo it on Friday and spend half of the weekend in bed. But I made a promise to myself when I became Mary and entered into this relationship that I wasn't going to be one of those partners who got clingy or made their other half feel as though they couldn't go out and have fun without them. Some of the women I used to work for made the mistake of trying to keep their husbands or boyfriends on a tight leash, assuming that was the best way to know where they were at all times and reduce the chances of them cheating on them. But many of them sadly learnt the hard way that that doesn't always work, and their strict behaviour inadvertently pushed their men into the arms of another woman. Mary is not like the old me, or my old clients. I'm trusting, I'm chilled, and I'm not going to be made a fool out of like they were, meaning I won't have to take revenge as a way of soothing my aching heart. "Why don't you see if any of your friends are free, and you could go out with them?" James suggests to me a moment later. I'm not surprised that James is suggesting I find some way of filling my Friday night with a social activity like he is doing with his, because he has suggested this many times before. But I will give him the answer I always give him, to let him know that I'm not keen on that idea because I want to keep a low profile, and going out on a Friday night is not my idea of that. I don't know. Maybe. I'll see how I feel on Friday, but it's been a long week, so I might just relax on my own. Are you sure? What about Kathy? You could invite her over for a drink. I'm not sure that's a good idea. She's got a few things going on in her personal life. Like what? I pause before answering because I really don't want to get into a discussion about my friend's potentially adulterous husband with my own partner. I make sure to keep all scandalous conversations at a minimum in our relationship, because I worry that discussing such saucy subjects with him might cause a few cracks in my carefully constructed veneer, and I'd hate for him to see me in a different light. The woman he knows would never engage in gossip or cast aspersions or bitch about someone behind their back, and she would certainly not have an opinion on whether or not somebody was having an affair. Simone did all of that and a lot more, but Mary does not. It's just women's problems, I can't really say, I tell James, and he knows to leave it at that, mainly because, like most men, he knows very little about women's problems and would rather keep it that way. James goes back to watching the TV, while I return to my book, but I struggle to concentrate on the story again, now that the thought of Kathy has been put back into my mind by him. I wonder how she is getting on at home, after I suggested to her that she ask her husband who that woman was that he was seen with in town the other day. Hopefully there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for it, and everything is resolved. I guess I'll find out tomorrow morning when I see her in the office. But I'm wrong because I end up finding out a lot sooner than that when I see the text message flash up on my mobile phone. It's from my friend, and when I open up the full message, I see that she is letting me know that she has indeed asked her partner about the mystery woman he was with. I asked Brian about that woman, and he said she is the wife of one of the guys he drinks with in our local pub, and she has sometimes been in the pub when he's been out. He bumped into her on the high street and chatted with her for a few minutes, but there's nothing going on. I feel stupid for getting so paranoid. Sorry for being so upset at work earlier. Thanks for being a good friend. Kiss, kiss. P.S. I've made cakes for tomorrow. It sounds like everything is okay. And I send a reply back to Kathy, letting her know that I'm glad about that, and that she has no need to apologise for getting upset in front of me earlier. I also let her know that I am very much looking forward to another cake tomorrow, although my waistline most certainly isn't. As I put my phone back down and try to recover where I was up to in my book, I do my best to put all thoughts of Kathy and her drama out of my mind now. She has just told me that everything is okay, and I should believe her. So why do I have this nagging feeling that it might not be? Why do I think that her husband could have just lied to her about who that woman was? Why do I automatically just assume the worst? Of course, I already know the answer to those questions, particularly the last one. It's because I know how easy it would be for Brian to have just made up a story then about how he knew that woman, or how easy it would have been for him to have told the truth about how he knew her, but also how easy it would have been for him to have not fully disclosed the extent of their relationship. They could be having an affair. Why not? I've met Brian, and he seems like a great guy, but that doesn't mean he is. He wouldn't be the first guy to tell a lie, and he definitely won't be the last. But I'm not Simone anymore. I am Mary, and that means I have to be more trusting and less sceptical about the opposite sex. If Kathy says everything is okay, then I have to take it that everything is okay too. It's not my place to pry further or have doubts. I have my own life to concentrate on, and my own relationship. Unlike all those clients who I used to serve, I am not getting involved in anybody else's business anymore. I can't help Kathy even if something is going on behind her back, just like I couldn't always help every client I had who knew for certain that their partner was cheating. There were a few clients who were beyond my help, and they were always the ones I thought about late at night when my head was on my pillow just before I drifted off to sleep. They were the ones I really felt sorry for. Chapter 10. 3 years ago. Oh, God, we've got a crier. I leave my seat at the table and rush over to the cafe counter, where I ask the barista behind it for some tissues, quickly. He gives me what I want without asking for any more information, because he can see that I'm operating with urgency, and that allows me to get back to the table pronto and hand the tissues to the weeping woman still seated at it. She accepts the tissues and holds them up to her flustered face, but I quickly realise that we're going to need a lot more of them, because she is in a very bad way, and it doesn't look like she will be calming down any time soon. The crying gets so bad and so loud that the guy at the table next to us asks if there is anything he can do to help. But I thank him for his offer, before letting him know that there is not really much he can assist with here. A man caused this problem, but it won't be a man who helps solve it. I know this is hard, Yasmin, and I'm terribly sorry. I try, but that doesn't do much to calm her down.
Why?
She asks me with a wet tissue in her hand.
Why would he do this to me?
Because he's an idiot and he doesn't deserve you, I reply calmly. But he does deserve something. He deserves to pay for what he has done, and I want you to know that I can help you with that. It's usually at this point that the women I talk to pull themselves together a little and stop the tears to hear what I have in mind. Grief is a strong emotion, but anger can sometimes overwhelm it, and when I start to bring up revenge, it's usually the latter that prevails. But Yasmin is different, because she doesn't seem to perk up when I mention the possibility of her getting her own back on her cheating spouse. Instead, she just starts crying again, this time with even more anguish, and I'm wondering if there are going to be enough tissues in this coffee shop to help dry all these tears. Look, I understand this is a very upsetting time for you, I say, as several people look over at me, presumably wondering why I'm not doing a better job of soothing the guttural moans of pain coming from the woman seated opposite me. But surely it's better to know the truth than still be in the dark, right? I'm hoping that Yasmin will see that me confirming for her the details of her husband's adultery is a blessing in disguise in the long run, rather than her going on for several more years, thinking that the man she is married to is perfect. But Yasmin doesn't seem so sure about that. In fact, it seems like she is regretting hiring me for my services at all.
"This is my fault," she cries. "I must have driven him to do this."
"No, this is not your fault at all," I reply sharply, annoyed that Yasmin would come to that ridiculous conclusion. "This is his fault and his alone. You did everything you were supposed to do. He's the one who chose to stray, not you." The guy at the table next to us heard that, and looks very awkward before he finishes his coffee and leaves quickly. But I'm not going to apologise for raising my voice a little then. If there is one thing in this world that causes me to lose my temper, it is the suggestion that a person who had their heart broken somehow did something to bring it upon themselves.
"Maybe I should have listened to him more. Maybe I should have been a better wife,"
Yasmin suggests, but I shut that nonsense down right away. "Don't do this," I tell her. "Don't give him an excuse or a free pass or any way whatsoever to talk his way out of this. He has made a mistake and he knew exactly what he was doing when he made it. Now it's up to you to make sure he pays for that."
"But I don't want him to pay," Yasmin cries. "I love him. I just want him to love me too."
Yasmin starts howling into her tissue again, and I realise that she might just be my most difficult client to date. So much so that I suggest we leave the cafe and go outside to get some fresh air. And while I'm not sure that will really help her pain and suffering, it will at least mean we can leave the rest of the people in this cafe to enjoy their drinks in peace. Thankfully, Yasmin agrees to my suggestion, so we vacate the premises, much to the relief of a few of the people watching us go, who can now get on with their day without listening to somebody else's problems. Once outside, the fresh air does seem to help Yasmin's state of mind, and she stops crying, although her severely bloodshot eyes are a reminder to me that I only have to say the wrong thing once to set her off again. But I'm determined not to do that, so I decide to let Yasmin lead this conversation now. "Tell me what you want to do," I say to her, putting the ball in her court. I'm expecting that she will tell me that she needs time to think, although I am still hoping that she will start to see sense and realise that vengeance could make her feel a lot better about things going forward. But unfortunately, she ends up telling me the last thing that I want to hear.
"I just want everything to go back to the way it was before he cheated on me," she says,
and I try not to shake my head, but now I'm the one struggling to keep my emotions in check. That's impossible. Things can't go back to the way they were, I remind her. How can they? He's changed, and now you have to change too, unless you want this to happen again. I'm not being harsh. I'm being cruel to be kind. I'm speaking the truth, and Yasmin needs to hear it. But she doesn't like it.
"It's easy for you to say. You're not the one this is happening to," she cries,
and she is on the verge of tears again, so I better be careful how I proceed. Of course, I could just walk away now because I have done the job she hired me to do, which was find out what her husband was up to, although there is still the small matter of payment needing to be given. But as far as I'm concerned, there is still some work to be done. The husband has to be punished. Yasmin has to get some satisfaction out of all of this. Right now, she is an unhappy customer, and I don't want to leave her that way. There is something that can alleviate some of your pain. It worked for me, and it has worked for all the other women who I have helped. You know what I am talking about. Yasmin's red eyes stare at me before she nods her head and mumbles her reply. "Revenge," she says. "Exactly. I can make him suffer like you are suffering now. All you have to do is say the word." I'm expecting Yasmin to give me the go-ahead, because every other client of mine has eventually seen the light and realised that I'm trying to help them. But to my surprise, Yasmin proves to be the outlier.
"I can't do it," she tells me. "I don't want to stoop to that level. I don't want to be a bad person, even if he is."
Don't look at it as stooping to his level. Look at it as doing what you need to do to get some semblance of control back.
"No, I don't want to hurt him. I still love him."
It's perhaps a shocking admission, considering I've just shown Yasmin the evidence that her husband doesn't exactly love her, and I'm not sure how to deal with it.
"I just want him home with me. I just want us to be a normal couple. I just want a happy marriage."
I can see Yasmin's desperation, and while I'm pretty sure her marriage will never be a happy one again, I realise that while she is like this, I cannot help her. I deal in retribution, not remorse, and I have no interest in seeing that man get away with what he has done. But only Yasmin can tell me to go after him. If she doesn't, then I have to just walk away. "I'm sorry about all of this," I tell her. "Don't worry about the money. Just call me if you change your mind about getting back at him." With that, I turn and walk away, hearing Yasmin's sobs start up again behind me as I go. I've never given a client the option of not having to pay me for my services before, but it just didn't feel right asking Yasmin for money when she was so upset. Usually, the clients are happy to give me money when they realise that I can make their disloyal partners pay for their sins. But not this time. And while it's a hit to my business in the short term, I know it's nothing compared to the hit that Yasmin has just taken emotionally. I ended up feeling flat for the rest of the day, and even beyond that, because as time went by, I would often think back to Yasmin and how I didn't really help her as much as I could have done. For a while there, she was my biggest regret. But that would change soon. Little did I know it at the time, but I was soon to realise that my entire business plan was flawed. And by the time I did, Yasmin was the least of my worries. It was one of my other clients who would go on to haunt me for the rest of my days. It was the client who proved that revenge is sometimes entirely ineffective against a broken heart. It was the client who turned my whole world upside down. Chapter 11. Present day. It's Friday night and I'm home alone. James is out with his work friends, and I'm doing what I usually do at this time of the week, which is pretty much the same as what I do every other night. I'm staying in, avoiding showing my face in busy public places, and instead have my head buried in a book. But there is something different about tonight. I'm finding it difficult to concentrate. Maybe it's the fact that James is out, so the silence is a little unusual. Maybe it's because I have had a very gruelling week of admin work that was capped off by my boss Clarissa telling me that next week promises to be even busier. Or maybe it is down to the fact that I'm still thinking about Kathy and how pleased she seemed in the office now that her fears about her husband potentially having an affair have been put to bed. It was obviously nice to see my friend back to her bubbly best, and it was definitely nice to tuck into some more of the cakes she had baked now that her mind is back on more routine things. But as I sat at my desk over these last few days and observed her going about her business again in a carefree fashion, I couldn't help but think back to some of the women I knew who had also once believed whatever story it was that their partners had given them. There was a client called Priya who came to me worried about her partner, a guy who turned out to be a cheat, but only after he had denied it all for 2 years and strung his wife along because she foolishly believed his lies. There was a client called Amanda who had her suspicions but wasted time by falling for some fictional story made up by her husband, the same partner I ended up catching in the act with someone who was not his wife. And I'll never forget my client Sharon. And not just because I was almost caught in her ex's home planting a load of spiders around the house. It's because she admitted to me that she could have stopped her partner's cheating much sooner, but she was naive enough to believe some ridiculous story about how he was attending drama classes rather than secretly meeting up with another woman. In my experience, it is very easy for a man to lie to his partner, but it's also very easy for the partner to believe him. It's because they want to believe him. That way everything stays the same. No arguments, no breakups, no lonely nights sitting in the house alone, wondering if you'll ever meet somebody else again. And most of all, no pain. Of course, I hope that Brian has told Kathy the truth about that woman he was seen with on the high street. But unlike Kathy, I am experienced enough to know that it might not be the case. That's why I'm struggling to settle this evening. I'm thinking about how my friend might need my help. And I'm thinking about giving it. Stop it, I tell myself, speaking out loud and breaking the silence in this quiet house. But I've not gone mad and just started talking to myself for no reason. I'm simply reminding myself that I am not that woman anymore. I'm not Simone, the one who used to follow men around and gather evidence. I'm Mary, the one who sits at home on a Friday night and keeps herself to herself. I try to read the next sentence in my book before realising that it's the same one I have already read 3 times. I then move on to the next one, but it's as if the words are all jumbled, and I find myself having to keep skimming back to reread whatever I missed. This is hopeless. I can't read tonight. I'm not in the right frame of mind for it. Closing my book, I check the time, but I'm disheartened to see that it is only 7:30. It's far too early to call it a night and climb into bed, so I guess I'll just have to find something else to do. Picking up the remote control, I put my finger on the big red button that will turn on the television across the room from me. But I pause before I push it, because I already know that I don't really want to watch TV. I want to go to the Farmer's Arms, which is the name of the pub where Kathy's husband, Brian, supposedly drinks in every Friday night. I know that because she has talked about the place enough times since I have known her, usually lamenting the fact that she hasn't spent a Friday evening with him in a long time, because he prefers going out with friends in the local pub to kickstart his weekend. Kathy never goes with him, because it's mostly men who go to that pub, and she doesn't drink these days anyway. So the thought of a Friday night in a crowded place serving alcohol, unsurprisingly, doesn't appeal to her. Is that Brian's opportunity to stray? Forget about it, I say to myself, and the second time I have spoken out loud in an empty room. I'm not sure why tonight is proving so difficult for me now. I've gone 2 years without worrying about this kind of thing, and 1 year being in a relationship with James and never letting my doubts about the opposite sex get in the way of things. But maybe that's only because there have never been any suspicions before. Now Kathy has raised some. It changes everything, and the old me is threatening to get out. I last for 10 more minutes before I end up leaving the sofa to walk into the hallway, where I put on my coat and shoes and decide that I'm going to check out the pub. It's only a 15-minute walk from here, so it's not far, and it's not as if I have anything else to occupy my time. I'll just walk down there, see if I can see Brian in the venue, check that he is drinking with his male friends, and then come home. It'll be easy, and it will help put my mind at rest about Kathy and the fact that she might be getting cheated on. Unless, of course, I see him with another woman. Then it won't be easy. I just hope it doesn't come to that. I leave my house and start walking down the dark streets of my neighbourhood, my hands in my pockets to keep out the cold. But there's nothing I can do about the icy wind that is biting at my face as I go. It's winter, and it's dark, and there aren't many other people who are silly enough to be out for a walk this evening. But I am, and I'm not just silly for undertaking this physical activity when I could be curled up on a cosy sofa in a warm house instead. I'm silly because with every step I take in the direction of that pub, I feel that buzz of energy building in my body, the same energy I used to get back when I was working for my clients and unmasking numerous adulterers before getting revenge on them. I feel as if there are two people battling for control of my body as I keep walking. There is the person I used to be, Simone, who is urging me to get to that pub faster and uncover the truth in the hope that there might be more to Brian's story and that I can help uncover it. And then there is the person I am supposed to be now, Mary, who is just reminding me how much this is a bad idea, and entertaining the activities of my past can only lead to bad things, such as the police finally catching up with me for the murder I have so far got away with. But it's Simone who wins tonight, and as the pub comes into view, I feel more alive than I have at any point over these last 2 years. I've been denying the real me for too long. It's time to have a little fun. I cross the street and reach the pub, and as I get closer, I can hear the noise from within the popular venue. I also realise that I can't just walk in here, because Brian might see me, and he'll recognise me as Kathy's work friend, because we've met before. If so, he could conceal any nefarious activity he may be up to. I'm hoping that he isn't up to anything that he shouldn't be, and is just enjoying a drink with his friends like his wife believes. But I won't know unless I can see him without him knowing I am there. I'm just about to move around to one of the windows when I hear the front door to the pub open, the creaky old door sounding spookily loud as I stand out here on this quiet street. I duck behind a large refuse bin and watch as a woman in her early 40s leaves the pub and walks around the side of the venue, where she proceeds to light up a cigarette and start smoking. The open door hints at how busy the pub is as the noise escapes from within, but it gradually closes behind itself and the noise fades out again. I regret my decision to come out here this evening, because the longer I stand in my hiding place and lurk in the shadows outside this pub nearby the smoking patron, the more I feel like I'm wasting my time. What was I thinking, coming down here to check up on Brian? He's none of my business. Kathy said everything was fine, and I should have taken her word as that being the end of it. So why haven't I? I suddenly hear the front door opening again, and as I look away from the smoker and back towards the pub's entrance, I see the man I came out tonight to get a look at. It's Brian, and he is clutching a half-full pint of lager. As the door closes behind him, I'm wondering why he has left the warm interior to come out onto this cold street, because as far as I know, he is not a smoker. Kathy might not be a proponent of a healthy diet with all the cakes she bakes, but she definitely draws the line at nicotine inhalation. But Brian doesn't take out a cigarette like the woman who came out of this pub before him does. However, he does go to see that woman, and as he walks around the side of the pub to where she stands, I realise that they both know each other. The smiles on each of their faces tell me that. But it's also the fact that they waste no time in getting close to each other that lets me know how familiar these two are. But they are certainly more than friends. They are lovers, and I watch on in disgust as they kiss, both out of view from the other people they have left in the pub, but not out of view from me. Chapter 12. Present Day. The weekends always go too fast, but this one felt as if it went by in the blink of an eye. I know exactly why that was. It was because I have been dreading seeing Cathy on Monday, ever since I saw her husband cheating on Friday. But as I reluctantly make my way into my office at 08:59 on the first working day of the week, I know that the moment I have been fearing is almost upon me. I'm going to see my friend, and I'm going to have to look her in the eye while knowing something terrible that would break her heart into a million pieces if I was to tell her it. How can I do that? I don't know, but I'm going to have to manage it. Just like I'm going to have to manage to keep what I saw a secret from her forever. That's because I've already decided that I'm not going to tell her what I witnessed outside that pub on Friday night. I could try and justify that decision by saying that it's none of my business, but that's laughable, and not just because something like this used to be my entire business. I'm not telling her because I fear that if I do, it won't just hurt my friend, but it might make her want to get her own back on Brian. If so, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist the temptation to help her because I am the best person to do that. That would mean becoming even more like the woman I used to be and tempting fate even further, instead of just keeping my head down and living my quiet, simple life where the police can't find me, and nobody who knows me will ever think that I'm the woman who killed a man in his own home. I don't want to be that person again, however exciting a life it once was. Nor do I want to end up in prison if I start getting up to mischief again and raise my profile around these parts. I just want to get today over with, go back home, see James and read my book on the sofa. I can do just that, as long as I don't breathe a word of what I saw to Cathy. I reach my desk without seeing her, and as I sit down and log on to my computer, there is a very optimistic part of me that is hoping my friend has been struck down by some kind of flu bug and phoned in sick today. I don't wish illness on Cathy, but I certainly wish I didn't have to see her today, or the rest of this week if I'm honest. Alas, that optimism is dashed when I hear her voice across the open plan office, and I swivel around in my chair to see her proudly telling a few of our colleagues that there are chocolate brownies for them in the kitchen if they want them. She's been baking again over the weekend. Of course she has. That's what she does. It's what makes her happy. But it's not all that makes her happy. Brian does too. She adores her husband, and I saw how upset she got last week at just the suspicion of him straying. I dread to think how she would react if she got confirmation of her worst fears. I return my eyes to my computer screen and do my best to look busy until Cathy returns to her desk next to mine. But that's the point where I can't ignore her any longer. It will look weird if I don't say hello and ask how her weekend was. So I stop typing and do just that. "Oh, I had a lovely weekend," Cathy replies, after she has just dropped a chocolate brownie wrapped in kitchen roll on my desk, and I thank her for it even though there's no way I'm eating it this early in the morning. "I got lots of jobs done around the house, a little baking, obviously, and then Brian and I went for a meal on Saturday night to that new Indian restaurant in town. It was lovely, but the portions could have been a little bigger." I do my best to keep a poker face at the mention of Brian and the fact that he took his wife out for a meal the night after I saw him canoodling around the side of a pub with another woman. Then I decide to quickly run through what I got up to at the weekend before Cathy can mention her husband any more, letting her know that I had a nice couple of days off work too, although obviously omitting the part about when I snuck out of my house to go to the local pub on Friday and saw something troubling. Cathy has always been a big talker and shows little signs of wanting to get on with her work yet, but I tell her that I need to get on with mine and make up a white lie about Clarissa giving me a tough deadline for one of the reports I'm working on. But then Clarissa comes out of her office and reminds me that this day is actually going to be busier than I would like because she dumps a heap more work on my desk and says she wants it all done by the end of the week. I know that she isn't being harsh and that she is simply doing her job by getting me to do mine, but I garner the sympathy of Cathy, who shakes her head and lets me know that she can help me out with a few things if I need it. I thank my friend because the offer is a kind one, as well as a genuine one. But right now I could use the distraction of being busy, and Clarissa has actually done me a favour by increasing my workload. It will be a little easier to forget about Brian and that woman outside the pub if I'm drowning in paperwork. Easier, but not fully achievable. As the day wears on, I start to feel like I could actually pull this off. Maybe I can put what I saw on Friday night out of my mind and stay out of it. Of course, I feel terrible for Kathy and what Brian is doing behind her back, but I'm also aware that ignorance is bliss. And as I listen to my friend whistling away behind me, I know that she is happy again after last week's wobble, and I don't want to be the person to change that. Am I a bad friend for keeping this from her? Maybe. But then again, I'm already a bad friend because I've never been honest with Kathy, just like I haven't been honest with any of the people I know in this second part of my life that began when I swapped the real me for this pretend version. Kathy doesn't know that Mary is a made-up name, just like she doesn't know that I used to uncover love rats for cash, and that sometimes I'm sick of all her baking and wish she would just bring some fresh fruit into the office instead. With all that in mind, is it even that bad to add one more secret to the list? Perhaps so, because this secret is clearly a lot bigger than not liking some of her cakes. But I tell myself that I can do this. I can let Kathy and Brian get on with their lives and not interfere in their relationship. As I sift my way through all the work Clarissa gave me, I ponder what might have become of me if I had adopted this mantra at an earlier age. What if I had never interfered in anybody else's relationship? Sure, a lot of cheats would have got away with their sins, but a lot of hearts might never have been broken either. This could be my chance to avoid causing somebody else pain. Kathy could go the rest of her life without knowing what Brian had done to her. And would that be a bad thing? On the other hand, I could tell her, ruin her life, and she might end up spending the rest of her days alone, miserable, and resentful of other people's happiness. It might seem dramatic to think that she could end up that way, but it is possible. And I know that because not everyone who I thought I helped ended up seeing it that way. Some of my clients later went on to tell me that they wished they had never used my services. That was disappointing at the time, but I told myself I had just been doing the job they had paid me to do. But what hurt the most was the one client who didn't just tell me she regretted meeting me. She proved it with her actions. Chapter 13. 2 years ago. I guess all jobs have repetitive elements to them, and mine is no different. It's a new day, but I'm doing the same old thing. I'm telling someone that their partner has cheated on them, and then I'm going to inquire about the best way for me to help them get revenge. I've lost count of how many times I've done this, but I'm still enjoying my work, so I suppose that's all that matters. I genuinely believe that out of all of the jobs I could be doing in the world, this is the one I will provide the most value at. I guess that's where I get my confidence from. I feel like I am living my purpose, and because of that, I don't feel like there is anything that can knock me off my stride. That was until my latest meeting with a client in this coffee shop got interrupted by the intrusion of one of my former clients. "Don't listen to her. She can't help you." I look up in the direction of where the voice came from, and when I do, I see a woman standing beside my table. "Don't waste your time on revenge," the woman goes on, not actually voicing her opinion at me, but speaking directly to my current client sitting opposite me. "It won't help you. Trust me, just get out of here and save your money." Gleaning what information I can from this stranger's interruption, I have to assume this woman is one of my former customers who has found me here because she knows this coffee shop is where I tend to conduct business. And now she has returned because she isn't happy with the service I once provided for her. But it's not just her words that let me know she isn't happy. It's her appearance too. She looks pale, gaunt and agitated, and I failed to recognise her at first because I can't recall having any clients who looked as bad as this poor person. Sure, I dealt with a lot of criers, but I never did business with someone who looked like they hadn't slept or eaten a good meal in weeks. "I'm sorry, this is a private meeting," I try, but the fidgety woman standing over me doesn't seem to have any respect for that. "You think you're so slick," she says to me, "going around helping poor women who have been cheated on as if you're some kind of guardian angel. But you're not that at all.
You're not helping us. You're just profiting from other people's misery. I'm really doing my best to place this woman and figure out where she fits into my past. If I can do that, then I might be able to understand why she has returned to have a go at me in front of my next client. But I can't do it. She really does look bad, almost skeletal, and I can't work out who she is. I'm sorry you're upset, I say to the harassed woman standing at the table, making sure to remain professional and polite, before turning to my seated client and apologising for this interruption. Can you excuse me for a moment? My client nods her head while nervously eyeing the woman standing nearby, and that allows me to get up from my seat and try to take this awkward conversation somewhere more private. Shall we go outside? I suggest. Why? What's wrong with in here? Isn't this where you have all your meetings? She's raising her voice now, and most of the people in this coffee shop are looking over at us, reinforcing just how important it is that I get her to step away from this busy place. Yes, but I think it's better if we don't disrupt everybody else. Come on. With that, I head for the door, and I'm relieved when I look over my shoulder and see that the skinny, stressed woman is following me out. Once outside, I turn to her and demand some answers. Who are you? You know who I am. No, I'm sorry, I really don't. I'm Michelle. I rack my brains for someone going by that name in my past, and it takes me a few seconds before I remember having one customer called that. I've forgotten what her partner's name was, but he was the one who I made a video of to play at his surprise birthday party, the one that exposed him as a love rat in front of all of his family and friends. But that was years ago, and this can't be Michelle, can it? She used to look so different. She was beautiful. Not at all like this. But now I have a name and an old face to recall. I study her frail features. And that's when I see that it is her. What the hell has happened to her? Michelle, yes, of course I remember you, I cry. My gosh, how long has it been? 4 years, she replies glumly. Wow, how are you? I fear that my question is a bad one because the answer is staring me right in the face, but I'm trying to maintain a friendly persona in the hope that I can calm her down and figure out what is wrong without her screaming at me. How do you think I am? Look at me, I'm a mess, and it's all your fault. Michelle is getting worked up again, raising her voice, and instead of the people in the coffee shop looking at us, now it's the other pedestrians out on this street. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm not sure how it's my fault. I did what you asked me to. I helped find out what your partner was doing, and then I helped you get revenge. I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name. What was it? Kieran. Okay, yes, I remember him. Well, I'm glad about that, because I remember him too. I think about him every day while I'm stuck in my bedroom at my parents' house, hating my life. In all the years I have been doing this job, I've never had to deal with a client returning from the past and having a go at me. This is a new problem in my business, and because of that, I'm not sure how best to deal with it. Michelle, please tell me what's happened, because the last time I saw you, we left on good terms. What do you think has happened? I've spent the last 4 years on my own. I lost Kieran, and I can't find anyone else because I can't trust anybody, not after what he did to me. I'm sorry to hear that. Are you? Yes, of course. What he did to you was terrible, but that's why I helped you. He deserved to be punished. But I didn't. Michelle is extremely distressed, struggling to keep still, and her eyes are darting all over the place, barely focusing on me, instead glancing around nervously at everything around me, as if she is always on the lookout for danger. Is she on something? Drugs? Or is it just sleep deprivation? Whatever is going on with her, it's not good. She looks like she needs medical help, and fast. I lost everything after him, Michelle tells me. I couldn't focus at work, so I lost my job. I had to move back in with my parents. I barely see friends anymore because I feel as if everybody is laughing at me behind my back. And forget dating. I just see all men as cheats now. I'm so sorry, I say again, for what must be a record number of times in one day. But none of what happened was your fault. I can see why you have trust issues, but you need to talk to someone about that, a professional. I could put you in touch with somebody if you would like. Why? Are you in business with them too? Do you get a cut? Is this how it works? Do you just keep milking people like me dry until there is nothing left? No, not at all. I'm trying to help you. Stop it. Why can't you see that you didn't help me? I'd have been better off not knowing what Kieran was up to. At least then I could look people in the face and sleep at night. At least then I had some self-respect. You're looking at this all wrong, I try. He's the one who should have lost everything. I was trying to empower you. Well, it didn't work, because now he's shacked up with some new woman and I'm here all on my own with nothing. I'm sorry to hear that. Stop saying that you're sorry. What else do you want me to say? I don't know. I just wanted you to know that you're not as good as you think you are. All your sneaking around and catching cheats and plotting revenge isn't helping anyone. It doesn't heal a broken heart. It only makes you money. It's confronting to hear someone put what I do in those terms. But before I can respond, Michelle turns and hurries away down the street, and despite calling after her and begging her to come back so we can talk, she ignores me and disappears around the corner. I stand outside the coffee shop for a moment, trying to gather my thoughts before I go back inside and see the woman I was previously talking to. But, unsurprisingly, when I go inside, she is no longer keen on carrying on our conversation. She makes an excuse and leaves, and I'm left sitting alone at the table, thinking about Michelle and wondering what I did wrong. But there are so many unanswered questions, and I can't figure it all out on my own. I just have to hope that Michelle figures it out and finds some happiness for herself in the future. But as I left the coffee shop that day, I had no idea that I would be seeing Michelle again very soon. Only this time it would be in very different circumstances. Chapter 14. Present Day. After another tedious day in the office, made a lot tougher by the fact that I am still keeping Brian's infidelity a secret from Kathy, it feels good to be lying on my bed at home with my boyfriend beside me. I was reading my book in the bedroom until James came in and joined me on the bed, but I am happy to stop reading to talk to him about his day. It was a long one, he confesses as he takes off his tie and tosses it onto the dressing table across the room. The Maguire meeting went on for 6 hours. 6 hours? That's ridiculous, I cry, unable to even imagine having to sit in a boardroom for that length of time and keep focused on what was being said. There's no way any meeting can be productive for that length of time. I know, but it just went on and on. I honestly thought it would never end. God, and I thought my meetings with Clarissa were bad. James laughs, because he knows all too well about my own torturous meetings in my workplace with my boss. That's because there have been plenty of occasions when I have vented my frustrations to him about my day. But tonight it is his turn to let off some steam about his place of employment. We hadn't even come to a resolution when the meeting ended, he laments as he undoes the top button on his shirt and gets a little more comfortable. We've got to reconvene in the morning and try again. I'm sorry, that sounds awful, I reply, genuinely, because it does. My job might be boring, but at least I get left to sit at my desk for most of it. I'd hate to have to endure as many meetings as my beleaguered partner. Yeah, it is, he replies, looking exhausted. But that's enough about me. Tell me about your day. He rolls over on the mattress to show me that I have his undivided attention, but I don't plan on holding on to it for long. The less time I can spend talking about work, the better, because it means less time thinking about Kathy and the secret of her cheating husband. Yeah, it was fine. Not much happened today, I lie. Just loads of scanning. My favourite job. I'm trying to make light of it, but James knows I'm not happy in what I do for a living, and not for the first time he suggests I try something else. I really think you should look at night college, he says again, because I think this is now the 4th time that he has brought up this idea. You could get another qualification. Something in business management, perhaps. Then you could leave that place and go somewhere where your talents are more appreciated. I'm touched that James thinks I have talents, particularly in an office environment, because I really don't. But I dismiss the idea like I usually do. I don't want to go back to college, I admit, before telling another white lie. I'm happy where I am. It's fine, honestly. Just think about it, he says, before giving me a kiss on the forehead and getting up off the bed, where he proceeds to remove the rest of his work clothes. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you, you know that.
Can I quit my job and just be a lady of leisure? I cheekily ask, and he laughs as he takes off his shirt. Maybe not that, he replies with a grin. Not unless you have a winning lottery ticket that I don't know about. I shake my head and he shrugs before dropping his trousers and letting me know that he is going to take a shower. I admire the view of him leaving our bedroom in his boxer shorts before I pick up my book again and stick my fingers between the pages that my bookmark is protruding out of. But before I return to my reading, I decide to be a little more productive and put down my book and go and make us both a cup of tea downstairs. It's not as if I haven't already read enough tonight anyway, and I can always get a couple more chapters in before we turn the light out for sleep a little later. Getting up off the bed, I head for the door, but am met with the minor obstacles of James's work clothes lying on the carpet in front of me. I could just leave them for him to pick up when he is out of his shower, because he is the one who left them here after all, but it's not really any trouble for me to just scoop them up and throw them in the wash basket, so I do just that. I collect his shirt first and fold it neatly before bending down to pick up his trousers. As I reach the wash basket, I check the pockets of his trousers to make sure there is nothing inside them that doesn't belong in a washing machine, and it's a good job I do because my boyfriend's wallet and phone are still in there. I take them out and place them down on the dresser table before disposing of the used clothes. But before I walk away and put the kettle on downstairs, I see a message flash up on the screen of James's mobile. It only takes me a second to read the message because it's a short one, but it takes me a lot longer than that to figure out what it means. Can't wait for Friday. Kiss. I see the message is from John, compliance, or at least that is what James has saved this contact under in his phone, which would suggest this is someone who he works with. But I find it hard to believe that a male compliance manager would send him a text with a kiss at the end of it. Of course it could be a mistake, and John might have meant the message for somebody else, just accidentally sending it to my boyfriend instead of the person it was really meant for. That would make sense. But only the person who sent the text would know that. And as I hear the shower in the bathroom go off, I try to figure out what I should do. Should I ask James about this text? See if there is a plausible explanation for it? Make sure that it's not from somebody else, somebody who might be intimately involved with my boyfriend at the same time that I am? Or should I just put the phone back in his pocket and return his trousers to the floor, acting as if I haven't even seen it? Because that way there won't be any potential arguments or chances for me to get upset by something. I have to decide quickly, because I know James will be out of the bathroom and back in this bedroom in his towel any second now. Damn it, why did I have to see this message? Why didn't I leave his clothes on the floor and just go downstairs? Now I have seen this text, my mind has gone into overdrive, and that is not a good thing. The sound of the bathroom door being unlocked spurs me into action, and I make the decision to put the phone and the wallet back in his trousers and drop them onto the floor in the general area where he left them. I'm going to act like I didn't see that message, at least for a little while anyway, until I've had some time to think about what I am going to do. But as I hear my boyfriend's footsteps padding across the hallway landing, I realise that burying my head in the sand and not facing my fears is exactly what I used to tell so many women not to do, including, most recently, my friend Kathy. Therefore, I pick the trousers back up again, and am just about to take out the phone from the pocket when James re-enters the room. "Are you okay?" he asks me when he sees me standing there in the middle of the bedroom with his clothes in my hand. Yeah, just tidying up," I reply. "I'm sorry, I should have put them away myself," he admits sheepishly, and he steps towards me to take the trousers from me. But before he can, I take out his phone and make it look like I've just casually seen the text now. "You got a weird message from someone called John in compliance," I say to him, and I hand him the phone while studying his face intently for his reaction. I think I spot a flicker of emotion across his features, but he has a good poker face, and when he reads the text, he furrows his brow slightly before laughing. "That's weird. I'm guessing this was meant for his wife," he says with a chuckle. "I better text him back and let him know his mistake." "Oh, right," I reply, laughing myself, but much more nervously than my boyfriend. "It sounds like he has something fun planned for Friday, doesn't it?" James says with a smile as he types out something on his phone and then locks it again, keeping it in his hand until he can presumably get dressed and return it to a pocket. Yeah, I guess, I say, as I watch James move past me and head to the dresser table, where he starts rummaging through his underwear drawer. Has he accidentally texted you before? I ask my boyfriend as he starts to dress, but he just shakes his head, then asks me what I'm doing now. I say I'm going to make a cup of tea, and he tells me that sounds like a good idea, and that he'll be downstairs to join me in a moment. With that, he turns his back to me and goes back to his clothes in the dresser table drawers. So I leave the room and go down the stairs, wondering if everything is as innocent as it seems. As I put the kettle on in the kitchen, I try to stay calm. It was just a mistake. John meant to text his wife. There is nothing going on here. It wasn't a flirty message from somebody else. It's not another woman. James is not cheating on me. That would never happen to me. But by the time the kettle boils, I can't escape the sinking feeling in my stomach that something might be wrong. Did I just rumble him? Is this the first seed of doubt that every woman who has ever suspected their partner of cheating needs before it blossoms into a fully grown fact? Am I now just like all those other women who I used to serve, left to worry, wonder, and wish that I'd never been given any reason to doubt the man I'm in a relationship with? James comes downstairs a moment later and acts as if everything is fine as he gives me a kiss on the cheek before getting 2 cups out of the cupboard and helping me with the tea. But everything is not fine. Everything might have just changed between us. Forever. Chapter 15. Present day. The lights in the bedroom went out half an hour ago, and James started snoring 10 minutes after that. But I'm still wide awake, and despite every passing minute, I'm unable to close my eyes and go to sleep, because there is something else I am thinking about doing. I am thinking about checking my boyfriend's messages. I know James's mobile phone is on his bedside table near his head, plugged into the charger and ready for him to quickly grab in the morning when his alarm goes off at 6:45. I also know that I could sneak out of bed, pick up the phone and have a look through it while he sleeps, and he would never have to know what I did. But doing such a thing cannot be healthy. It is a sign of mistrust on my part, and that is not good in any relationship. If I trust him, I would just leave his phone alone and go to sleep. It's his property, not mine, and the contacts, messages and content contained within the device belong to him, not me. But it's not as easy as that. The phone might not be mine, but the person who owns it is. James is my partner, so of course I'm going to worry when I see him receive a text message from somebody with a kiss at the end of it. Okay, so he said it was John from compliance and it was an accident, and that might be true. But I could just check and find out for sure. If it was John, then there's no issue. But what if it wasn't him? What if it was some woman who James has saved under a fake name, so it would throw me off the scent in case I ever saw it? I know that is a tactic that many male love rats use, because they think that their female partners won't get suspicious of them receiving texts from other men. A message from a Janet or a Joanne might be a red flag, but not a John. Is James one of those people to use this trick on me? Or am I just being paranoid? I've never had any reason to doubt James in the year we have been together, and I've never gone looking for any reason either. I've given him my full trust, because that's the only way relationships can work, and I want this one to work just as much as I want to keep my job and keep living in this house. My relationship with James is just one of the things that make up my new life as Mary, so it's important for me to keep it solid. But now I have a reason to doubt him. It might only be a small one, and it could be nothing. But it is a reason, and I would be doing myself a disservice if I didn't investigate it. Carefully peeling off the duvet, I cautiously creep out of bed, doing my best not to disturb the sleeping man beside me. Once I'm on my feet, I concentrate hard, as I try to remember exactly where all the creakiest floorboards are in this bedroom, so that I can avoid them as I move around the bed, in the direction of my boyfriend's bedside table. Miraculously, I manage to make it all the way around the bed without making any noise, and the soft snoring from the mattress below me lets me know that James is still sound asleep. Now all I have to do is unplug the charger from the bottom of his phone and creep out of here, so I can have a look at the device somewhere that carries less risk for me if he wakes up. Picking up the phone and taking out the charger, I hold my breath as I turn and head for the bedroom door, my feet moving over the exact same places they came this way on, because I know there won't be any surprising noises from below me if I stick to this route. But I don't feel relaxed enough to release my breath until I make it out of the bedroom and onto the hallway landing before I duck into the spare bedroom and then unlock the phone in my hands. I know James's access code because we both openly shared our phone's codes with each other one night 4 months ago, not long after I had moved in with him, and we were proving to each other how serious we were about making this work. It is a big sign of trust to give your partner your access code, and I wanted to test James, but he passed that test with flying colours. And since then, both of us have had the option of checking the other person's phone, if we deemed it necessary. But I have never felt the need to do that, because I'm not going to be one of those people who lives with fear and mistrust. I told myself that I would never look at James's phone unless I felt like I had good reason to. Unfortunately, now I do. With the phone unlocked, I go straight to his messages to find the conversation stream from John, Compliance, to make sure that it really is as legitimate as James said it was. But for some reason I can't seem to find it. There are other messages here from today from other people, mostly his friends, chatting about some football game at the weekend. But there is no sign of the message he received this evening, or of the reply he told me he sent back. That's weird. Has he deleted it? If so, why? I come out of the messages and go into his contacts list, scrolling down until I come to the J section, and that's where I find the contact I am looking for. I click on the name, John, Compliance, and it opens up to show me the number, but there is no further information there. No photos, no other evidence of correspondence. Nothing that might prove this really is some guy called John who he works with, and not some woman who is sneakily saved under a man's name. Damn it! How am I going to find out for sure if that text was innocent or not without asking James? I really don't want to do that, because one, we already spoke about the text at the time, and James gave me his explanation, so bringing it up again later would seem weird. And two, I don't want to pester him about a message he has received, because that will make it seem like I don't trust him, and I'd hate to give off that vibe to him, especially if there really is nothing untoward going on here. Because once that vibe is out there, there's no taking it back. James will know that I have fears and insecurities, and I'm sure he won't be thrilled to have to entertain those, if he has done nothing wrong. I make a quick check on his photos, but there is nothing there out of place. And the longer I stand here in this dark bedroom, snooping through my boyfriend's phone, the more I feel pathetic. I need to put his phone back and go to bed. I have a good life here. Why rock the boat? Why risk losing James? And why risk becoming even more like Simone and less like Mary, because doing so will only mean the police have a greater chance of catching up with me? The stuff with Kathy and Brian was enough. I need to draw a line under this now. No more sneaking around. No more spying. No more paranoia. I return James's phone to his bedside table a moment later and put my head on my pillow. And I stay that way until dawn breaks and the alarm goes off on the device that I was covertly looking at in the night. James gets up and gets dressed for work, as he always does, and I wish him a good day before receiving a kiss from him before he leaves. Then I lie there in the otherwise empty bed and tell myself to pull myself together. Get up, get dressed, go to work. Stop thinking about the fact that I could now be just like all those other women, stuck in a relationship with a cheating partner. I know it's vital that I forget about this. That's because I know the consequences if I keep investigating. They can be dire, and they can be deadly. Chapter 16. 2 years ago. I do the first thing that I always do when I wake up, which is check my phone, and in particular the email account stored upon it. That's because this is the email account I use to run my business, so I need to keep on top of all the incoming messages, in case I end up missing any, and therefore missing out on work. There aren't always new messages here every day, because I offer quite a bespoke service that offers a steady but not tsunami-like stream of customers. But there is a new one here today, and I open it while I remain under the duvet as the early morning sunlight shines in through the curtains. The message is from a woman called Patricia, and her problem is a familiar one. Hi, I think my boyfriend might be cheating on me. Can you help? I write back a quick response in which I let Patricia know that I can help and ask her if she would be willing to meet me at the coffee shop on the high street sometime this week to discuss the matter further. Then I press send, and with the rest of the messages in my inbox already taken care of yesterday, I am free to get out of bed and start my day. Being my own boss allows me the luxury of not having to rush when I get up in the mornings, so I don't have to set any alarms unless I have an appointment. Nor do I have to scurry around the bedroom throwing on my clothes as quickly as possible before running out the door to begin a stressful commute to an office. Instead, I can take my time and enjoy a nutritious breakfast, which today consists of a bowl of granola with half an avocado on the side. Sometimes I catch up on one of my favourite reality TV shows while I eat breakfast, and it's probably no surprise that I have a particular liking for the shows that are about couples, exes, and relationships. People like to say that money makes the world go round, but I think that love is what really keeps us all going, and it's certainly what keeps my business going. Without love, there can be no broken hearts, and without broken hearts, there can be no revenge. But this morning I decide not to watch one of my shows and turn on the radio for a little music instead. The cheery pop song coming out of the speakers puts a little pep in my step, and I skip back to the table before sitting down and hungrily tucking into my breakfast. By the time I'm finishing my meal, the music has stopped, and an hourly news bulletin has begun, and it's not one I'm paying much attention to as I wash my bowl in the sink and wipe down a few of the surfaces in my small but well-maintained kitchen. But just before I can turn the radio off and head back to the bedroom to get changed out of my pyjamas, I hear the reporter utter a name that I recognise. Police have confirmed that the body of a woman found in a property on Hove Street yesterday was that of Michelle Keon, a 32-year-old woman who was currently residing with her parents. The cause of death has not been officially released, but it is not believed that there are any suspicious circumstances. I freeze as I process what I have just heard. Michelle Keon, my former client. The one who used to date Kieran Bancroft, the guy who cheated on her, and the woman who recently came to the coffee shop where I conduct my meetings and let me know that she was unhappy and that I had not helped her. She's dead, and by the terminology used in the report, it sounds like she killed herself. I feel sick and sit down quickly at the kitchen table, holding my stomach and trying to figure out why this has happened. She did look awful when I last saw her, and it was obvious to anyone who looked at her that she was struggling with life. But to end her life is still a big leap from there, and I cannot believe this has happened. I feel terrible about this, and not just because the loss of any young person is a tragic thing. It's because I am wondering if I contributed to Michelle's decision to kill herself. After all, she had made it perfectly clear that she blamed me for her unhappiness, which seems crazy because Kieran cheated on her, not me. I was just the person she came to in order to help her unravel some of his lies and then get revenge. Michelle had certainly seemed happy enough with me at the end of that particular saga, and it was Kieran who had borne the brunt of her anger. But that was 4 years ago, and it seems a lot had changed since then, although none of it was for the best. Michelle had admitted to being alone, down on her luck, and unable to trust anyone else again, which meant future relationships with men were off the cards. In comparison, she was aware that Kieran had moved on with his own life, finding a new partner and even expecting a child with them, which must have been galling for Michelle to learn, as she herself struggled to put things back together. He was the one who made the mistake, yet she seemed to have been the one to pay the worst price, and apparently that little stunt we pulled at his birthday party doesn't in any way make up for what Michelle would end up enduring after it. But this isn't my fault. I did my job. I helped her. If she killed herself because she felt lonely and unable to trust anybody, then there is only one person to blame for that: Kieran. I wonder how he will feel when he hears the news today. I feel a sense of anger swelling up inside of me at the thought of him out there now with his new partner, perhaps lying in bed with her beneath the warm duvet, wrapped in each other's arms, talking about the future and the little life they are bringing into the world together. Meanwhile, his poor ex killed herself after he robbed her of her confidence, and now her family are going through hell as they try to deal with the fact that she took her own life after being so unhappy that she saw no other way to go on. This isn't right. Michelle is dead because of him. Kieran has to pay for this. I can't bring my former client back, but I can get revenge for her. But this time I'm not thinking about something small like embarrassing him in front of his family and friends. No, it has to be bigger than that. Much bigger. He has to suffer as much as Michelle did. He has to lose everything. Chapter 17. Present Day. I've been thinking about Michelle a lot this week. I've been reflecting on how unfair it is that she is no longer here. I've also been pondering all the emotions she must have gone through before she ultimately made the decision to end her life 2 years ago. Anger, despair, shame. It's that last one that seems to be sticking with me the most. I guess that's because it's exactly how I'm feeling right now as I sit here and wait for my boyfriend to leave the house so that I can follow him and make sure he isn't cheating on me. Shame. It's a powerful thing. Try as I might, I haven't been able to get that text message out of my head since I saw it flash up on James's phone. He gave me his explanation of it, which seemed plausible, and the search of his device while he slept produced no evidence, other than the fact he had deleted the messages. But maybe he just didn't need them clogging up memory on his phone. Despite all that, my instincts have been telling me to probe deeper. Admittedly, they are instincts that have been honed after a life spent dealing with cheating men and betrayed women. But regardless of my former profession, instincts should be listened to, because they are usually right. But in this case I hope they are wrong, because if not, James is cheating on me, and then I will be in the same boat as Michelle and all those other women. Only the difference between me and them is that I won't be able to go on a big splashy revenge mission, because I'm supposed to be keeping a low profile. Mary can't act out in anger. She would just walk away. But I guess I'll have to cross that bridge when I come to it, because for now I don't know the truth. But tonight I will get it. It's Friday, and as he occasionally does, James has plans to meet a few friends for drinks. At least that is what he has told me. But the text message the other night also mentioned Friday night, and I'm wondering if he isn't meeting his friends at all. He could be meeting somebody else. Somebody who leaves kisses at the end of their texts. I feel bad going out while you're home alone, James says, as he enters the living room while pulling his coat over his shoulders. I really think you should text one of your friends and see them. I think it'll do you good to have a night out. I'm fine, honestly, I say, even though I really could use a night out. You go and have fun. I'll be waiting for you when you get back. I give James a suggestive wink, and he seems a little taken aback by it. Probably because it's the first time I've ever winked at him during the course of our relationship. I'm not actually sure where it came from. But it does the trick of getting him to stop worrying about me and carry on with his plans for this evening. I won't be late, he says, as he zips up his coat and comes towards the sofa, where he leans down and gives me a kiss. But don't stay up if you're tired. I'll be quiet when I get in. No worries, I reply. And I smile to reinforce that message before he gives me a wave and disappears into the hallway. Have fun, I call out just before I hear the front door close, and no sooner is it shut than I am out of my seat and running into the hallway, where I put my own coat on and then count to 10 in my head before opening the front door and stepping outside. Enough time should have passed for James to be halfway down our street by now, and as I reach the end of our driveway, I see the dark shape of his body moving away from me. Following somebody is nothing new to me, but this is the first time I have followed somebody who I am emotionally invested in. All the men I stalked for my clients were just targets I had to report back on, but this time is different. This time it feels like there is a lot more at stake. James has told me that he is meeting the guys at a bar in town, and that is the direction he is heading in, so I guess it's so far so good on that front. I haven't caught him in a lie yet, and I'm hoping that I never will. I guess I'm getting a little carried away with hoping for the best, because I end up not fully concentrating on where I am going and scuff the bottom of my shoe on a raised bit of pavement, creating a loud scraping noise on this quiet street, and causing the man ahead of me to turn around. But I've already crouched behind a parked car, aware that I was getting too close and in danger of being spotted, and by the time I peer back out from my hiding place, I'm relieved to see James still walking away. Maintaining a more sensible distance, I follow him all the way into town, and now we are on the high street, where plenty of revellers are already out, enjoying the start of the weekend. But I keep a close eye on James as we move along the busy street, and make sure not to lose him amongst the sea of scantily clad young females and suited and booted young men, many of whom will be out this evening hoping for a little romance to come their way, or at least a drunken snog around the back of a nightclub. I wonder how many of these people out tonight will end up meeting someone they like, only for it all to end in tears at a later date. Statistics show that many of them will end up single again in the end. But they're not my concern at present. The man heading towards the large building at the end of the street is. I see where James is going, and he confirms it when he starts to make his way up the steps towards the entrance to the building. But I'm confused, because I know that place is not a bar. It's a hotel, which is strange, because I doubt that he would be meeting his friends there. I hurry towards the building after witnessing James disappear inside it, and as I make my own way up the steps, I'm still holding out hope that everything is going to be fine, and he is just rather randomly beginning his evening with a drink in this venue before moving on to somewhere a little more traditional. There probably is a bar inside this hotel, so it is possible. But as I enter the building and look across the immaculate reception area, I realise he is not here to drink, at least not with his friends anyway. That's because I see him walking away across the lobby with his back to me, and he is walking hand in hand with another woman. I can't see her face, just the long hair flowing down her back. But I can also see the dress she is wearing, and it is a very sultry one, revealing half of her back, as well as her long legs, and it's clear she has come out this evening looking to impress. I watch as they continue away across the reception area, but I still can't see the face of the woman James is with, nor can I see the face of my boyfriend, and whatever smug grin he is possibly showcasing right at this moment. He thinks he is so slick. He thinks he has me fooled. He thinks I am at home right now, none the wiser about what he is up to. But he is wrong, and as I watch him disappear around a corner with the mystery woman, I clench my fists and grip my teeth because I'm furious. I'm also starting to sweat too. And then 2 seconds later, I find myself struggling to breathe. Chapter 18. Present day. I'm listening to the man in the smart uniform sitting beside me, but I'm having a problem understanding what he means. A panic attack, I say, after hearing him speak those words and not being able to figure out why he seems to think they apply to me. Yes, that's right. My sister suffers from them, so I recognised your symptoms immediately and brought you in here where it's more private. But I've called for medical assistance as well, just to be sure. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? I look around the room we're in and see that it is not the last place I remember being. That happens to be the hotel lobby, but this is not there. Instead, it appears that I am in some kind of small office room, although I gather that I am still somewhere in the hotel, because I see the name of the venue on a few of the posters stuck to the notice board on the wall opposite where I sit. Like I said, you are in some distress, so I have called for somebody to come and have a look at you to make sure you're okay. the man replies with a kind smile. Who are you? I work on the reception here. And you say I was having a panic attack? I believe so, yes. No, that's not right. I've never had a panic attack in my life. That's what my sister said after she had her first one. I'm not your sister. With that, I try to stand up and get the hell out of here, but for some reason, my legs don't seem to be working as well as they should be. I feel extremely weak, and when I press my hands against the chair beneath me for support, they feel cold and wet. That's when I realise how sweaty they are, and it's not just my hands that are covered in perspiration. My face is too. What the hell is going on? Here, have some water, the receptionist says, holding a plastic cup out towards me, and I stare at it for a moment, almost as if my brain needs an extra second to catch up and understand what is being offered to me. I don't understand, I say, because that's all I can say right now. I was in the reception, I was fine. But I stop speaking when I remember that I was not fine, not after I had seen James walking away with that woman, disappearing in the direction of the rooms upstairs. Is that why this happened? Was it the shock of the situation? Is that what triggered this supposed panic attack? Whatever the cause of it was, I can't sit around here any longer trying to get my strength back. Not when my boyfriend is up to God knows what somewhere in this building right now. I need to go, I say, ignoring the cup of water in the receptionist's hand and trying again to get up from my seat. This time I am able to manage it, and now that I'm standing, I can think about walking to the door. But just because my body is moving again, it doesn't mean that it is functioning optimally, and as I take a few steps, I feel incredibly dizzy, as if everything is starting to spin like I'm in one big washing machine. Whoa, careful there, the receptionist says as he grabs my arm as I stagger backwards towards my seat again. And as confused as I am, I'm grateful for his support because without it, I'd most likely have ended up on the floor then. I'm fine, I tell him, which is an entirely unconvincing lie that he does not buy. Just sit down and let the medics take a look at you when they get here. They won't be long, and they'll be able to explain what happened to you better than I can. I want to argue, just as much as I want to get out of this room and find out what James is doing. But my body is simply not up to any of those tasks at this moment, so I have no choice but to slump back down onto the chair and take a large swig of water. I feel as if my body has betrayed me, but that's nothing compared to the betrayal that James has presided over. I was right. That text was an indication that he was up to something he shouldn't be. I have seen him with another woman. He is cheating, which means that I am the idiot in this scenario. I am the one who didn't see it coming until it was too late. Is there anybody you would like me to call? The receptionist asks me, after I've glugged down the water, and he has kindly refilled the cup for me. But I shake my head, because there is only one person I would want him to contact if I was ill. But that's not an option right now. That's because he's also the person who has caused my sudden health issues. I focus on doing my best to calm myself down, as I sit and wait for whoever it is that is coming to take a look at me. The receptionist offers his advice as we wait, mainly telling me to focus on deep breaths, but I had already figured out for myself that that was the best way to go. Inhaling and exhaling while wriggling my fingers and checking to see that my hands are no longer clammy, I eventually start to feel more like myself again. And by the time the door opens and the paramedics come in, I feel confident enough to tell them that I am fine, and actually mean it this time. But they insist on checking me anyway. So I have to sit and endure a series of quick tests before they conclude that it was a panic attack based on the symptoms disclosed, and then ask me if I know what might have triggered it. I almost tell them, before deciding to keep that information to myself at the last second. A decision mainly born out of embarrassment on my behalf, because I don't want to admit that I have just caught my boyfriend heading upstairs with another woman. I'm sure they would be sympathetic, but I don't want their pity. I just want to get out of here and get some fresh air, and I'm grateful when I am finally told that I can leave, but only if I have a way of getting home by myself safely. I'll get a taxi, I tell the paramedics as I stand up and head for the door, thanking the receptionist as I go for his assistance, although I really regret the fact that I needed it at all. This whole experience has been very disconcerting, because I've never felt so useless and vulnerable before as I did just then. It was as if my body was shutting down on itself, and I can't believe that is how it chose to react to the shock of what I saw. I remember being angry, but at least that is a useful feeling. I could have done something with that, like stormed upstairs and banged on every door in this building until I found the room with James in it and dragged him out into the corridor naked. Or I could have at least sat and waited for him and his partner to return to the reception area and confronted them there, letting them both know that the game was up and that I was not as stupid as they think I am. But then my body let me down, and now I've wasted precious time having to deal with hotel employees and emergency workers rather than make a plan on what to do next. As I re-enter the reception and hear the receptionist tell me that he will call me a taxi now, I think about trying to find James and getting some answers. But unlike all the times I helped other women get the truth about their cheating partners, I no longer feel strong, determined and confident. I just feel weak, foolish and afraid. I'm afraid of finding out even more harmful truths. That's why I just wait for the taxi to arrive before getting into the back of it and giving the driver my address, opting to stare out of the window at the sights on the high street as we move on in the direction of my house. All these people out tonight having a good time, and here I am on my way home after suffering both a panic attack and a broken heart. I hope some of these singletons out here on the streets this evening know how lucky they are. They might be a little lonely, but they still have their dignity intact. I feel like I've just lost mine, and only now do I start to really have some understanding of how Michelle must have felt before she ended up taking her own life. Chapter 19. 2 years ago. I pick up the small pamphlet from the table as I make my way into this ceremony hall at the town's crematorium. As I do, I see Michelle's smiling face looking back at me from the front cover of the order of service I have just collected. And as with most funerals, the deceased is being remembered at their best, happy and flourishing. I'm not surprised that Michelle's family opted for a photo such as this one, because this certainly shows their lost family member in a better way than she was in her final days. I've been struggling to get the image of Michelle looking pale and gaunt outside that coffee shop out of my head ever since I heard about her passing. But this photo of her from a healthier time in her life is providing me with a little comfort now. I take a seat in the back corner of the room, not wanting to be mingling with the deceased's real family and friends, because I don't belong with them. I only met Michelle a handful of times, and those occasions were hardly under the happiest of circumstances. But I'm not expecting anybody to question my attendance here today, because I'm guessing that none of them knows how I knew Michelle, and will just assume she was a casual acquaintance of mine. Besides, it's not as if these other people will particularly care about seeing somebody they don't recognise at this funeral, because they'll be too busy battling their grief and processing their emotions as the service is conducted and the coffin is eventually taken into the crematorium. But as I sit in my seat and watch the other mourners entering this depressing venue, there is someone I am looking for, because I will definitely recognise them if I see them. I am looking for Kieran, Michelle's ex, the man who cheated on her, and the man who ultimately contributed to her death, even if he doesn't know it, and even if he would never admit it to himself. But perhaps, unsurprisingly, there is no sign of him here today, and as the doors are closed and the service begins, I wonder what it is that he is up to at this moment, as this funeral is conducted not too far from where he gets on with his life. Maybe he's at work, or perhaps he's enjoying a day off with friends. He could be texting his current partner, or he might even be reading some news article about his favourite football team, as if he doesn't have a care in the world and can't even comprehend that other people's worlds are falling apart right now. Of course, I don't know for sure what he is doing, but it's the thought of him not caring about this awful situation right here that makes me struggle to sit still in my seat and focus on the good rather than the bad. The service begins, and it consists of a wonderful collection of short speeches and humorous anecdotes, as well as a video montage of Michelle's life in pictures, which leaves many in attendance wiping their eyes. But it only reminds me of the video montage I helped the deceased put together to get back at Kieran all those years ago. When the video ends, a song starts to play, and that is our cue that the service is over, and we all rise as a final mark of respect as the coffin is taken from the room, and Michelle's closest family members follow it out to where they will say their final goodbyes in private. Being seated near the back allows me to be one of the first people out of the hall, and as I leave the venue and hurry in the direction of my car, I feel glad that I came here, as if my presence today could somehow make up for Michelle's anger towards me in her final days. But just before I can get into my vehicle and drive away, I hear someone calling after me. "Excuse me." I turn around wondering who it could be, and if I left something behind on my seat, and this person has picked it up to give back to me. But when I see them coming, I know it won't be as simple as that. That's because I recognise this person. It's Adam, the guy I got talking to at Kieran's surprise birthday party 4 years ago. The one in the bad shirt that seemed to get unbuttoned more and more as the night went on. He has obviously recognised me as he catches up with me on this path back to the main road, and he confirms it when he speaks again. "Hey, I remember you," Adam says, but there's nothing friendly about the manner in which he says it. "You were at that party, weren't you? The one where Michelle and Kieran broke up." I stall, not wanting to commit to anything, because I'm not sure where this is going. "What are you doing here?" he asks me. "I'm just here to pay my respects." "Why? You weren't Michelle's friend." I'm not sure what to say to that, but it's obvious that this man carries some animosity towards me. I knew her, and I heard about her death, so I just wanted to say goodbye. "She wouldn't have wanted you here," Adam replies. "You're one of the people to blame for what happened to her." "That's a terrible thing to say," I reply, perhaps being argumentative, but I will not have somebody accuse me of being the reason another person is being cremated right now. "It's the truth, though. I know who you are and what you did for her. You helped her catch Kieran, didn't you? And you made that little video that was played at his birthday party, right?" It seems that Adam does know who I am, and I can only assume that Michelle must have told him, because I certainly didn't give away any information when we met briefly at the party. "She came to me because she needed help, and I helped her," I tell him adamantly. "That's it." "No, that's not it, not by a long shot. It was none of your business, and you made things worse for her." I don't need to hear this, I decide, opening my car door and going to get inside, but Adam prevents me from doing so by pushing the door closed again. "Hey!" I cry, but he seemingly doesn't care that he is making me feel threatened as he steps in closer to me. What Kieran did was wrong. We all know it, and we all know how upset Michelle was. But some of us also know that the whole thing got blown out of proportion by your meddling. How is that? The little stunt you pulled at the birthday party? The video montage of Kieran with another woman? How is that in any way good for the mental health of a woman who has just been cheated on? Michelle was on board with it. She wanted to get him back. The party was her idea. And you encouraged her, right? You didn't stop and think that when the dust had settled, she would still be feeling lousy, and that instead of revenge, she'd have been better off handling her pain in a more private manner. I'm not going to apologise for helping her do something she wanted to do at the time. But you can apologise for what it is you do for a living, because Michelle told me all about it, and frankly I think it's disgusting. There is real venom in the way that Adam is speaking to me, and it's obvious that he loathes me. I'm now starting to worry that he might not let me leave here at all. But I'm also starting to worry that he might have a point. What if my profession is disgusting? What if Michelle isn't the first client of mine to discover that what I did for her didn't help her in the long run and resorted to drastic measures to get over it? What if other women have killed themselves because of how much of a circus I helped turn their pain into? But I'm not going to admit those concerns to the man standing beside me by my car now, with his hand on the door, preventing me from getting in and driving away. I have to just focus on getting out of this, without him getting even angrier at me. I'm really sorry about what happened to Michelle, I admit, and if I had known how what we did was going to make her feel afterwards, then I never would have done it. You expect me to believe it? You expect me to believe that you would have turned down her money? I know how much you charged her. It's obscene. Can I go now? I ask, when I realise that this conversation is not going to get any better for me. Adam glares at me for a moment, and it's not clear if he is going to grant me my wish, but he finally relents and steps away from the driver's side door. I get in quickly behind the wheel and start the engine, and think about saying something to Adam just before I depart, but decide against it, and just drive away instead, noting that he watches me go all the way, as I glance in my rearview mirror, whilst leaving him and the other mourners behind. That was troubling, and I guess it was a mistake to go to the funeral. It's also clear now that it was a mistake to think that I helped Michelle. But that's where my mistakes begin and end. And as I drive on, gripping the steering wheel tightly and feeling tears beginning to run down my cheeks after the stress of what I just went through, I am now only thinking about the other mistake that started this sorry episode. Kieran's mistake. It's time to make him pay for his part in all of this. Not just for Michelle, but for me. Chapter 20. Present day. I got straight into bed after the taxi dropped me home, and as the clock approaches midnight, it's now been around 4 hours since I suffered the panic attack at the hotel. But James isn't back yet, so I can only assume that he is still at that hotel, and still occupied with that woman I saw him with. Who is she? Why did she have to be with James? And does she even know I exist? I have so many questions, and I also have so many reasons why I should try and get some sleep. My head feels a little shaky after my medical episode earlier in the night, and it's disconcerting because I'm not used to feeling so unwell. I never get ill, and have barely had so much as a runny nose over the years. But it seems my strong immune system was no match for the shock of finding out that my boyfriend had been lying to me. Forget bugs and germs. It seems the biggest threat to my health is betrayal. I roll over onto my back and have thoughts of taking a couple more pain relief pills out of the packet that lies on my bedside table beside the glass of water. But instead, I just give in to a more instinctive desire. I clench up both of my fists and pound them against the mattress below me, letting out a deep, guttural cry that the neighbours on either side of this house might be able to hear, but will probably just mistake for being something on the TV. My outburst of emotion feels good at the time, but as I stop hitting the bed and regain my composure, I realise just how wound up I am, and I detest the fact that I have been made to feel this way. Of course, I knew when I entered a romantic relationship that there was a chance of getting hurt. That's a risk every person takes when they allow themselves to have feelings for someone else who could easily be capable of stamping all over those feelings if they so wished. That's not what I'm angry about. What bothers me the most is that I didn't even want to be in this position. I didn't want to be here in this house, living with another man, pretending to be like everybody else, content to be coupled up and smug about not being left on the scrap heap of life, because society always seems to look more favourably on those who are following convention and getting married. I was happy as I was, single, unburdened, and not at all at risk of getting hurt. But then I did what I did and had to go on the run, and now here I am in this pathetic position where I have been forced to fit in with other people. And in doing so, I've gone and allowed James to think that I am the kind of woman he can walk all over. But I'm not that kind of woman. I am strong, I am independent, and I am dangerous. And the more I lie here and resent him and what my life has become, the more I realise that I need to do something about it. I need to get revenge. Screw Mary and her polite ways. It's time for Simone to start making an appearance again. No sooner have I come to that decision than I hear a key turning in the lock downstairs, and I realise that James is home. I sit upright in the bed and listen to him as he moves around downstairs, hearing the tap go on in the kitchen before a cupboard door opens and closes. He'll have already seen by now that I'm not down there somewhere, sitting up waiting for him, so he must assume that I'm already in bed. I get confirmation of that when I hear him very slowly creeping up the stairs, obviously done to try and not wake me, and when I see the landing light go out, I know he is only seconds away from entering the bedroom. I have a decision to make, and I have to make it quickly. Do I let him know that I am still awake, which would either require me to pretend like everything is still okay, or make it clear that I saw him with that other woman and that this is over? Or do I fake being asleep, leaving him to get into bed beside me and doze off, still blissfully unaware that I know his secret and that the game is already up? The logical part of my brain tells me to confront him right here and now, demand some answers, and let him know that he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. But the mischievous part of my brain is telling me to keep him in the dark a little longer, because that way my revenge will be even sweeter when it finally comes. In the end, I choose the option that will cause him the greatest suffering in the long run, and put my head back down on my pillow quickly, closing my eyes and pretending to be asleep as I hear the bedroom door open and his footsteps getting closer to the bed. As I listen to him undressing, I clench my teeth together to suppress the anger I am feeling about where he has been and what he has done tonight. He's about to get into bed beside me as if everything is fine. Has he even showered since leaving that hotel room? I presume he has, because I don't get a whiff of any woman's perfume on his skin as he peels back the duvet and lies down beside me. Perhaps the thing that galls me the most is the soft, satisfied sigh he lets out a couple of moments later as he sinks into the mattress, presumably feeling pleased with his evening's work. It's the sigh of a man at peace, a man who isn't carrying any fear or regret, a man who thinks he has got away with something. As I feel him wriggling in the bed, trying to get into a comfortable sleeping position, I wonder how many times he has fallen asleep beside me after spending part of the day with that woman. I also wonder if she too has just gone back home to join her partner in bed, that poor fool just as oblivious to things as I once was. Or maybe she is single, and tonight was nothing more than a little bit of fun for her. Maybe she can't even comprehend the pain her actions have caused, or perhaps she just doesn't care. But I care, enough to want to know more about her. There's no point in me pretending like I can forget about this or just move on. To do that would belittle everything I did before I met James. I've made mistakes and I'm not perfect, but I have the courage of my convictions, and I do know the difference between right and wrong. After a life of dealing with other couples and their problems, it's time for me to deal with my own. It's also time for James and his lover to realise that they have a problem. And that problem is me. Chapter 21. 2 years ago. I've been ignoring all the new emails from prospective clients asking me to help them with their relationship troubles, and have instead spent all my time since Michelle's funeral working on one thing: finding Kieran. It took me a little while because, rather annoyingly, he doesn't update his social media pages very much, so I couldn't find his current place of work, nor could I see any pictures of places where he seemed to hang out regularly. What I did see was the occasional photo of him and his new partner looking happy together. He just looks like a normal guy doing normal things. But I know what he's really like, and I also know that Michelle is dead because of him. It was a Wednesday night and I was home alone, browsing the internet for any results that it could give me after searching for Kieran's full name, when I noticed that he had commented on a post on one of his social media channels. The post itself was promoting a pool competition on Saturday night at a new sports bar in town, and it seemed that Kieran sees himself as a bit of a pool player, because he had written underneath the post to say that it sounded good and that he would be there. Or maybe he is useless at pool, but fancies having a go at claiming the £200 first prize for the winner of the competition because he could use the extra cash. Either way, that comment allowed me to know where he was going to be, and now it's Saturday night, and I am walking up to the front door of the sports bar, anticipating seeing the man who I have been thinking about since I learnt of Michelle's untimely death. If he is here tonight, this will be the first time that I have seen him since his ill-fated birthday party 4 years ago, and while plenty of time has passed, I'm not sure if he will recognise me from that night, so I have come in disguise to be on the safe side. My blonde hair has been covered by a brunette wig, and I'm also wearing sunglasses, which might seem out of place considering it's not sunny and I'm about to go indoors, but they will help conceal my identity even more, as well as potentially provide a conversation piece when I do finally make contact with Kieran. The sunglasses also fit in with the vibe of the rest of my outfit, because I've gone for a style that can only be called attention-seeking. I'm wearing a slinky black dress that clings to every single one of my curves, and I'm wearing heels that add a good 4 inches to my height. They're a nightmare to walk in, but I'm not dressed for comfort. I'm dressed to turn heads, or more specifically, I'm dressed to turn Kieran's head. But I've been careful not to overdo it, because I don't want to look like some kind of sex worker on the prowl for a paying customer. I just want to look like an attractive woman who has come out for a fun evening, only to end up being stood up by her date. That way, other men may fancy their chances with me. But there's only one guy I want to talk to tonight. Entering the sports bar, I am immediately met with the sight of 6 pool tables in a long row, each one beneath a large beam of light from above. The pool tables themselves are surrounded by men of various ages, and while there are a few women scattered amongst them, it's clear this event tonight has mainly attracted the male residents of this town. I scan the busy room for any sign of Kieran, until I spot him, over by the furthest pool table from me, chatting away with a couple of guys, with a pint of lager in one hand and a pool cue in the other. The sight of him laughing and joking and seemingly enjoying life is irritating to me when I think of Michelle and the fact that she has already been laid to rest. But I remind myself to be patient, because it's only a matter of time until I wipe that smile off his face. In the meantime, I head for the bar and buy myself a drink, before taking a seat at one of the tables, in a position where the rest of the patrons here tonight will clearly see me as they themselves go back and forth to get drinks. I sit by myself and watch the events around me, as all the wannabe pool players sign up to the tournament tonight before the draw is made and the games begin. I also have to fend off the advances of 2 men who I am not interested in, after they come over and offer to buy me a drink. But I was kind of expecting that, because in a room full of men, it doesn't take much for a single woman in a dress and heels to stand out. After politely refusing those other guys, I notice that Kieran has been assigned to table 4 in one of the early matches, so I keep a close eye on him and see that he manages to be victorious, celebrating his victory with a fist pump before he heads towards me to get himself a drink from the bar. I make sure to keep watching him as he gets closer, and when he passes my table, I see him notice me. Or rather, he notices my bare legs poking out of my short dress. He does a very bad job of not making it obvious that he has just checked me out before he reaches the bar and orders his next beverage, and I sip on my own drink as I pretend to be checking my phone. Kieran glances at me again as he walks back to his friends by the pool tables, but I don't do anything at this point to encourage him. All I needed first was for him to notice me. Now that he has, he knows there is an attractive woman in the room, and I'm sure it won't take him long until he looks back in my direction again. Sure enough, I am right, and when I see him looking at me about 5 minutes later from across the room, I decide to give him a little thrill, smiling at him slightly and holding his gaze for just enough time to let him know that I'm quite enjoying the attention he is giving me. I watch on as he plays another game of pool, and even though he loses this one, he doesn't seem too bothered about it as he heads back to the bar, the drinks he has already consumed no doubt contributing to his cheerful, confident manner. But before he passes my table this time, he pauses and asks me if I'm having a good night. Fair play to him. He isn't shy about striking up a conversation with a woman. But then again, I already knew that about him, and I was banking on him making the first move. Not really, I reply in answer to his question. I've been stood up. Really? He says, sounding surprised, before he recovers and lays on the charm. Who would be stupid enough to stand you up? Someone who isn't worth thinking about anymore, I say, with a simple shrug of my slender shoulders, and I make a show of finishing my drink, so that the man standing in front of me knows I am empty. Can I get you another one? He asks me, gesturing to my glass, and I pretend to think about it for a moment, before he decides to make my mind up for me, and tells me he will be right back. When he returns with my drink, He also returns with even more confidence and sits himself down beside me before proceeding to ask me a few questions about myself, like my name, which part of town I'm from, and whether or not there are any other guys I might be thinking of meeting up with tonight. I answer all of his questions with lies before asking him for information I already know, like his name, his part of town, and how he is getting on in the pool competition. After he has finished answering my questions, he tells me that he wasn't planning on making tonight a big night, but now that he's out, he's having fun. Then he asks if I have any plans for later, and I smile, but not because I'm letting him know that I'm interested in doing something with him. It's because I do have plans for tonight. Big ones, and they all involve him and his suffering. Chapter 22. Present Day. Mary, are you even listening? I snap out of my trance to find my boss staring at me across the table, and while it's nothing new to be caught daydreaming in a boring meeting, it seems like my employer has finally had enough of it. I think this meeting is over, Clarissa says. Could everybody give Mary and I a minute, please? The rest of our colleagues around the table get up from their seats and go to leave the room, including Kathy, who gives me a worried look as she goes. I'm sure she is worried that I'm about to get in trouble for my continued inability to pay attention in meetings, but she need not be so concerned. It's not as if I care about this job. Not anymore. I tried my best to put my past behind me and live a normal life, but it's not working. And now that I know James is cheating on me, I can't carry on being this placid, weak human being. It only leads to me being walked all over by people, and I'm just about to get another example of that right here if I'm not careful. This has to stop, Clarissa tells me once the last of our co-workers have left the room and only the pair of us remain in this boardroom. You know, at your level it wouldn't be difficult to find somebody to take over your role. I'm not sure what Clarissa is expecting me to do. Apologise for all the daydreaming, probably. Perhaps assure her that I will strive to do better and make a promise that it won't happen again, or maybe even beg for my job. But I'm not going to do that. Simone wouldn't do that. Then find somebody else, I say nonchalantly. You'd have to put out an advertisement, conduct interviews, and then train them up. But if you've got the time for that, then go ahead. Clarissa's face drops when she hears my bolshy reply, and it seems I have caught her off guard. But I don't care because it felt good for me to express an honest emotion for once. Mary, what has gotten into you? She asks, looking mortified. Don't you need this job? Not really. I make a pittance, and you've probably already gathered that my heart's not in it. That's not the right attitude to have. I know, but it's the only one I've got. I smile at Clarissa, feeling more and more empowered by the minute, and I am enjoying the fact that I have just switched up the dynamic in this stuffy room. As my boss, Clarissa has always been able to exert her power over me, getting me to do whatever she wants and never expecting anything other than a yes in return. But now I have just flipped the script and made it clear to her that I'm not going to say whatever she wants me to say, just so that I don't lose my job. Right now, I've got bigger fish to fry. James is out there thinking he has me fooled. And in my world, that's far more important than making sure I keep my position at this poxy place. Clarissa takes a moment to speak again, presumably using the time to try and fathom out why I'm not just telling her what she wants to hear, like every other employee she has working under her. I'm half expecting that the next words out of her mouth will be to tell me to go back to my desk and pack up my things because my time at this company has come to an end. But she doesn't say that. Instead, she actually concedes ground. Look, you can be a good worker when you want to be, and I get that everybody loses concentration at work from time to time, especially in long meetings. I know I do. Clarissa gives me a small smile, but I don't return it because I'm really not interested. I also get that you might not be completely enthralled with your role here, but it is still a job that needs doing. So I'm going to give you one more chance. I don't want to be the big bad boss who fires people. I just want everybody to pull their weight around here, okay? I'm actually shocked, because not only does it seem that I have gotten away with my show of blatant disregard for both my job and my boss, it also seems like my boss has just completely backed down and given in to me. Clarissa would have been well within her rights to tell me to get out of here and never come back. But by standing firm and being honest, it appears I've garnered a little respect in her eyes. She's certainly never talked to me like this before. She usually just tells me what to do and when to do it, and leaves it at that. But now she is speaking to me like I'm an actual human being, not just some piece of meat designed to help her hit her financial targets on time. I guess Mary is now respected. "OK," I say, agreeing with Clarissa, and that draws our brief but tense conversation to a close. I leave the room first and head back to my desk, still radiating in the glow of letting a little of my real personality come out for the first time in a long time, when I see Kathy waiting for me. "Is everything OK?" she asks. "You've not been fired, have you?" "No, of course not," I reply as I take my seat and recline a little, as if I'm so comfortable around here that I could be the boss. "I thought Clarissa was mad at you." "She was, but it's sorted now." "It is? What happened?" "I won't bore you with the details, but I stood up to her, and she backed down." "You? Stood up to her?" "Yeah." "Mary, is everything OK?" "Everything's fine. Why do people keep asking me that?" I turn around in my chair and pretend to be checking my emails, but Kathy still seems to be in awe of what I have just told her, because she brings her chair closer to my desk so she can carry on our conversation. "I can't believe she backed down," Kathy says, as we both look up and watch Clarissa making her way back to her office, which is separate from ours because, like most bosses, she likes to think that she is special. "Well, she did," I tell my friend, "and I've not been fired, so I guess that means I better get on with some work." "OK, but before you do, let me tell you about what happened to Brian last night. It's hilarious." I listen half-heartedly as Kathy proceeds to tell me a very long and very average story about her husband and how he popped to the shops yesterday evening to get some chocolate, only to lose his car keys and find himself locked out of his vehicle. He had to call for roadside assistance, but just as they got to him, a shopper came out and said she had found his keys in the chocolate aisle. Can you believe it? He'd left his keys next to a bar of Galaxy. That's my Brian. Kathy seems to find the whole thing hilarious, and I smile to let her know that I find it a little amusing too, but really I'm just thinking about how it would have been better if his car had needed to be broken into to get it on the road again, because that is the least he deserves considering he's having an affair with that woman from the pub. But it seems that fortune was in his favour, and he was able to get home without too much trouble in the end, which is annoying. As Kathy finally stops talking and goes back to her own desk for work, I feel like I'm still doing the right thing by not telling her about what I saw her husband up to behind her back. The last thing I would want would be for her to do something stupid if I gave her the news and broke her heart. I'm still scarred by what happened with Michelle, as well as what I did after it, and I know I always will be. Now I know what James is doing behind my back. I'm already back in that horrible world of secrets, lies, and the need for revenge. But I don't need to subject Kathy to that world too. Just like Michelle, she might not be able to handle it and end up doing something stupid. But I can handle it, and James is going to discover that soon enough, just like Kieran did. Chapter 23. 2 years ago. "You've not got a girlfriend, have you?" I strategically ask Kieran before we climb into the back of the taxi that he has suggested we take back to his place, after we have spent the last couple of hours drinking at the sports bar while the pool competition came to a close. "No, of course not," he replies with a grin. "Why? Have you got a boyfriend?" "No, I'm just checking. The last guy I got with ended up being with someone, and I don't want any drama." "There's no drama with me," Kieran replies as he opens one of the passenger doors of the taxi and gestures for me to get in first. What he has just said to me couldn't be further from the truth, but I bide my time and get into the taxi because I know that we are on the home straight now, and this will all be over very soon. Kieran gets onto the back seat beside me and closes the door before the driver sets off in the direction of the address he has been given, which is Kieran's address, because he has told me we could go back to his after I denied him the chance to go back to mine. He tells me it's only a 5-minute car ride away,
But as if that is too long for him to wait, he tries to kiss me in the back of this cab as we move through the dark streets. But I pull away from him, denying him what he wants, but only in a manner that makes him think he will be getting it very shortly. He seems to be okay with waiting a little longer, and he sits back in his seat and looks out of his window with a smile on his face, appearing very much like the cat who got the cream. I spend the rest of the journey silently psyching myself up for what is to come, because I know it is going to be the hardest thing I have ever done in my career. But by the time the taxi pulls up outside Kieran's place, I am confident I can go through with it. Kieran pays the driver as I get out, and I remind myself to keep pretending to look drunker than I actually am, because that will only serve to disarm the man I am with even more. I do that by faking a slight trip on the curb, before stumbling and grabbing onto the side of the car for support, and Kieran laughs at the state I'm in, before guiding me towards his front door as the taxi drives away. He tries to kiss me again before he unlocks the door, but I put my finger to his lips and tell him to be patient, and he lets out a frustrated groan before turning his key in the lock and showing me into his home. The first thing I think as I move around the interior of Kieran's place is that Michelle would have been here before too, walking around these same rooms and lying in the same bed that I'm about to lie in. But it seems she is the farthest thing from Kieran's mind now, because he just offers me another drink as he takes a beer from the fridge for himself. I decline his offer and look towards the staircase, and he gets the hint that I'm in the mood to take this party upstairs, leading me up there towards his bedroom. Seeing the room where Michelle would have spent countless nights sleeping beside the man she thought she could trust only stiffens my resolve, and as Kieran closes the curtains and peels off his shirt, I know the time to act is almost nigh. That's why I turn off the lights and put my handbag down strategically at the side of the bed, where it will be within easy reach for when I need to go into it shortly. "Come here, sexy," he says to me as he steps towards me, and I can make out his bare torso in the dark room before he puts his arms around me and goes in for another kiss. But this time I give him what he wants, and our lips meet before I push him backwards, making him fall onto the bed, before telling him to strip off the rest of his clothes. Once he has done that, I waste no time in straddling him and telling him to put his hands behind his head. He does as I say, no doubt believing that he is in for a very fun time, but before he can get too excited, I reach into my handbag on the premise that I am looking for a condom. But that's not what I'm after at all. And by the time I retrieve the object I really want, Kieran doesn't stand a chance of stopping me from doing what I am about to do. Taking out a pair of handcuffs, I see his eyes widen with anticipation as I instruct him to put his hands against the thin metal pole that makes up the top of his bed's headboard. "Wow, I wasn't expecting this when I first saw you in the sports bar," Kieran says as I wrap the handcuffs around his wrists and fasten them, double-checking them to make sure they are locked and secure before I move on to the next part of my plan. Then I reach into my handbag again, but this time I take out my phone. "What are you doing?" he asks me, wriggling restlessly beneath me with his hands in shackles. "Do you want to film us?" "This is for Michelle," I reply, and I get off the bed as I say it, before he has a chance to kick out at me when he realises why I'm really here. "And it's also to stop your latest girlfriend from making the same mistakes poor Michelle did." "What?" "You heard me." I lift up my mobile and start taking photos of Kieran, his naked body being illuminated with each flash from my phone's camera. "What are you talking about?" Kieran cries as he tries to cover his modesty, twisting his lower body away from the camera, because that's all he can do with his hands out of action. "I'm talking about the woman who killed herself because of you." "What?" I ignore his last question and keep taking photos, knowing that the more I get, the more incriminating the evidence will be against him. I want everyone to know that Kieran is up to his old tricks again, and I do mean everyone. "These photos will be sent to your family members, your friends and your work colleagues," I say, as Kieran continues to squirm on the bed before me, fighting against his restraints, but to little avail. "And of course they will be sent to your current girlfriend, who no doubt needs to know that the man she is with is a lying, cheating scumbag." "You're crazy," Kieran cries, But it does nothing to stop me from taking more photos or making more threats, even if I don't fully know how I'm going to be able to see them through. I don't have the addresses of everyone Kieran knows, so I'm not sure how I'm going to send these photos to them all. But he doesn't need to know that. I just want him to think the worst, because that will make him feel the worst. And that is nothing less than he deserves, after how he made Michelle feel in her last few years of life. Perhaps it was the adrenaline of the moment that made me fail to see that he was still moving quite a lot. Or maybe I was just naive enough to think that the metal pole on the headboard would hold him until I left. But whatever it was, I was totally unprepared for the loud snapping sound that came a moment later. When I looked up from my phone, I saw Kieran sliding his handcuffs off the end of the broken pole, and while he still had the cuffs around his wrists, he was at least free now to move around the room. He was free to move towards me. "You crazy bitch!" he cries before he drives his restrained hands into my stomach, and I feel all the air escaping my lungs as I bend over and try to get my breath back. But before I can, Kieran pushes me against the wall, and I slam into it before sliding down it and onto the carpet. Kieran kicks me in the side of the ribs as I am down, and as he tries to grab my phone, I gasp for air whilst realising that I could be in mortal danger now. I knew this man was a cheat, but what if he is capable of much worse? What if he could kill me? And what if I have driven him to it? Fearing what might happen next if I don't act first, I pull off one of the heels on my feet and swing the end of the shoe towards his leg, stabbing him and causing him to howl in pain. Scrambling to my feet, I feel like a woman possessed now, hell-bent on nothing but revenge for Michelle and every other woman that has had their lives ruined by the actions of a man who couldn't care less. And to prove it, I raise the heel above my head to show that I am not going to stop advancing towards him unless he backs down first. Recognising that fact, Kieran scrambles to his feet and runs out of the door, but I go after him, chasing him across the upstairs landing before he reaches the stairs and tries to descend them as quickly as possible. But he misses the second step from the top in his haste and falls forward, and as I watch from above, I see him slam into the stairs before tumbling all the way down until he reaches the bottom where he lies still, no longer making a sound. I follow him down just in case he is fit enough to get back to his feet, but he still hasn't moved, and when I check on him, I believe him to be dead. Oh shit, I've just killed a man. I stand beside the motionless body for several minutes, trying to figure out how my plan has gone so catastrophically wrong. I wanted to make Kieran pay, but I never intended for it to go this far. Then again, I did stab him with my heel and chase him down the stairs. Whatever I might think, I caused this to happen, and now I need to find a way out of it. Figuring that I need to get rid of the evidence, I rush back upstairs and grab my handbag before dropping the bloodied heel into it, along with the other one, because I'll need to be in bare feet if I'm going to escape this scene quickly. Then I check the bedroom for any other signs that I was here, before going back downstairs and removing the handcuffs from Kieran's lifeless body, before reaching out for the front door handle that will take me out of this house of horrors and back into the dark streets where I can make my escape. But as I twist the handle and go to leave, I feel something wrap around my left ankle, and the shock of it makes me scream. But not half as much as I do when I look down and realise that Kieran is not dead at all. He is holding on to me. He is preventing me from leaving. "I'll kill you," he says, as he attempts to either pull me down or get up himself, and I realise that he will do exactly that, unless I can extricate myself from this situation. But his grip is tight, and I can't get away. So I do the only thing I can do. I hit him repeatedly over the head with my handbag until he finally stops moving again. It takes several hits, but he eventually releases his grip on me, and I'm free to leave. But I check for a pulse on his neck this time, to confirm what I should have confirmed a moment ago. Yes, he is definitely dead this time. Now I can leave. I do just that, running from the house and down the street, hoping that nobody is looking out of their window right now, because if they are, they will see a crazy woman sprinting away from a murder scene. But I make it all the way home after stopping on the way to catch my breath and clean some of the blood off me. And when I do, I close my front door and slide down onto the floor behind it. I've just killed a man, and now I have to hope that I have gotten away with it. But it's only when I go upstairs to shower that I look in the mirror and realise something. I'm back to being a blonde. It seems I lost my brunette wig at some point during all the drama. Chapter 24. Present Day. I look at the sharp knife on the table in front of me, the one James has just put down after using it to carve himself another slice of chicken from the large bird I picked up in the supermarket earlier today. It's as sharp as the heel I used to stab Kieran with, and there's nothing stopping me picking it up and using it to stab James now too. Why not? He deserves it. He's done the same thing Kieran did. He's lied, he's cheated, he's ruined a life. But the only difference between the two men is that while Kieran ruined someone else's life, James has done his damage to mine. That makes this even more personal. And because of that, it means my revenge on him will have to be even worse. Stabbing him will be too quick, assuming I don't make as much of a mess of it as I did when I attacked Kieran, because that was scruffy. And in the end, I was lucky not to be the one who ended up dead. Whatever I do to James, I need to be better at it. More prepared, more precise, and perfect enough to actually get away with it this time, so that I don't have to run from the police again. But while I make that plan, I also need to gather more information, like who the other woman actually is, and whether or not she knows about me too, because that will help me decide whether she is just as guilty as him. In order to obtain that information, I'm going to have to follow James the next time he goes to meet her, and the best way of knowing when that will be to suss out when he plans on having another night out with his friends. "Have you got any plans at the weekend?" I ask James, as he chomps away on his piece of chicken. "I'm not sure yet," he replies through a mouthful of poultry. "There's talk of maybe meeting up for a drink on Saturday afternoon." I stare at his mouth as he speaks, the one he is eating with, but also the one he is lying to me with too. He can do it so easily, so casually, as if it's no big deal for him to tell me something that isn't true, and as if I'm forever going to be stupid enough to never figure that out. Suddenly the knife looks very tempting again as I start to visualise James and that woman spending Saturday afternoon together. But I keep my dark thoughts at bay by focusing on the food on my plate, joining my boyfriend for a moment and enjoying some of this succulent meat. "What if we did something on Saturday instead?" I suggest to him, wanting to see how he will react to me potentially putting a block on his chances of meeting his other woman. "We could go for a drive out somewhere, maybe spend the night in a hotel in the country if you want to." I study James for his reaction, getting a little thrill from the idea that his mind is probably scrambling for an excuse not to do that because he won't be able to see her if he does. "That's a great idea," he replies, surprising me a little, until he ends up conforming again to what I expected. But I think I should show my face on Saturday if the guys are going for drinks. Dave's still going through a rough time at work, and I think he's really looking forward to it. How about we do next weekend instead? I agree that that will be fine, because that is what a good partner would do. And more importantly, it was what I must do if James is to go out at the weekend believing that I am still in the dark about his extracurricular activities. "Great," James says, pleased with himself and how easily he was able to switch plans with me to another weekend, so his schedule for the upcoming one remains free. "Maybe we could have a look at hotels after dinner and find somewhere nice to stay." That sounds good. I keep chewing my food, but I'm losing my appetite the longer I sit here opposite this liar, and by the time James has finished with his meal, I'm desperate to get away from the table and have a minute to myself. "I'm sorry, would you mind clearing up? I'm not feeling very well," I tell him, taking my turn to tell a lie, because why not if we're playing that game? "Of course, you go and relax," he says to me. "Is there anything I can get you? A murder weapon? A body bag? A guarantee that I will get away with killing him like I've gotten away with killing Kieran?" "No, I'm okay, thanks," I reply sensibly as I get up from the table and head out of the kitchen, leaving my love rat of a partner to clear away the dirty dishes, all the while thinking that the word dirty and him just go together so well right now. I choose to recline on one of the sofas and watch a little television until James comes and joins me, and he makes sure to play the role of the dutiful boyfriend, asking me if I am feeling any better, and again wanting to know if there is anything he can get me. I tell him that I'm okay, and offer him the remote control for him to put on whatever he wants to watch. But he declines it and gives me free rein over the television channels while I get over my sudden bout of ill health. I channel hop for a while before stopping on a programme about wanted criminals in the UK, and while I'm not expecting to see my image flash up on screen, because it's been a couple of years and there have been plenty of other crimes committed by various people since then, I am intrigued to see who the police are interested in these days. The first suspect on screen is wanted in connection with their involvement in an armed robbery, and a very bad e-fit image flashes up for the audience members to look at and ascertain whether they think they recognise this person in the description. "Good luck recognising anybody from that," James says with a chuckle, and he seems to find it amusing that the best the police have to go on in this particular case is a very loose lead and a cartoonish sketch that looks like a child could have drawn it. He seems amused when the next suspect is discussed too, because again it seems the police are going to need a miracle to figure out who this person is. And while I'm glad he is having fun watching this and mocking the police, I'm also amused myself by the fact that he is as useless as they are at identifying a criminal. I might be a reluctant murderer, but I am still a murderer. Here he is sitting on the sofa right now with a killer, and he has no idea. He thinks he's so smart, yet he's just as hopeless as those police officers who lost me during that car chase, and I can't wait to wipe that grin off his face. It won't be long now. After Saturday, I hope I'll have a better idea of who his mystery woman is. And then I'll know whether my next act of revenge will involve one person or two. Chapter 25. 2 years ago. It could have been overconfidence, cockiness, delusion, or just blind rage. But whatever it was, I can't believe what I did, and I can't believe I ever thought I could get away with it. I can't believe I thought I could get away with murder. It's been 48 hours since I killed Kieran in his own home and fled from the scene on foot. And while that might seem like a long time to still be free after committing a serious crime, I have a feeling that my time is running out now. That's because I've just checked the news, and not only has his death been reported, but it seems the police already have a suspect. A female, mid-30s, brunette, seen running from the scene around midnight looking distressed, and apparently a neighbour has video footage of the suspect fleeing, filmed from a bedroom window. The news report doesn't show the footage, which I'm grateful for, but the reporter says that the police are examining it and are hoping to identify the person within it very soon. I don't know how good that video recording is, but if it's in any way possible for them to see my face, then all they have to do is release that image to the public, and there will be plenty of people who recognise me in this town. That's why I can't hang around to see what happens next. I need to get moving now. Doing what I perhaps should have done immediately after leaving Kieran's, I start throwing my things into a suitcase before checking flight details on my phone. I'm hoping that I won't have to be on the run forever, but it's too early to tell yet. So I'm better off just getting as far away as I can and seeing what happens from there. I'll go abroad, to Spain maybe, or Greece, somewhere I know well enough, but not somewhere where the people there know me. If I get lucky and the police in England fail to identify me, then I will be able to come back home soon. If not, I guess I'll have to stay on the move and stay overseas. I wonder if I could start up my business again from there. I could learn the language and then take on some locals as clients. It's not as if what I do isn't a universal thing. People have affairs all over the world, and there will always be clients who want revenge. For the briefest of moments, I feel a wave of optimism coming over me, as if I'm really going to get away with what I've done and enjoy the semblance of a normal life. But I know there is a lot to do before that.
Not least of which involves me getting from my apartment to the airport and boarding a plane without anybody tapping me on the shoulder along the way and telling me I am under arrest. I'm ready to go as soon as my bags are packed, and I've booked a ticket online for the last flight to Barcelona this evening. I have to be quick because it leaves in just less than 2 hours, but I have to be quick anyway now, so I better get used to being in a rush. Grabbing the handle of my heavy suitcase and lugging it to the door, I wipe the perspiration from my forehead before taking one last look around my apartment and wondering if I will ever be able to come back here again. I hope so. And not just because there are several of my possessions still here that I haven't been able to fit into my suitcase. It's because if I can come back, then it most likely means that the police have failed to identify me and my life can go back to normal. Or at least as normal as it could be while knowing that I killed a man. I've been feeling guilty ever since I committed the crime, even if there is a part of me that tries to remind myself that the world is a better place without a scumbag like Kieran in it. But I can't afford to waste time worrying about that now. I've got to go. My first thought when I am outside is to call a taxi, because if the police are looking for me, then they will also be looking for my registration plate on my vehicle, so I can't take my car. But then I pause before ringing the local cab office. That's because I realise that if the police do end up coming here for me and finding out I'm gone, they'll easily be able to check if any taxis came here, and if they did, they'd know that a driver took me all the way to the airport, which would put them back on my scent. At least if I take my own car, I could leave it in a long-stay car park at the airport, and it might take the police a little while longer to figure out that it's there. I realise that I don't really know the best thing to do at all, and all of this deliberating is probably futile anyway if the police just check my passport and see I boarded a flight to Spain later. But I'm figuring this out on the fly because I've never had to do this kind of thing before. As I start my car's engine and reverse off the driveway, I'm cursing myself for making the leap from planting spiders in cheaters' homes and showing incriminating pictures in a photo montage at a birthday party to tying a man up unsuccessfully and ultimately killing him without fully plotting how I was supposed to get away with it. I can't believe I thought a simple wig might be enough to keep me safe. A simple wig that ended up falling off anyway and is potentially still lying at the murder scene covered in my DNA. I'm about halfway to the airport when I see the first police car. They are driving on the other side of the road to me, in the opposite direction, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel my heart skip a beat when I see the vehicle. Hopefully it's just a car on its way to the station, and not actually looking for a murderer on the loose. I keep a close eye on the police vehicle as it moves into view of my wing mirror, but I feel like it's nothing to worry about. And I am just about to return my eyes to the road ahead, when I see the blue lights go on. I feel the breath catch in my throat as I stare into my wing mirror and watch the police car stop before making a U-turn, meaning it is now on the same side of the road as me, and right behind me. A check of my rearview mirror confirms that, and I try not to panic, whilst also telling myself that the sirens have to be for me. I can't afford to take the chance that they aren't, and that's why I start putting my foot down on the accelerator, increasing my speed and increasing the distance between me and the flashing car behind. As I drive, I assume that the police must have been on the way to my house and seen my licence plate as I passed them, turning around quickly and putting on their lights as soon as they had found the suspect they were on the way to detain. I see the police car is also matching my speed, because the gap between us lessens again, and now it seems like we're in a full-on chase. It's a chase that only gets more serious when a further 2 police cars join the party, and as I scrap my plans to go to the airport and instead focus on getting out of town and into the countryside, where I stand a better chance of losing my pursuers, I feel like the game is probably up. There's no way I can outrun them, is there? I'm not a racing driver, and I'm definitely not a very good criminal. Therefore, I might as well just give up and accept my fate. I'm going to be spending the rest of my life behind bars. There's nothing I can do about that now. Nothing but keep driving and hope for the best. The headlights are getting closer now, and louder, and I'm not sure how much faster I can go while keeping my car on the road. These lanes are narrow and twisty, and navigating them at the best of times would be tough. But trying to do it now at these speeds and under the cover of darkness is not making my task any easier. As I zoom around the next bend and put a little distance between myself and the vehicle behind, which momentarily disappears from view, I realise that the worst thing that could happen tonight might not be me ending up in handcuffs. It could be me dying in a fiery crash at the side of one of these roads. As if just thinking about crashing is enough to make it happen in real life, I feel my back tyres lose their grip and begin to skid as I try to negotiate the next bend. And in the blink of an eye, I realise I have just lost control of my vehicle. The outside world on the other side of my windscreen becomes a blur as my car leaves the road and bounces down the grassy hill, taking me further away from the tarmac that I was just using to help me escape. But as my body shudders as my vehicle bounces over the bumpy terrain, I almost wish I'd just been stopped by the police before this could happen. Now it has. These might be the last few moments of my life. My car continues to descend down the hill at an alarming pace, and the fact I can barely see what is outside means that I have little idea when this out-of-control ride might end. Will I hit a tree? A wall? Or will I go over a cliff? None of those options are appealing, but it's surely only a matter of time until I find out which one contributes to my impending death. The sudden stop a moment later almost causes me to leave my seat and fly over the steering wheel towards the cracked windscreen. But my seatbelt does its job and keeps me in place, so that I avoid that trauma. But I'm still not in a good way. And as I tentatively open my eyes and look around through the gloomy night air, checking my body for signs of damage sustained in the crash, I can see blood as well as the faint outline of one very large branch impaled in the passenger seat beside me. It's lucky that nobody was sitting there, because they would certainly have been skewered. But the sight of the leaves and the bark in my car let me know which of the three options ended up being the one to bring me to a stop. It was the tree. I start to panic when I realise that the crash has knocked out my car's headlights, plunging me into near darkness, and my state of mind is made worse when I initially struggle to free my legs from beneath the steering wheel and exit my stricken vehicle. But I calm myself down enough to realise that I'm not actually trapped, and that allows me to open the door and extricate myself from the doomed car. As I stumble out onto the grass, I almost expect a police officer to be right there waiting for me with a pair of handcuffs and a stern expression, reading me my rights, whilst at the same time wondering how I was able to survive such a crash. But there is nobody else here. And as I look back up the hill in the direction of the road that I just spectacularly veered off, I don't even see any flashing lights anymore. The police cars have gone. Amazingly, I seem to have lost them. The moment of relief is tempered somewhat by the realisation that I am still stuck in the middle of nowhere, battered and bruised, beside a car that will never be able to be driven again. I might have avoided capture for now, but I'm still a long way from safety. But as I stagger towards the large tree that halted my vehicle's descent into the abyss, I think about how there is still a chance I could get out of this. I have just evaded the law, and maybe my luck doesn't have to run out here. I could keep evading them. I could get away with murder. It's an easy decision to make as I lean against the tree and fight to get my breath back. I'm going to change my life. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. But in order to do that, I need to fundamentally change who I am. I'll need a new name, a new look, a new personality. I'll have to become a new woman. And I'll have to get as far from this place as possible. There's a lot to do, and very little time to do it in, but I'm determined to give it a try. I've made mistakes, and I've done things I shouldn't have done, but I can't change the past. All I can do is try and change my future. Here's to the next woman I'm going to be, whoever she may be. One thing is for sure. If I am going to get away with this, she has to be different to the woman I am today. Very different. Chapter 26. Present Day. Saturday afternoon has arrived, and as he hinted earlier in the week, James has plans. He's supposedly going to meet friends for an afternoon drink. But I'll see about that. I don't have the added benefit of darkness to aid me as I follow James today, so I hang back on the streets and keep a bigger distance while I follow him. But at least there are more people about in the middle of the day than at night, so that means I don't have to worry about being as quiet as I pursue my boyfriend to wherever it might be that he is going now. Maybe he has told me the truth this time, and he is really meeting up with friends. I suppose not every social engagement he has will involve him meeting that other woman. There has to be at least a few times when he is doing what he says he is. But if today involves a lie, then I will catch him. And more importantly, I'm hoping to catch the woman he is secretly meeting with too. I want to put a face to her. I want to be able to visualise her when I am plotting my revenge. And ultimately, I want to punish her if she is just as despicable as James is. I follow my boyfriend towards town, where there are plenty of bars for him to potentially walk into and spare himself from having me witness him cheating. But he doesn't go to any of them. Instead, he turns and starts walking away from the town centre again, and by the time I have followed him down a residential street, I have already figured out that he is not going to meet his friends. There aren't any bars or pubs down here. Just houses. But who lives in them? Does she live around here? I feel like I am very close to getting my answer when I watch James stop outside a property with a light green door, and as he approaches the home, I linger back on the street corner to see who answers the door. I have a pretty good view of the house as James knocks on the door and waits for it to be answered, and I also feel a little more ready this time so that the shock of seeing him with another woman won't be so severe as to cause me another panic attack. But then the door opens, and I realise that nothing could have prepared me for what I saw next. It is a woman who lives in this house, and it's clear that she knows James very well, because she smiles widely before allowing him to step inside. The kiss on the doorstep just before the door closes is another giveaway that this is indeed the woman with whom my boyfriend is cheating on me. But it's not just any woman. I know her. It's Clarissa, my goddamn boss. I grip the edges of the wall beside me as I stare at the light green door that has just closed, my mind filled with all sorts of images of what James and Clarissa might be getting up to together now they are in private. There's no panic attack on my part this time, but there is a lot of shock, and it's almost too much for me to take. Sitting down on the wall beside me, I try to figure out how this could have happened. How could James have started having an affair with my boss? I think back to how they met. It would have been at my office Christmas party. Partners were invited, so I took James as my guest and introduced him to some of the people I work with, including Kathy and, of course, Clarissa. Is that all it took? Did the affair start then? Did they take an instant liking to each other and find a way of meeting up secretly at a later date? Surely it wasn't that simple. Surely it wasn't that easy. As if I didn't already have enough reasons to dislike my boss. Like most people who aren't particularly fond of the person who tells them what to do in the workplace. Now I really do. The woman who says good morning to me every morning, makes small talk with me in the staff room and delivers work to my desk on a regular basis, is also the woman who is sleeping with my boyfriend behind my back. I'm not sure who I hate more right now, James or her. But I do know one thing. I do hate them both. And now I have learnt the truth. It's the pair of them that will pay. I walk away from the property with my fists clenched and my body tense, heading home because now I have been enlightened, I need time to think about the best way to get them back. But as I make the journey back to my house, I feel like it's futile for me to even try and pretend to myself that my revenge will just involve embarrassing them or destroying them personally or professionally. Who am I kidding? I know who I really am and what I am capable of, and because of that, I know that this situation demands nothing less than full force. By the time I reach my house, I am ready for a drink, so I pour myself a large measure of the first spirit I get my hands on after opening the kitchen cupboard where the bottles are kept. But I barely finish my first drink before I fling the glass against the wall, shattering it, and no doubt making the neighbour on that side of my house jump out of their skin at the sudden sound. I'm still in a daze as I stupidly go to clear up the broken shards of glass with nothing but my bare hands. And it's no surprise when I end up cutting one of my hands rather deeply and need to run water over the gash in the sink to help the blood trickle away. I'm in pain, but I also want to throw another glass at the wall, and another. I want to smash up everything in this house. Not just James's things, but my own as well. Screw Mary. Simone is back, and she won't stand for this shit. With the blood showing no signs of stopping in the sink, I wrap some kitchen roll around my wounded hand and head upstairs, turning on the shower and stripping off before getting under the shower head and letting my blood mix in with the clean water pouring from it. But the hot water isn't doing it for me, so I turn the handle all the way to the right, and it only takes a second until the temperature plunges, causing me to let out a cry as the freezing cold water lashes against my bare skin. It's uncomfortable and a little painful, just like the cut on my hand is, but I don't care. I want to suffer. I want to feel these things. That's because I can use it all. It will make me even more focused on what I need to do. I start hitting the wall with my hands, lightly at first, but gradually increasing in power until I'm properly punching the hard surface like a maniac. With cold water in my eyes, blood splashing at my feet and 2 bruised fists, I must look like a crazy person. But I am. I'm back. Chapter 27. 18 months ago. A clipboard rests on my knees as I sit in this office reception area and reread the information I have just provided, making sure that I have got it right and haven't made a silly mistake somewhere that could lead to my real identity being revealed. Completing a form that asks for things like name, date of birth and address might be easy for the vast majority of the planet's population, but it's not easy for a woman who has assumed a new identity and has been required to learn the life story of a whole new character. But I think I've got it right. Name, Mary Spencer. Date of birth, 6th of the 3rd, 1983. Address. I pause for a second so that I can take out the driving licence from my purse to double-check the address printed on it and make sure it matches what I have just provided. It's the driving licence that I only received a couple of days ago and has replaced the fake one that I have been using ever since I escaped from my hometown and enlisted the help of a shady character on the internet to help me disappear. I sometimes thought that what I used to do for a living was a little underhand, even if I believed in it fully at the time. But it turns out that my former profession was nothing compared to what some other people are out there doing. Forget helping aggrieved women get revenge on cheating partners. There are people in society who can help anybody change their identity and relocate somewhere else, to live their life free from the sins of their past. I found one of these people after scouring the internet for various websites that could help provide me with the answers of how I could not only evade the police in the short term, but keep getting away with it in the long term. After finding somebody who promised a new life, one-time fee, no questions asked, I made contact, handed over the majority of my savings, and then put my life in the hands of a person who assured me that everything was going to be okay. I took their word for it, and while it was expensive, it seems to have worked out so far. It's been 6 months since I crashed my car, after running from the police who were chasing me for Kieran's murder, and as of yet, I am still a free woman. But a lot has happened since then. I have a new name, a new birth certificate, a new national insurance number, a new bank account, a new hometown, and of course a new look. Even with all those changes, the guy I paid to help me escape the law ominously told me that I was still susceptible to being caught, and that while he had done as much as he could for me, there were no guarantees that my freedom would last long. All I could do, he said, was try and live a normal life and hope for the best. So that is what I am doing. I am trying to be normal, and I am hoping for the best. That's why I am hoping that I am successful with this job interview here today. After completing my check on this registration form and feeling confident that there are no inaccuracies on it that could throw up any red flags, I get out of my seat and walk over to the receptionist and hand the clipboard and piece of paper back. She smiles at me and assures me that I won't have long to wait now, and I thank her before heading back to my seat and taking a deep breath to settle the butterflies in my stomach. I need this job. Not because I want to work in a place like this, but because I have to find a way of making money and supporting my new life. The little money I had left over after paying the shady fixer on the internet went into getting myself a new apartment, and while it is much smaller than my last one, at least I have a base. But I'll only be able to keep up with the rent payments on it if I can find employment, and that is why I am here today. I have applied for all sorts of jobs since I arrived in this new town, and I'm not fussy about where I end up working. I just need money, and I just need to fit in. But despite my unfussiness, my job hunt has so far been problematic. That's because my entire past is fictionalised, so I am hardly brimming with job references and a solid employment history. I just have a manufactured CV and one phone number on it, which is to be used by any prospective employer if they feel like calling my last place of work and asking about me. That number is linked to the guy who helped give me this new identity, so he will answer the call and give me a glowing reference, although if it is successful, then I will owe him the majority of my first month's paycheck for his troubles. But what choice do I have? I have to try and fit in, and there's nothing that makes people fit in more than getting a 9-to-5 office job and joining the hordes of commuters going to and from work every weekday. Mary? I look to my left and see a woman in a smart blouse and knee-length skirt standing beside me, and when she holds out her hand to shake, I realise this must be the person conducting my interview here today. "Hi, I'm Clarissa," she tells me, introducing herself before showing me to the room where I will hopefully be able to convince her to give me a job. I'm put at ease immediately by how nice she seems, and it's a gentle start to the interview as we engage in small talk about the weather and the noisy roadworks that are going on the street right outside this office. But we can't talk about banal things forever, and Clarissa soon moves on to discussing what she is most interested in here today, which is me. She wants to know about my experiences both in work and outside of it, as well as why I am applying for this position here today. I imagine that most job candidates are pretty creative with the truth in job interviews, but I doubt there are many who have to get as creative as I do now, as I handle all of these questions, sticking to my made-up story. I'd love to be honest and say that my name is Simone. I used to catch love rats for cash, but now I need a stable and safe 9-to-5 job so that the police can't find me for the murder I committed 6 months ago. But I have to be fake, so I very shyly talk about some of my pretend older jobs and what skills they taught me, all the while allowing the woman across the table from me to keep thinking that I am called Mary, and that I am just another nervous job candidate who needs a steady wage, no different to the other people who will be sitting across from her during this interview process. Clarissa listens carefully to my answers, while no doubt internally sizing me up to see if I have what it takes to fit into the office culture she has created here. Hopefully she sees me as I want to be presented, which is polite, mild-mannered, and someone who won't make a splash, but will just get their head down and do the job. But I'm not sure how well I am doing in convincing her that I am the right fit for her vacancy until the interview ends and she sits back in her seat while giving my CV another once-over. "When can you start?" Clarissa asks me after a moment of silence, and I take it that might be a good sign, so I don't waste any time in answering her. "Whenever you want me to," I say, hoping that I'm right in assuming this has gone well. "Great," Clarissa says, putting my CV down and holding out her hand towards me to shake again, only this time it's not in greeting. It's to seal the deal. "I'll have to check your reference here, but assuming that goes okay, I'm happy to give you a trial. Welcome aboard." Chapter 28. Present day. I'm watching Clarissa working at her desk from where I am sitting at mine. She appears busy, although I'm sure she wouldn't be the first person to do a good job of making it look like they were doing more work than they actually were. But as well as appearing busy, she always appears calm, content, happy, like someone who isn't worried about anything. That's amusing to me because if she knew the truth, she would know that she had an awful lot to be worried about. Right at this moment, one of her employees is conspiring against her. That employee is me. But my grievance with her is not work-related. It's because she is sleeping with my boyfriend. The boyfriend I introduced her to at that damn Christmas party. I would be well within my rights to storm into her office now, drag her by the hair away from her keyboard and laptop, and throw her down to the floor, where she would cower at my feet beside her desk, probably begging for forgiveness and giving me some excuse about how she didn't mean to do it and that most of it is actually James's fault. It would be satisfying to do such a thing, and I wouldn't even care about the fact that I would lose my job in the aftermath of it, nor would I care about losing face in front of my other colleagues. But to do such a thing would be going too easy on Clarissa, and there are a lot more fun things I can do to her before our final showdown occurs. One of those things has been playing on my mind all morning, and now the clock is nearing the hour designated as lunchtime, I can finally go out and implement it. It won't take me long to do what I need to do, and it will take even less time than that for it to start being effective. "Are you coming down to the kitchen?" Kathy asks me as soon as she realises that it's time to have a break and eat. "No, I'm going out for lunch," I reply, standing up myself and putting on my coat from the back of my chair. "Oh?" Kathy seems surprised, as she might well be, because I'm deviating from my normal routine of eating lunch on the premises, and as most people in an office know, any deviation from routine is newsworthy. "Yeah, I just want some fresh air today," I say as I smile and head for the door before Kathy can offer to come with me. "I'll see you in a bit." I make it out of the office without accruing any hangers-on, and it feels revitalising to be away from my desk and in the fresh air, although the weather isn't great and reminds me of why I choose to spend most of my breaks in the office. It's preferable to getting wet. But I need to go out today if I am going to purchase the product that will make my afternoon fun and Clarissa's hellish. Moving down the busy street, I pass dozens of fellow workers, some looking happy, some looking sad, but all of them looking hungry. They're on the hunt for something delicious to eat to fuel them through the afternoon, but I'm not out here for food. I'm here for powder. It only takes me 10 minutes of my lunch break to reach the health shop on the high street that I know will sell what I need. It only takes a further 5 minutes for me to make my selection from the myriad of shelves, pay the clerk on the till, and leave the shop with my purchase nestled discreetly inside a white paper bag. I've got what I came out for, but I make one more stop-off on the way back, deciding to grab a coffee and a cake from the cafe near the office, because I feel like I deserve a treat after the shock of the past few days. As I stand in line to get my coffee and cake fix, I observe some of the other people in this cafe sitting at the tables. Many of them are in deep discussion with each other, and I wonder what they are talking about. Relationships, probably, involving lovers, co-workers, friends, and anybody else that is deemed interesting enough to be in their lives. Some people will be bitching and moaning about another person, talking about them behind their backs without fear of being found out. Others might be confessing to crushes or confusing feelings and seeking advice on what to do next. And many of those listening will be happy to give that advice, as if they really know what's best and aren't just making things up as they go like the rest of us. I miss being in the position to give my own advice. I miss having my own clients and sitting in coffee shops like this one, hearing people's problems and coming up with solutions on how to fix them. That was a fun life, much more fun than what I do every day now. At present, the only problems I have to deal with are my own, and that's nowhere near as enjoyable as dealing with somebody else's. I order my coffee and cake when I reach the front of the line, and am pleased when I get served quickly, because the longer it takes, the more I'm finding myself staring longingly at all these people in here, and wishing I could go over and insert myself into their conversations. But I don't do that because it's their business, not mine. And they haven't paid me to get involved, like others used to. Therefore, I just leave the cafe and walk back briskly to my office, 2 bags in my hand, one for me and one for Clarissa. The one for me holds tasty treats. The one for my boss holds something much less appetising. As I make my way back to my desk, I think about what I am about to do. How my revenge mission starts here. How Mary becomes Simone again. It's easy to think that it all began when I caught James cheating with Clarissa, but I guess it really began on that Friday night just over a year ago when I went for work drinks with my colleagues. Back then, I was doing a very good job of keeping up my deception and having everybody believe I was just an admin worker. If only I hadn't gone out that night. If only I hadn't met James. Chapter 29. 1 year ago. It's been a year since I fled from my hometown, and it's been 6 months since I started the job that has helped me maintain my new life in a different part of the country. In all that time, I've done well to keep myself to myself and not allow others to get too close to me, mainly because I've been so fearful of making a mistake and revealing my true identity. It's been boring for the most part, because human beings are social creatures after all, but I've always viewed it as necessary. But I suppose I always knew I wouldn't be able to keep up that behaviour forever. I couldn't avoid making friends and not letting people in for the rest of my days, and I guess tonight proves it. I look around the busy bar that I am currently seated in with several of my work colleagues, and while I do feel nervous about being out instead of being safely hidden away at home, I do also feel happy to be socialising, and I think my co-workers are happy about it too. "I'm so glad you came out," the colleague to my right says, as she pours me another glass of wine. "I told you there were some good things about working where we do." I smile at Kathy before thanking her for the drink, and she clinks her glass against mine, to reinforce how welcome I am at this table. I like Kathy. She's definitely the colleague I have warmed to the most since I started my new, dreary office job. She's chatty, she's positive, and she bakes a mean cake. And she has been a bright spot in an otherwise dark time in my life. Of course, Kathy does not know who I really am, just like the rest of the people around this table don't know either. They just think of me as the mild-mannered Mary who works in admin and has always turned down the invitations to go for drinks in the past, probably because they think I'm too shy to go out and socialise in busy places. If only they knew the truth. I used to spend half my weeks in bars like this one, mingling with crowds, enjoying myself, living my life. But I have shut that part of myself down, just like I've shut everything else down. Until tonight. I couldn't resist coming out this evening, and that's because not only was Kathy begging me to come, but my boss was too. I look at Clarissa sitting across the table from me, and I see the wide smile on her face. She has certainly loosened up from how she behaves when we are at work. But then again, my other colleagues did warn me that Clarissa was a bit of a party animal once she had a few drinks inside of her. I found it hard to believe, but I am seeing it now, because Clarissa is certainly the life and soul of this party. And she proves it again a moment later, when she points out the attractive man at the bar and decides to find out which one of us at the table is single enough to go and talk to him. "Amy, go and chat to that guy over there. He's your type," Clarissa cries to our younger colleague at the other end of the table, but Amy quickly dismisses that idea before telling us that she has recently started dating someone, so she is off the market, for now anyway. But that doesn't deter Clarissa, and she looks around the table for another person she can send up to the hunky guy, but considering most of our colleagues are already married, it doesn't take long for her eyes to settle on me. "Mary, you're single. You should go and talk to him." I feel everyone's eyes on me, and while I've never been a self-conscious person, I feel my face flushing red at that moment, probably because I've spent the last year of my life doing my best to avoid the spotlight. "Yeah, go and talk to him. He's so hot," Kathy chips in. "He looks like my Brian, only 20 years ago." Everybody laughs at Kathy's comment before looking back to me to see if I'm going to indulge their wishes and make my way over to the cute guy at the bar. But I really don't want to do that. And not just because I don't like being put on the spot. It's because I'm really not looking for a man. Any man. I don't want a relationship, and I don't even want to risk a one-night stand. I just want to keep to myself. That way nobody can ever find out who I really am and what I'm capable of. Come on, live a little, Clarissa tells me, perhaps providing a little evidence of how much wine she has already consumed this evening. I'm okay. Sorry, guys, I try, hoping my polite refusal of their idea will get them to leave me alone and move on to talking about something else. But it doesn't work. How long has it been since you had a boyfriend? Clarissa asks me, getting even more personal. And this is really a far cry from the usual conversations we have in the office, all of which tend to revolve around spreadsheets, scanning and strict deadlines. If I was to reply honestly, I would tell Clarissa and the rest of my colleagues that I have never actually had a real boyfriend, because I have spent most of my life learning how men can be nothing but a bunch of cheating, lying scumbags. But I don't think that is the most appropriate answer in a social setting such as this one. Therefore, I just go with the fabricated story I have stored in Mary's fictional past, the one in which I say I have been single for 3 years and am not looking for anything serious after getting hurt before. That does well enough to garner me a little sympathy, particularly from Kathy. But Clarissa is having none of it. Time to get back on the horse. Go on, girl, go and talk to him. She starts to bang on the table as a way of increasing the pressure for me to get up and go, and perhaps because she is the boss here, it doesn't take long for the rest of our colleagues to copy her behaviour and start banging too. Even Kathy has joined in, and while she looks a little apologetic about it, she also looks a little drunk, just like everybody else here. Everybody but me, because I've been drinking slowly and trying to stay in control, so that I don't end up showing my true colours. But I have to do something out of character now everyone is egging me on. I either have to get strict and raise my voice to tell my co-workers that I won't do what they want me to, or I am going to have to go and talk to the guy at the bar. In the end, I decide to give my colleagues what they want, getting up from my seat and demonstrating that I am willing to go and try my luck with the attractive man. Everybody cheers when they see that I am game, and as I walk away from our table, I do my best to make it look like I am not as bothered about being forced into this situation as I really am. Reaching the bar, I look at the guy beside me and wonder what I could say to him. I'm out of earshot from my co-workers, so I could just make small talk and then go back to them and pretend like it didn't go well. After all, I don't want it to go well, do I? I need to stay single. I'm safer that way. But before I can speak, the man surprises me by speaking first. "Your friends sound like they're having fun," he says, before looking over in the direction of my table. "Oh, you heard them," I say with genuine embarrassment. Yeah, it was kind of hard not to, especially when they started banging on the table. I laugh before quickly apologising for their behaviour. "Yeah, sorry about that. I guess they don't get out much." "To be honest, I don't either," the man admits. "But I've had a rough day in the office and I needed a drink. How about you?" "The same." The man smiles before offering me a drink, and while it is in my instincts to say no, I guess I should be polite and say yes, particularly if all my colleagues are watching. "So what's your name?" he asks me as he takes out his wallet and prepares to order me a glass of wine. "I'm Mary," I reply, now well trained in giving my fake name over my real one. "And you are?" "I'm James," he replies, offering me his hand. "Pleasure to meet you." Chapter 30. Present Day. I stare at my boss as she sits across the table from me, but she hasn't noticed because she is too busy reading from the piece of paper in front of her. It's another boring meeting in this awful boardroom, and I'm supposed to be recording the minutes again like I usually do, but I've not been paying attention today. Instead, I've just been watching Clarissa, ever since she and the rest of our colleagues came in here and got the meeting underway. That's because I know it's only a matter of time until she has to run from this room, and when she does, I will allow myself a moment of smug satisfaction. "Have we heard anything back from the accountants at Finley's?" Clarissa asks, suddenly looking up from her document and turning in the direction of the finance manager at the other end of the table. "Not yet," the FM replies. "We've been chasing them, though." "Well, that's not a good sign, is it?" Clarissa points out, before suddenly putting her hand on her stomach and looking a little perturbed. I feel like pointing out that what she has just done is not a good sign either. But I stay quiet, because it's important that she has no idea that I am the person who has caused the pain she is about to be in. Clarissa removes her hand from her abdomen and turns over the paper in front of her, letting everybody else around this table know that they are to do the same thing with their own document in order to keep this meeting moving at a smooth pace. But before we all get the chance to, Clarissa suddenly leans forward and lets out a slight gasp, and everyone looks towards her in concern. Everyone but me, because I was already watching her, and I am not at all concerned. "Are you okay?" Kathy asks our boss, as Clarissa continues to show signs of discomfort, but she gets no answer, which suggests things are not okay. Then we all get confirmation of that when Clarissa stands up from her seat and quickly excuses herself, before running from the room with her hands on her stomach and her face looking as white as a sheet. There are several expressions of bemusement around the table as everybody tries to figure out why our boss has just run out of the meeting, but it's Kathy who breaks the silence by asking another question. "What do you think is going on?" she asks, and I decide to answer her before anybody else can. "When you've got to go, you've got to go," I reply smugly, and the rest of my colleagues stare at me as if they can't quite believe what I have just said. But then a couple of them snigger, and that eases the tension in the room to the point where everybody else relaxes and realises that Clarissa's episode is most likely nothing more than her just needing to go to the toilet quickly. But I know there is a little more to it than that. I know that the reason for her sudden need to leave the boardroom and enter the bathroom is because I emptied 2 sachets of a laxative into her cup of coffee before we started this meeting. It was the laxative I purchased on my lunch break, and I knew it would come in handy, because Clarissa always asks me to make her a coffee before our meetings, seeing as in my role I'm viewed as the general dog's body of the office. But I used my lowly position to my advantage today, and while it's only a minor victory, it is a victory for me all the same, and a definite sign that my revenge mission against my boss has begun. "Do you think we should wait for her to come back?" the FM asks, and it seems like no one is sure what to do, until I uncharacteristically speak up and make the decision for them. "She might be a while. She did look pretty ill. I think we should go back to our desks and carry on working until we know she's okay." Everybody seems to agree with that, or they all just want any excuse to leave this boardroom too. But either way, we all get up and leave the room, and I smile to myself as I pass the bathroom, where Clarissa is currently enduring a rather torturous afternoon. I'm on my way back to my desk when I notice the HR manager, Amy, making her rounds of the office, handing out this month's payslips to several of our colleagues. And I guess that is another positive thing on this day that is turning out to be quite fun. I sit down in my chair and wait for her to reach me, and when she does, I thank her as I receive my payslip, pretending to be looking forward to opening it and finding out that I have been paid the exact same amount of money that I get paid every month. But just before Amy moves on, she pauses when she notices one of our colleagues is absent from their desk. "Do you know where Clarissa is?" Amy asks me as she holds our boss's payslip in her hands. "I think she's in the toilet," I reply matter-of-factly, doing well not to let on that I know a lot more about poor Clarissa's current predicament than that. "Oh, OK, I'll give this to her later then," Amy replies, and she goes to move in the direction of her own office, because I know that she doesn't like to leave employees' payslips on their desks if they're not around to open them at the time. "I can give it to her when she gets back if you'd like," I offer. "I'm sure she won't be long." That part was a lie, because I expect Clarissa will be occupied in that cubicle for the rest of this working day, but again I cover it well with a pleasant smile. "Oh, if you wouldn't mind," Amy says, and she hands me the payslip, seemingly lazy enough to choose to risk giving it to me over having to walk back over here later and give it to Clarissa herself. "No problem," I tell her as I receive the payslip, and I watch Amy walk away before looking down at the sealed envelope in my hand. My first thought is just to toss it in the shredder and think nothing more of it. But then I see what is written across the front of it, and I have another idea. It's the same thing that is written across the front of all payslips, but in this case it is very useful for me. It's Clarissa's home address. I realise then that while I have been to her house on the night I followed James, I was so shocked with what I saw that I'm not sure I could remember how to get back there again by myself. But now I have the exact address. I won't need to follow my boyfriend again. I could just go there on my own. Taking out my mobile, I discreetly take a photo of the front of the payslip, capturing the address on my camera, before walking over to Clarissa's desk and putting the envelope down by her keyboard. Then I leave her office and return to my desk, all the while thinking about my beleaguered colleague and how today's discomfort is only a precursor to what is going to come next. I hope she's suffering in that bathroom right now. And I hope that one day she will come to see that she deserves it for what she has been up to behind my back with my boyfriend. The only reason I am in a relationship with James is because Clarissa drunkenly got me to go and talk to him that fateful night a year ago when we were all out for staff drinks. I gave in to peer pressure that evening and went and spoke to James before we ended up swapping numbers and agreeing to meet again at a later date. So basically, I'm in this mess because of her. She has no one to blame for what happens next but herself. Just like James. If only he hadn't texted me after that night when we exchanged numbers in the bar. He could have met someone else, dated someone else, cheated on someone else. But he did text me. And that's why we ended up meeting again for a proper first date. A first date that would go on to have a profound impact on both of our lives. Chapter 31. 1 year ago. I can't believe I am doing this. I can't believe I am on a first date. This is a new experience, not just for Mary but for Simone too. I've never properly dated before. Ever. Sure, I've been with guys and had my fun, but never anything serious. Why would I subject myself to a relationship when I know all too well how disastrously that can end? Yet here I am right now, sitting in a fancy restaurant across the table from a guy who texted me a couple of days ago and asked me if I would like to go to dinner with him. His name is James, and I met him last week after being peer-pressured into going over to talk to him by my colleagues, including my boss Clarissa, who was very drunk and very keen on me having a good time. I had done what I had to do to satisfy my co-workers' desire to see me interact with the guy at the bar. But I hadn't been planning on it going any further than that. But then I had enjoyed my brief interaction with James, and despite entertaining the idea of giving him fake digits, I had provided him with my real phone number so that he could see me again. And now here we are, together, dating. I can't decide between the chicken or the lamb, James tells me as he continues to peruse the menu opposite me. I smile as I keep looking at my own menu, all the while thinking how I can't decide whether to stay here and allow this date to continue or get up from this table now and run for the door. I know there should be nothing wrong with a single woman enjoying a date with a single man, but I'm not an average single woman. I'm a woman on the run, and that's why I can't help thinking that I shouldn't be doing this. After all, it has to be easier to keep my true self a secret if I stay by myself. Eat alone, live alone, sleep alone. There's less chance of me being caught in a lie if I have nobody around to lie to. So why am I here? I was pressured into talking to James, but nobody pressured me into replying to his text message and agreeing to this dinner date. That means there must be a part of me that wants to do this. And while that would be very out of character for the woman I used to be, perhaps it fits in perfectly well with the woman I am trying to be today. If I've had to give up everything else in my life, like my family, my friends, and my dream job, it's only right that I get to add one thing. I get to add companionship. Chicken it is, James suddenly says as he closes his menu to reinforce his snap decision.
I think I'll get the same, I reply, closing my own menu and looking around for the nearest waiter to come and take our order. But there isn't one close by at the moment, so that means James and I will have to continue to make slightly awkward small talk in the meantime. So tell me about yourself, James asks me as he picks up his glass of red wine. What do you want to know? Anything. What did you want to be when you were a little girl? I wonder if James has got the idea for that question from some online article that gives conversation starters for people going on first dates. But regardless of whether or not that is the case, he is at least making an effort to keep the conversation going, so I might as well be polite and give the same effort back. I always wanted to be a singer, I say, telling a lie, but these days lying is second nature to me. Really? Yeah, I used to sing in my bedroom and pretend I was on stage, but I think most girls probably did that. Yeah, I know my sister certainly did, James replies with a smile, whilst also letting me know that he has at least one sibling. That's the thing with first dates. They are a voyage of discovery. At least that's what I've heard, anyway. What about you? I ask, turning the conversation around, because 1, I feel more comfortable that way, and 2, because it means I don't have to lie as much. I'm actually pretty similar, James admits. You wanted to be a singer? No, not a singer exactly, but I wanted to be in a band. Like a rock band? Not exactly. Then what? James looks a little coy, and it's quite endearing, or at least it is until I remind myself that I'm not supposed to be enjoying myself too much, because I don't usually do this kind of thing. I wanted to be in a Christmas band. A what? A Christmas band, you know, like the bands that go around to events in December and play Christmas songs. I laugh at the idea of it because it sounds ridiculous. But James seems serious. Hey, don't laugh, I didn't mock your dream. But being in a Christmas band? I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, it is. Mainly in America, but there's a few in the UK. They play at Christmas parties and things. I fancy being the drummer. Wow, that's certainly a unique dream. James and I share another giggle together, and I guess it's a sign of how well this date is going. But I'm still feeling conflicted about whether or not I should be here doing this, although that starts to change as the evening progresses, and we enjoy a lovely meal that is washed down with a very nice bottle of wine. I'm very aware that the early days of any relationship can often be the best. It's because everything is fun and new and exciting. I know this because many of my former clients told me that their partner used to be great, but then they got married and got bored, and then things started to change. Then they ended up contacting me to help them get revenge. But I'll never get married, and I doubt I'll get so close to somebody as to feel hurt enough to want revenge. I'm too wise for all of that. That means I can enjoy this date with James, and maybe even a second one if it comes to it. But I won't get too close to him. Just close enough for us to have some fun. But not close enough where his actions could one day end up breaking my heart. I'm not that stupid. Definitely not. Chapter 32. Present day. I'm lying in bed alone, feeling confused, angry and hurt after allowing a man into my heart only for him to stomp all over it. I messed up. I made a mistake. I lowered my defences. Now I have to go on the attack. My revenge mission has already started, by way of putting laxatives in Clarissa's coffee at work earlier today. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm capable of so much more, and I know I will get the chance to prove it. But in my current state of feeling delicate after James's betrayal, I feel like I could use a reminder of how strong I can be when I am the one who takes control over a man, rather than the other way around. To do that, I use my phone to go onto the internet, and I type in the name of the last man who ended up in my crosshairs. The search results on my screen give me what I want, in the form of links to various news articles, as well as a few photos of the man in question. I stare at Kieran's face in the images above the articles, not that I need reminding of the appearance of the man I killed 2 years ago. I've looked at his images online several times since that fateful night in his home, but whenever I do, I always feel the same way.
But I don't feel guilt or horror or despair. I feel resentment. I resent this man. I resent what he did to Michelle. And I resent what his death has done to me. His actions in cheating on his partner led to a whole catalogue of devastating things, including Michelle's suicide and my need to stab him with my heel and hit him over the head with a handbag so I could escape before he caused me any harm. They've also led to me being in this predicament right here. But as I read some of the latest articles about Kieran's murder, I'm heartened by the fact that it seems the police have made no progress whatsoever with their hunt for his killer. There are plenty of references to my name, as well as a few photos of myself in which I look very different to the woman I am today. But not a single mention of anybody having any idea where I am now, and how I have gotten away with my crime. That's good news. For today, anyway. But I'll always have to keep checking for updates, because I know something could change. One thing that has changed is that I'm no longer happy just hiding under the guise of Mary. I'm entertaining the old me now, and my little stunt today with the laxatives was just a minor example of that. But this upcoming weekend will give me the chance to show a little more of my real personality. That's because James has already told me that he is going out again, and assuming he is meeting Clarissa, I will be able to have some more fun with them. I close down all the tabs on my phone that relate to the articles about Kieran's death, as well as delete my history, in case James checks my mobile and wonders why I have been reading about it, before putting my device down and wondering when James is going to join me in the bedroom. I left him downstairs watching some football match, but I hear him coming up a few moments later, and when he enters the bedroom he seems to be in a good mood. "They won," he proclaims happily. 2-1, last-minute winner as well. That explains the loud cheer I heard, I tell him as he gets undressed for bed, and he apologises for his exuberant goal celebration that the neighbours definitely would have heard before peeling back the duvet and joining me under it. I'm lying strictly on my side of the bed, which is in keeping with my decision to not get any closer to my cheating partner than I have to while my revenge mission plays out, and he still thinks he is in the clear. But it seems James wants to close that distance between us this evening, because he wastes no time in shuffling across the mattress until he is right next to me, skin to skin, with his arm wrapped around me beneath the warm duvet. Then he starts to kiss me on my neck. Then my skin starts to crawl. "Someone's in a good mood," I say, wriggling away from him, but in such a way as to not let on that I'm actually disgusted to be near him. "Is this because your team won?" "No, I just thought it's been a while since, he says, before moving in closer again, and this time he wants to kiss me on the lips. I kiss him back, but barely, allowing his lips to move across mine, but making no effort to return the passionate gesture. And I wonder how long it will take him to realise that I'm really not into it, almost as much as I'm wondering if he is imagining Clarissa while he is being intimate with me. But James shows no signs of slowing down, and as I start to feel him move on top of me, I realise that he wants to go all the way now. I don't know why he's feeling frisky, but I do know that I need to come up with something quick if I'm going to be able to get out of this without giving him what he wants. So with that in mind, I look towards my bedside table as James kisses my neck. When I do, I see my glass of water sitting there, and I decide that is how I am going to get out of this. Reaching out my right arm as James presses down on top of me, I hit the glass with my hand and send it toppling off the table, where it lands with a crash on the floor, breaking into several pieces and sending water splashing across the carpet. "Oh no!" I cry as I go to sit up, and James lifts himself off me to check what the noise was. He sees the mess at the side of the bed, and I expect it to be enough of a distraction for him to forget what he was just doing a moment ago. But to make sure, I tell him that we need to clear it up quickly, in case we end up standing on the glass with our bare feet. It's no surprise that he is irritated, but he agrees that broken glass in the bedroom is not a good thing, so we both get off the bed and carefully begin the process of clearing up. I've managed to avoid being intimate with my cheating partner, for now anyway, and that's another minor victory for me, just like the laxative situation was with Clarissa.
Best of all, neither of the two lovers know that I am now conspiring against them, and still believe that what has happened today is just plain bad luck. A stomach bug rendering a powerful boss useless, and a knocked-over glass of water denying a man the chance to be with his woman. Just two innocent problems that were really two cleverly disguised acts of revenge. But they won't all be that way. It's time to start ramping things up with my boyfriend and my boss. Chapter 33. Present Day. It's another Friday night, and it's been another opportunity for me to be lied to. To their credit, neither James nor Clarissa missed that opportunity, and both of them furnished me with plenty of lies before they parted ways with me this evening. In Clarissa's case, her lies were about what she had planned for tonight when I asked her as we were logging off from our computers at 5 o'clock and making our way out of the office. Her response was that she was going to have a quiet one and had nothing else planned other than eating chocolates, drinking gin and watching old episodes of Sex and the City. In James's case, his lies were about where he was going as he put on his coat and prepared to leave me at home for another night with his friends. He told me how he was meeting the lads in the pub, and then they might all go for a curry afterwards. But they were all lies, and they know they were because I'm watching the pair of them right now, and neither of them are doing what they said they would be. There are no chocolates, gin, lads and curries, and there definitely aren't any old episodes of a sitcom that I used to enjoy back in the day, but had long since forgotten about. Instead, there are just two people who have secretly met in a restaurant and have shared a meal and a bottle of wine together before leaving that restaurant and getting into the back of a taxi. I followed James to this restaurant, and I watched as he went inside it, followed shortly afterwards by Clarissa. Then I patiently waited as they had their meal and came back out again, but now that they have, I can finally get to start enjoying my Friday. They are still in their taxi, but I am also in mine, and having guessed where the cheating pair were going, I gave my driver Clarissa's home address so that I could catch up with them again soon. Now we are pulling up outside her home, only a few minutes after they have gone inside themselves, and I am feeling particularly mischievous as I pay the driver what I owe him and open my door before stepping out onto the street and savouring some of the cool evening air. It's quiet, it's dark, and it's showtime. There are a couple of lights already on inside the house as I creep up the driveway, but I'm not heading for the front door. I'm going down the side of the property because I don't want my presence here to be known just yet. I want to see what is going on inside. Approaching the back garden, I can see light streaming out across the well-maintained lawn, and that suggests to me that the curtains are not drawn at the back of the house, which would give me the view inside that I am seeking. But it would also mean that those inside could look out and see me easily, so I start to crouch down and go even slower until I'm peering cautiously around the edge of the window, ready to pull back and run if anybody sees me here first. But when I look inside, I don't see anybody. Just a beautiful fitted kitchen, all marble worktops and stainless steel taps. I always assumed that Clarissa was well paid in her role as the boss, and I guess the state of her kitchen proves it. It would be a pleasure to cook in a room like this one. But I don't see any cooking going on in here at the moment. I don't see much of anything, but that all changes when I see somebody walk into the room. I see my boyfriend, and he is topless. I watch the shirtless James go over to the huge fridge and take out a bottle of wine, almost as if he is making himself at home. Then he goes into the second cupboard on the left and takes out a couple of wine glasses. And it's clear from the way he is moving around this space that he knows this kitchen well. That suggests he has been here several times before, and it only makes me even more confident that this affair has been going on a while. I keep watching as James pours 2 glasses of white wine, and while I am wondering where Clarissa is, because she is the host here, and she should technically be the one pouring, I don't have to wait long to find out. My boss enters the kitchen a moment later, and just like my boyfriend, she is also in a relative state of undress.
She isn't topless, but I get an eyeful of her cleavage in the lacy nightdress she is wearing, and her bare legs make their way over to James, who happily hands her a glass before they share a knowing smile, and then carry their drinks out of the room again. The opened bottle of wine remains on the kitchen worktop, and I stare at it for a moment, not because I'm thirsty or wondering when the pair will return to finish it, but because I'm finding some comfort in staring at an inanimate object rather than thinking about what the two consumers of it are up to right now. Have they gone upstairs to bed? Or are they just going to get down to business on the sofa? Either way, it was blatantly obvious that they weren't planning on having a sophisticated chat. They had wine in their hands and lust in their eyes, and considering James is expected to be back at my house in a couple of hours, they also don't have any time to waste. I'm sure they're not wasting any either. But it's time for a little interruption. Moving away from the kitchen window and walking back down the side of the house, I reach the driveway again, but this time I do head for the front door. Then I knock on it, loudly and confidently, aware that the sound inside the house will definitely be startling the occupants right about now. I smile to myself as I imagine James and Clarissa getting off each other's half-naked bodies and sharing a look of confusion while trying to figure out who is at the door. They'll be surprised, as well as rather frustrated, I imagine. But I'm hoping Clarissa is curious enough to come and answer the knock on her front door, and when she does, she will see that the surprises are a long way from being over yet. I wait patiently for any sign of movement on the other side of the door, but I knock again when there is none, just to make sure that I have been heard. That second knock seems to do the job, because I see the light go on in the hallway through the frosted glass, and a moment later I hear the door being unlocked. I make sure to keep the smile on my face as the door swings open and Clarissa comes into view, and when I see her, I note that she has put a dressing gown over her rather skimpy nightdress to spare me another glimpse of her chest. That's appreciated, although I suspect James wasn't so thrilled to see her covering herself up. "Mary, what are you doing here?" Clarissa cries, no doubt surprised at my appearance on her doorstep, but possibly also raising her voice loudly for the benefit of the man currently lurking somewhere inside her house. I suspect that James will now know that he needs to stay hidden, considering he has just heard his mistress call out the name of his girlfriend. "Hi, Clarissa. I'm sorry, I hope I haven't interrupted anything," I say, feigning ignorance and struggling to keep the smile from my face. No, you haven't," Clarissa replies, as she fidgets with her dressing gown and looks nervously over her shoulder back into the hallway. "I just wasn't expecting anyone." I guess that isn't a lie, so I suppose I have to be grateful for that. "Oh yes, of course, I'm sorry," I say, although I obviously don't mean it. "This must be a bit of a surprise seeing me here." Yes, it is." I wonder if Clarissa thinks she has been rumbled, and I am happy to take a moment to let her think that before I go on and give my excuse for being here. "I remembered you said you weren't doing much tonight," I say, "other than eating chocolates, drinking gin and watching TV anyway, so I thought I'd pop round and keep you company. I'm on my own as well, you see." "How did you get my address?" "Oh, right, yeah, that's a good question. Maybe I shouldn't have done this, but I saw it on the front of your payslip when HR was handing them out earlier. I hope I'm not out of line by coming here, but feel free to tell me to get lost if I am." I laugh to make it appear like I'm trying to disarm my boss and that I have no other reason for being here other than for seeking out some company. Then I study Clarissa carefully because I need to see if she buys my story. I need to see if she knows whether or not I am really onto her. "Oh, okay," Clarissa says. "Well, it's nice to see you, but it would have been better if you'd told me you were coming. I could have been more appropriately dressed." "I bet." "Of course, and like I said, I'm sorry, I'm not usually this impulsive, but I was bored and I figured if we're both on our own tonight, we might as well enjoy each other's company. So how about one of those chocolates?" I make a step towards the door, but Clarissa looks mortified and doesn't make a move to allow me in. I'm not sure, sorry." I pause and then pretend like I'm trying to work out what is going on here. "Wait, do you have a guy in there?" I smile devilishly at Clarissa,
But I guess it's her desperation to not allow me to discover who she is really hiding in here that causes her to deny that adamantly. "No, of course not," she cries. "Oh, OK. Can I come in then?" I'm being a little forceful by inviting myself into someone else's home, but it's all part of the fun game I am trying to play here. And knowing human psychology as well as I do, I believe Clarissa will be so anxious to make me think that nothing untoward is going on that she won't be able to say no. And sure enough, I am right. Clarissa allows me in. And now the games have really begun. Chapter 34. Present Day. I haven't seen any sign of James since I entered Clarissa's home, but I know he is here somewhere. It allows me the chance to make the pair of them as uncomfortable as possible. I imagine my boyfriend is hiding under the bed upstairs, or perhaps he's in one of the wardrobes. He's definitely not downstairs because I've been in both the kitchen and the living room, and I haven't seen him. But I did see the open bottle of wine on the kitchen countertop, and when I mentioned it, Clarissa felt compelled to offer me a glass. It's clear she is so caught off guard here that she is doing anything to keep me happy. Because if I'm happy, then I won't suspect that she was just about to have sex with my man. Again, I'm sorry for dropping by unexpectedly like this, I say, as we take a seat on her sofa with our drinks in hand. I really hope I haven't ruined your evening. No, not at all, Clarissa replies urgently. I'm on my own, like I said, so it's nice to have some company. I love watching her squirm, and she is certainly doing that right now. But I think it's time to make her squirm some more. So, how's your love life? I ask, after a little more small talk, turning the conversation onto a subject that will really make Clarissa cringe. Oh, pretty quiet, she says. Not much to tell there. Really? A confident woman like you? I'd have thought you'd have at least one guy on the go. I watch Clarissa as she nervously sips her wine, whilst taking great delight in all the emotions that must be going through her at this moment. She must be terrified of me discovering her secret, as well as nervous about having to keep up her charade, and act as though this is just a friendly conversation between two work colleagues. I, on the other hand, am having a great time. No, not at all, my boss tells me, after glugging half of her drink. Still single. That's a shame. We'll have to go out sometime, and I'll help you find a guy, especially because I have you to thank for helping me find James, remember? Yeah, I do. There's no way I would be with him now if you hadn't told me to go over and talk to him, so I have you to thank for getting us both together. I'd love to try and help return the favour. And who knows, if we meet someone, maybe we could go on double dates together. I'm really laying it on thick, thanking her for helping me meet James, while suggesting us three and her potential new man could all go out together. Clarissa must be feeling so guilty, hearing me sound so happy about being in a relationship with a guy she is actually sleeping with herself. But the aim of this whole little charade is to make Clarissa feel as awkward as possible, so I'm not going to stop yet. Can I ask you something? I ask, setting my glass down on Clarissa's coffee table and looking her squarely in the eyes. Clarissa nods nervously, presumably worrying about what it is that I'm about to ask. Is my boyfriend here? Were you about to sleep with him? Is he hiding under your bed right now? But I don't ask any of those questions. Instead, I ask one that will almost make Clarissa feel just as guilty. Do you think it's okay for a woman to propose to a man? Clarissa looks confused, so I go on. It's just, I'm really happy with James, so much so that I'm thinking about marriage. But I'm not sure if he feels the same way, at least not yet anyway. You know how some guys can be. He's so laid back, he's not in any rush. But I'm not getting any younger, so I'm thinking about proposing myself. What do you think? Should I? It's hard to say if I've ever spouted so much nonsense in one go before. But Clarissa seems to have believed all of it, because now she is putting her own glass down before looking me squarely in the eyes. How does she feel about hearing me say that I'm thinking of proposing to the man she herself is having a relationship with?
I guess I'm just about to find out.
I'm not sure, she begins, treading carefully, as well she should. I mean, it's great that you want to do it, don't get me wrong. But don't you think you might be rushing things a little?
I don't know, am I? I guess it has only been a year, but we are living together, and we're both very happy. I adore him, and I know James feels the same way about me. You should see the way he looks at me. He's like a puppy dog. He's got such lovely eyes. Do you remember? I think you met him at the last Christmas party, right? Clarissa has to pretend like she does remember meeting him once, as well as pretend that she noticed his lovely eyes, without making it obvious that she found them attractive enough for her to now be having an affair with him behind my back. Oh yes, he seemed lovely, she mumbles, and I smile, because I'm really having fun here, making my boss and love rival feel bad. So why not seize the day and propose myself, I ask again. Life's too short, isn't it? You know what, I think I'm going to do it. I might even do it this weekend. Clarissa looks shocked at that, but not as shocked as I imagine James would be if he could hear me from whatever hiding place he is in. I really hope he can hear me. I hope he can hear every word coming out of my mouth, and I hope he is feeling as awkward as his mistress is. Then I hear the squeak of a floorboard above my head, and as I look up to the ceiling, I wonder if that was James right there, accidentally making a sound and giving away his presence in this home. What was that? I ask Clarissa as she coughs and does her best to disguise the noise we both just heard from upstairs. Nothing, she replies with a shrug, but she's a shocking actor, and she must know she has been rumbled. Is there somebody up there? I ask her, with a mischievous grin on my face. No, of course not. There is, isn't there? You're not on your own at all. I clap my hands together, feigning glee at the apparent surprise that my colleague's love life isn't as hopeless as she previously made out. Who is it? I demand to know. Who's the guy? Nobody. Clarissa looks like she could be sick, and I don't blame her. She would certainly be sick if I ran up the stairs and went to look inside her bedroom. But I'm not going to do that. There's still plenty I can do to her and my beleaguered boyfriend yet, so I will allow her secret to remain just that for the time being by leaving here. You should have said you had company. I wouldn't have come in, I tell my boss as I get up from her sofa looking to leave. I'll get going and leave you to it. No, there's nobody here, Clarissa tries again, but I tell her not to bother pretending, and then give her a wink to let her know that I don't mind leaving if she has something more fun planned with somebody else. She continues to deny it as she follows me to the front door, but I just wish her a good evening and then leave the house, but not before telling her that I can't wait to get all the gossip in the office on Monday. Then I walk away, leaving my boss in her dressing gown on her doorstep and my boyfriend hiding somewhere in her house, hopefully having heard that I was thinking of proposing to him soon. That was a fun evening, and I guess James was right. I really should get out more. Chapter 35. Present Day. This has been the most fun I've had on a Friday in a long time, but I'm not ready to call it a night yet. I'm back home now after my little performance at Clarissa's house, but James isn't yet, so while I wait for my boyfriend to return, I'm killing the time by engaging in what used to be one of my favourite ways of passing the time. I'm browsing the internet, watching videos made by other people who do what I used to do for a living. Some call themselves private investigators, some call themselves matrimonial and relationship investigators, and others simply call themselves detectives. I toyed with variations on all of those titles myself back when I was working in the industry. But these days it seems people are far less bothered about giving themselves a fancy title and more bothered about getting views on their videos. The explosion of social media and the sheer number of opportunities for anybody to upload a video of themselves these days, with attention-seeking titles to get clicks, means that the internet is full of content about what people should do if they think their partner might be cheating on them. I've lost count of how much of this content I have looked at in my life, but it's been a long time since I clicked on anything that relates to the woman I used to be. But that has changed tonight. And I'm having great fun browsing through various videos, most of which have been made by women, and all of which feature juicy stories about how they have caught love rats and got revenge. I put 1,000 cockroaches inside a bad boyfriend's car. Housewife's revenge, handcuffs, hot water, and one strategically placed camera. Why I burnt everything he owned. There are so many videos with crazy titles, and I'm having fun watching many of them, particularly the cockroach one, because that was certainly an ingenious way of getting back at a bad boyfriend. But I'm not just doing this purely for entertainment purposes. It's also a great way to conduct research and be on the lookout for new and inventive ways to get revenge. I might only have been out of the game for 2 years, but it seems like the industry has not slowed down in that time, and there seem to be more people than ever offering to catch love cheats or showing the best ways to get back at them. I almost wish I had used a hidden camera this evening at Clarissa's house, knowing that my boyfriend was hiding somewhere nearby, naked and nervous, because then I could have shared it with other people and given them a little entertainment too. But of course, uploading videos of myself to the internet is not an option in case anybody recognises me as the woman wanted for murder and alerts the police. For now, I'll just have to make do with watching other people's escapades, and I do just that by clicking on another video. This one about how one woman followed a suspected cheat all the way from New York to Miami before catching him in a compromising position with one of his old school friends. But just because I can't film my adventures like these other people do, it doesn't mean that I can't have fun and get revenge. And after killing another 10 minutes watching videos, I put my phone down and decide to make a plan. It's a plan about how I will proceed from here with James and Clarissa, because while tonight was fun, and will have definitely made the pair of them sweat, I think it's time to start getting more serious. I want to destroy them for what they have done to me, and I have a couple of ways of doing that. This new modern wave of young women on the internet is all well and good, but sometimes you can't beat doing things the old-fashioned way, and my favourite ways of getting back at somebody were always the most destructive. Most people's careers make up a big part of their identity, and besides being good conversation starters, jobs are also how people can afford to pay their bills and live their lives. With that in mind, I have decided that I'm going to see to it that both James and Clarissa lose their jobs and therefore their source of income. Once I have given them financial worries, I will go and give them something to worry about that is even more serious than that. But first things first. It's time to ruin the cheating pair professionally. I pick up my phone again, but instead of using it to watch videos, I open the Notes app and start typing away. I like to use this app to brainstorm ideas and find it therapeutic, as well as a good way of organising my thoughts. I lament many things about having to give up my old career, but one of the things I hated the most was having to destroy my previous mobile phone, because there were so many creative ideas of mine saved on there that I was hoping to use in revenge missions in the future. Alas, I am having to start from scratch again now. But a woman of my experience doesn't have to worry too much about that. And sure enough, it doesn't take me long to have compiled a list of ideas that will get me closer to my goal of seeing both James and Clarissa out of work soon. As I reread the list and internally deliberate which methods of revenge are the most practical for me, given my current status, I feel a familiar feeling rising up inside me. It's excitement. I'm finally getting to be the woman I have always been again. And very soon, James and Clarissa are going to find out who I really am. God help them when they do. Chapter 36. Present Day. After my fun at Clarissa's house the other night, it's time to hit her where it really hurts, which is in the workplace where she is the boss. She's been coy with me in the office this morning, no doubt wary after I almost caught her with my boyfriend, but I don't plan to be as cautious with her. I'm going to be bold, aggressive and decisive, and now I have the perfect time to do it. It's lunchtime, and Kathy has just announced that the charity cake sale she has helped organise is now commencing in the kitchen, and that all staff are to make their way to that room so that funds can be raised for a good cause. Everybody gets out of their seats and makes their way to the kitchen eagerly, although it's more likely they are looking forward to eating cake rather than giving up their money. But I linger back for a few moments, because the office floor clearing out gives me my chance to put my plan into action. I make sure that Clarissa is leaving her desk, along with everybody else, and once I see that she has, I tell Kathy I will join her in the kitchen shortly, but that I need to visit the ladies' room first. But I'm not going to the toilet at all, and as all my colleagues go one way, I go the other. Walking down to the opposite end of the office where the accounts team sit, I make sure every member of the finance team is out of sight before I walk over to the grey money box that sits on the side of the finance manager's desk. It's the money box that is used to store all the funds that this office raises for charity after they have been collected and counted, and it contains a sizable sum, considering how often my company does some fundraising. I pick the money box up, feeling the weight of it, as well as hearing the money inside it moving against the metal casing that surrounds it. I know exactly how much cash is in here, because the total was mentioned in a recent email that went to everybody's inbox, and I know that it's due to be deposited with our chosen charities at the end of the week. I also know that it's not supposed to go missing from this department at any time, for any reason. But it's about to go missing now, and although it will still get to the charities it needs to get to in the end, it's about to take a little detour. It's about to end up somewhere it doesn't belong. Creeping back through the deserted office, I can hear the commotion in the kitchen as the rest of my colleagues tuck into their cakes and make their donations. But I stay away from all that, and instead go into Clarissa's office. That's where I put the money box back down again, hiding it in the bottom drawer of her pedestal, and making it look as if she has taken it, which is against company policy, and will definitely see her face some uncomfortable questions when it is discovered. I don't think it will take long for it to be discovered either, but until then I have to carry on as if everything is normal, so I join my colleagues in the kitchen and purchase 2 cupcakes, as well as donating £10 to a good cause. Kathy is in her element as she hands out the baked goods and collects the cash, while Clarissa stands at the back of the room, chewing on a brownie and making small talk with one of the other managers. But I notice her look at me a moment later, and as our eyes meet across the crowded room, I see her smile weakly at me. It's a subtle thing, but it's a sign that she sees me differently now. I'm no longer just a lowly colleague of hers. I'm the lowly colleague who visited her home and tried to be friendly. I wonder if she is feeling guilty about what she is doing behind my back now. If she wasn't before, then she must be after my little performance. How awful of her to be sleeping with the boyfriend of a lovely woman like me. I bet she sees me as just a poor, innocent victim in all of this. But she's wrong, and pretty soon she will be the victim. Just as soon as that money is discovered in her possession and she is marched into a meeting room to discuss how it got there. It actually takes longer than I thought it would for the finance manager to notice the money is missing. But when he does, I can see a little commotion over by the accountants' desks, and I suspect it won't take long now until a formal search gets underway. That search begins in the form of an email from HR, in which it is noted that the money is missing, and that whoever has taken it should return it immediately and explain their actions to avoid further problems. "Can you believe this?" Kathy asks me after she has read the email. "Who do you think took it?" "No idea," I reply with a shrug, before glancing over at Clarissa, who seems to be on a business call, oblivious to the fact that she is in possession of the money that several of her colleagues in this office are now looking for. Another couple of hours pass by, but unsurprisingly, nobody comes forward to admit that they have taken the money. So what happens next is pretty straightforward. HR orders a search of everybody's desk, needing to do it before home time, so that the money can't leave the premises without being found first. There are several moans and groans around the office as people react to the news that they are going to have their pedestals, pockets, and other possessions searched, and I make sure to fake my annoyance at that fact too. But secretly, I'm just counting down the minutes now until Clarissa is caught. I stand by patiently as my things are searched, as does Kathy, before the HR manager and the finance manager move on to other desks. It's no surprise that they leave Clarissa's desk until last, because surely no one suspects the boss of stealing the money. But after a fruitless search thus far, the investigators have to be seen to be treating all employees fairly, so they enter Clarissa's office and ask her to pause her work for a moment, all the while apologising for the intrusion and assuring her that they will be out of her way in a moment. But I know it won't be as simple as that, and as I sit at my desk and watch the events across the office unfold, I hear Kathy gasp behind me. That's because she has seen what the HR manager has just found in Clarissa's drawer. It's the money. Oh dear, it looks like our boss is in trouble. Chapter 37. Present Day. After the surprise of events in the office today, I decided to cause another one when I went home and saw James and asked him if he wanted to go out for food and drinks with me this evening. It was a surprise for him, because I'm always the one turning down his suggestions to go out, particularly on a weeknight. But this time it was me who brought up the idea, and I'm pleased to say that my boyfriend agreed to it. I've assured him that I'll do the driving, so he can have a couple more drinks than me, and he's happy enough with that plan, as we leave the house and head to the pub about 3 miles away from home. I make small talk with him on the way, chatting about fairly insignificant things, although
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
plan on changing that when we get to the pub and sit down at our table. That's because I have something very juicy to talk to him about. But I want to be able to gauge his honest reaction to that topic when I do, so I need to be able to see him clearly, which means that I'll wait until we reach our destination. But I feel giddy as I drive us there, because after the events in the office today, I'm feeling more and more like the woman I used to be. And it is certainly a sweet feeling. After parking up and entering the pub, I take a seat at a lovely table by an open fire, as James goes over to the bar to request a couple of menus. "This is nice," I say to him when he gets back, and we both peruse our food options in this pleasant setting. "I told you we should do this kind of thing more often," James replies, and I can't argue with him there. He is always telling me that, and I usually ignore him, but it is nice to be out, although not in the traditional sense of it being good to have a change of scene or socialise with a partner. It's in the sense that being here this evening is just the next part of my plan against the 2 people who have betrayed me. I got Clarissa earlier, and tonight I'm going to get James. But first it's time to focus on my boss. "Oh my God, I almost forgot to tell you. You'll never guess what happened at work today," I say, after James and I have ordered our food and drinks with the barman and handed back our menus. "What?" "Clarissa got suspended." I notice that my boyfriend seems surprised by that news, although I'm aware that he could just be acting, because Clarissa might already have told him about her bad day in the office, if they are as close to each other as I know them to be. "What? What happened?" "She'd stolen money that we raised for charity." "No way." "Yeah, it was found in her drawer. She denied it, of course, but she's been suspended and it doesn't look good." "I don't get it. Why would she steal money? She gets paid enough, right?" "Yeah." "I don't know. Maybe she thought she'd get away with it. Nobody would ever suspect the boss, I suppose." James does seem surprised by what I've told him, but for a man as good at acting as he is, I still can't be sure if he is just hearing about all of this for the first time, or if Clarissa has already told him about it. Either way, I've continued to play my part well. The one in which I'm just the girlfriend, telling her boyfriend about her dramatic day in the office. Whether he has already heard this story or not, the main thing is that he will have no idea that I am the instigator of the crime that shocked my workplace today. So what happens now, James asks me, as the barman serves us our first drinks, and he takes a sip of his lager. I twirl the straw around in my lemonade because I'm the designated driver, so I'm on my best behaviour, before answering him. I'm not sure. I guess she'll have to try and convince HR that she didn't take it. But it was in her drawer, so I'm not sure how she's going to do that. But she won't be sacked, right? I mean, she's the boss. I don't know. But if she stole, then she should be subject to the same rules as everybody else, I suppose. Plus, she didn't just steal from the company, she stole from charity. I'm laying it on thick, doing my best to make it sound like Clarissa is a truly terrible woman who is capable of stealing money destined for people that need it a whole lot more than she does. And it's done with the intention of making James feel as bad as possible about the fact that he has chosen to cheat on me with this woman. He's cheating on me with a thief. He must be feeling really good about his life choices right now. It's funny, isn't it, I add, as I see our plates of food being carried out from the kitchen in the direction of our table. You think you know somebody, and then something like this happens. I shrug to show James that I was wrong about Clarissa, and she obviously isn't the person I believed her to be, and I leave him to ruminate on that as we receive our food and tuck in. I wonder if he is now starting to doubt choosing to be with Clarissa himself, because while he might have found her attractive in the beginning, there surely isn't anything attractive about someone stealing money that doesn't belong to them. Could this be enough for him to stop what he is doing with her and return to being the faithful boyfriend? I don't really care even if it is, because as far as I'm concerned, the damage has been done, and nothing is going to stop the plan I have already put into motion. We're halfway through our meal when I suggest we get another drink, and James is happy to agree. So I order him another lager while getting a second lemonade for myself. I knew he wouldn't turn down the chance at another beer, and I'm counting on him not turning down the chance for a third after our meal either. Sure enough, when our empty plates are collected and the pair of us sit back with full bellies and a satisfied smile on our faces, he is thrilled with my idea of getting one more drink. I'm glad we came out tonight, James muses when he receives his third alcoholic drink of the evening. Thanks for suggesting it, and thanks for driving. I'll do it next time, or we can get a taxi. Sounds good, I say as I finish my second lemonade and pretend to be thrilled about having a third one to start. I'm not thirsty at all now, and I'd happily get out of here and go home. But I need James to have one more drink to be sure that my plan will work. So I will sit here patiently until he has finished. But I don't have to wait until we are leaving to spring my surprise on him, and it's probably best if I start laying the foundations of it now. Putting a hand to my stomach, I grimace slightly, not enough to cause too much concern from my boyfriend, but enough for him to notice and ask me if everything is all right. Yeah, I'm fine, I say, but I make it look like I'm not entirely convinced of that, and a few minutes later I hold my stomach again. What is it? James asks me, after he has just taken another long sip of his beer. I'm not sure. I've got a bit of a stomach ache, I tell him. I'll finish this and we'll get going, James says, and he picks up his glass again, which is exactly what I want him to keep doing. The more he drinks, the better. I have purposely stopped drinking my own drink now, feigning loss of interest in it, and instead showing more and more signs of discomfort. I think I need to go to the toilet, I say, getting up gingerly from my seat and looking for the nearest restroom. Are you sure you're okay? James asks me, and I nod to him before rushing away from our table towards the toilets, very much like somebody who needs to get inside a cubicle quickly. I make it to the toilets in good time, and that's where I can stop pretending that I'm ill, and instead focus on keeping my plan moving along. After checking that no one else is in this restroom with me, I take out the mobile phone in my pocket, but crucially, it's not my regular mobile phone. Instead, it's the phone I purchased on my lunch break today. One of these old, cheap mobiles from those dodgy stores, and with a pay-as-you-go SIM card to go with it. This means this phone isn't registered to my name, and that means I can make phone calls to the police on it without worrying about them knowing my real identity. I stand in the locked toilet cubicle with the phone pressed to my ear, and after dialing 999, it doesn't take long for an operator to answer my call. I request the assistance of the police, and when I am asked what I need them for, I give them my explanation. I've just been drinking in the George and Lion pub on Smith Road, and I've noticed a man in there who has had several drinks this evening getting behind the wheel of his car. I don't mean to be a busybody, but he really shouldn't be driving because he must be over the limit, and I'd hate for him to cause an accident. Do you have the vehicle's registration number? Yes, I do. I wrote it down, I reply, before pretending to read it back to the operator, even though I already know it from memory, because it is the car that I drove here this evening. And your name is? The operator asks me, after I have provided enough information for them to send a police car out onto the roads to investigate. Oh, I really don't want to give my name, because I don't want to get in any trouble, I reply timidly. I'm just trying to do the right thing. The car was headed east. Goodbye. With that, I hang up and take a deep breath, hoping that what I have just done has worked, and that a police car will shortly be pulling over the vehicle that I have just reported as being driven by a drunk driver. But for that to happen, I need to not only get that car back out on the road, but convince James that he needs to be the one behind the wheel. So I leave the cubicle and return to our table in the pub, where I let James know that I'm still not feeling well and don't think I'll be able to drive us home after all. Well, I can't drive, I'll be over the limit, he tells me, looking annoyed at this turn of events, before realising that it's not my fault for getting ill, so he shouldn't be irritated with me. We'll have to get a taxi, I suggest, before wincing at a fake stomach cramp that I'm hoping will make my boyfriend feel bad about not being able to get me home quicker than that, even though it takes ages to get one out here. I guess, James says as he takes out his mobile to call that taxi, but I continue to grimace and hold my stomach before looking at him hopelessly and asking him to do me a favour. Do you think you could just drive? I ask. I don't know if I can wait for a taxi. It's only a couple of miles, and the roads will be quiet. James does not look sure about that at all, but I keep grimacing and appearing to be in serious pain until he reluctantly agrees that he could probably get away with it. Are you sure? I ask, pretending to be nervous about that plan, but James reassures me that it will be fine. Yeah, I had a meal with my drink, so that will have soaked up the alcohol, he tells me, although I'm not sure who he's trying to convince more, me or himself. But I was counting on him offering to drive us both home, because I know he has done it before a couple of times when he was likely to have been a little over the limit, and now that he has, I feel like my plan really has a good chance of working. All I need now is that police car to find us driving out on these roads before we make it back to our house, because if it does, James will be breathalyzed, and he will be found to be drink driving. And then he will be in a lot of trouble. I make it to our car and slide into the passenger seat, still holding my stomach and letting my uncomfortable feelings be known, while James starts the engine beside me and puts the car into motion. He winds down his window as he drives us out of the pub car park, perhaps to get some fresh air and help sober himself up a little. But I think he's going to need more than that in a moment. But we're halfway home when I begin to worry that the police car might not have responded to my anonymous call about a drunk driver in the area, because I haven't seen any cars out on patrol since we left the pub. If we make it home without encountering one, then tonight will have been a waste of time, and I'll have to try something else. But just before we can reach the last turning that will take us off the main road and into the quiet residential street where our home is located, I see the blue flashing lights in my wing mirror. James sees them too, and when he does, he lets out a loud expletive to signal his panic. "What the hell is a police car doing around here at this time?" he asks me, his voice rising as the fear of what might be about to happen sets in. "I don't know," I say, as I keep my eyes on the mirrors. "Do you think they want to pull you over?" "I don't know," James snaps back, but it's obvious that they do because the police car doesn't overtake us and only comes to a stop when James has brought his own vehicle to a halt. I watch as James squirms in the driver's seat beside me and takes several deep breaths before the police officer approaches the window and asks him where he is going tonight. James plays it casual and says we are just driving home, but when the officer asks where we have just been, James lies and says we have been visiting his parents. I wonder if the police officer will buy it, but after my earlier phone call I'm guessing not, and sure enough, the officer asks James if he has been drinking this evening. James says he has had 1 or 2, which sounds better than 3, I suppose, before the officer asks him to step outside the vehicle and take a test. James does his best to reassure the officer that he is sober and fit to drive, but the officer says he won't ask nicely again, so James has no choice but to get out. I try to get out too, because I certainly don't want to miss all the fun, but the officer asks me to stay in my vehicle, so I do as I'm told, content with knowing that very soon I will be learning that James is being arrested, and I'll have to drive myself home after all. Sure enough, James appears a moment later by my window, looking very remorseful, and he informs me that he has to go with the police. He asks if I'll be okay to get home by myself, and while I offer to accompany him to the station, he tells me he'll be okay and he'll be back soon. It's a sobering sight to see my boyfriend being put into the back of a police car, but it was my end goal when I came up with this plan, so I can't complain. All I can do now is drive home alone, and I do just that, no longer having to fake a mysterious stomach bug, and instead thinking about how today has been quite a success. I've given both James and Clarissa serious problems. The only thing they don't know yet is that I'm the one who caused them. But they will do soon enough, and I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they find out. Chapter 38. Present Day. Clarissa's desk has sat empty ever since I arrived at the office today and took a seat at my own, and by the sounds of things, it's going to stay that way for a little while yet. My boss is still suspended, pending the investigation into the stolen charity money, and the workplace is certainly a hive of gossip, as the workers who remain at their workstations speculate on what might happen next. Of course, HR wouldn't approve of such gossip, so everybody is having to do their best to be discreet about it, although some are better at it than others. Kathy, for one, could certainly do with being a little more subtle. "Can you imagine what she's going through right now?" she asks me rather loudly, after she has again failed to stop gossiping and do some actual work at her desk. The humiliation, the shame, the fear for her job. "Yeah, it's pretty bad," I reply rather matter-of-factly, happy to keep fueling Kathy's claims. "But don't feel too sorry for her. She did steal money after all." "I know, but I can't believe it, can you?" "Not really, but I guess nobody can expect these kinds of things until they happen. I mean, I never really liked her as a boss, but I didn't think she was a bad person. Certainly not one capable of stealing, anyway, did you?" I shake my head, playing my part of the confused colleague just as well as everybody else here. All the employees in this office seem stunned by what Clarissa has done, but the evidence doesn't lie, and it doesn't look good for our suspended boss. I'm hoping that she will be relieved of her duties and have to seek employment elsewhere once the investigation concludes, because while that might seem harsh, I feel like it is nothing less than she deserves after what she has done to me. She screwed up my relationship, so I've screwed up her way of making money. An eye for an eye and all that. But I'm not done with her yet, not by a long way, just like I'm not done with James. I haven't heard from my boyfriend today, and the last time I did was when I dropped him off at his office this morning. Being no longer able to drive after his arrest last night, James relies on me now to get him to work. But I'm wondering how long that will be the case. Because just like with Clarissa's behaviour, I have a feeling his employers won't take too kindly to what he has done. James spent several hours at the police station last night, and it was the early hours of the morning by the time an officer dropped him back at our front door. I had stayed up, pretending to be the worried partner, but really it was just because I had been far too excited to sleep. How could I close my eyes when I had so much adrenaline running through my body after tricking my cheating boyfriend into being arrested for drink driving? My plan had worked perfectly, just like my plan for Clarissa worked too. And that was why I had sat up all night with a big grin on my face, waiting for James to get home. When he did, he was unsurprisingly sleepy and very sheepish about what had happened, and he just wanted to get into bed and get a few hours of rest before getting up for work again. But I hadn't allowed him that time, instead keeping him awake with a multitude of questions, like what happened to him at the police station and what was going to happen next. By the sounds of things, it didn't sound promising, and as I dropped James off at work this morning, he was worried about something else. He was worried that his boss would suspend him too. Fingers crossed. I've been checking my phone regularly for updates from him, but so far there haven't been any, so maybe things have worked out better for him than they have for Clarissa. But I'd be surprised, because I know James needs to be able to drive in his job, because there are a lot of external meetings with clients at various offices in the region, and without a car, he will struggle to be able to get to them all. That will impact on his capability to do his job, and therefore impact on the company who pay him to do that job. With that in mind, I have a feeling his employers will be taking a very dim view of his recent drink-driving arrest. My phone rings 10 minutes later, and when I see that it is James calling me, I get up from my desk and walk away from Kathy and the rest of my colleagues, who might be able to overhear me. I haven't told any of them about what happened to James last night after we left the pub, because that is what most people would do. They would keep things like this to themselves until they knew what the police were going to do next. But as I answer the phone and hear my boyfriend's voice, it seems his employers have decided what they are going to do next. "They're suspending me," he cries down the phone. "They say I can't do my job properly without a licence, plus an arrest such as this one goes against what they deem acceptable behaviour from their employees." "OK, just calm down a minute. How can I calm down? I'm going to lose my job." I nibble on my lip as I do my best to stifle a laugh, but it really is music to my ears to hear my cheating partner so worked up. He's suffering now, just like Clarissa, and I'm loving every minute of it. They definitely picked the wrong person to mess with. But I'm not done with either of them yet, and with that in mind, I need to go about getting the next part of my plan in motion. "God, what is it with people being suspended lately?" I say. "What do you mean? Clarissa is still off work too. I guess she might not be coming back." I'm purposely letting James know that his mistress is not at work right now, just in case he doesn't know it, because that way he might be tempted to go to her house while he knows I am still occupied at the office. The pair of them are so predictable, and now that neither of them have a workplace to be at during the day, I suspect they might find some comfort in each other's arms. "What are you going to do now?" I asked James. "Do you want me to come and pick you up from work?" "No, it's okay, I'll get a taxi," he tells me, and I smile, because I know he is lying to me. There's no way he's going home to an empty house, not when there's still half a day where I'm out of the way. He's going to go to her place, but I think I'm going to join him. Chapter 39. Present Day. I've arrived at Clarissa's house again, just like I did on the night I went in and sat on her sofa to talk to her while James was hiding somewhere upstairs. But this time I won't be so discreet. I won't be knocking on the door, and I won't be pretending like I'm oblivious to what the pair of them are up to. Instead, I'm going to march right in and catch them both at it. And then I'm going to tell them exactly what I have done to them. But most tantalisingly of all, I'll then tell them what is going to happen next. I'm definitely going to enjoy that bit. Striding confidently up my boss's driveway, I reach out for the front door handle and enter the house as casually as if I own the place. It would have been annoying if the door was locked, because then I would have had to break and enter, but as it is, I am in the hallway now, and I still have the element of surprise on my side. "James, where are you? I know you're here." My voice is loud in the otherwise quiet home, but it doesn't take long for more noise to follow it, and I hear the sound of footsteps above my head, which I'm guessing are coming from the bedroom. I smirk to myself as I head for the staircase, not wanting to give the two people up there the chance to get themselves fully clothed before I arrive on the scene and see what they were doing. As I reach the upstairs landing, I see one of the doors up here open, and when it does, Clarissa emerges from inside the room, once again wearing that dressing gown that she was wearing the last time I was here. It's handy how she clearly keeps it close to the bed, so she can grab it whenever she gets interrupted by something. But this interruption is a lot different to the time I knocked on her door that Friday night.
"Mary, what the hell?"
My boss is stunned to see me, as she might well be. "Hey, Clarissa. How's it going?"
"What do you think you're doing? Why are you in my house?"
"Oh, I think you know exactly why I am here, so you can stop playing games. Where is he?"
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about James, my boyfriend. I know he's here." "Is he in there with you?" "James, are you in the bedroom? You can come out, the game's already up, mate." I peer past Clarissa and into the dark room, and sure enough, it only takes a moment for my sheepish boyfriend to appear in the doorway behind my boss. I notice that he is wearing a shirt, unlike the last time I saw him here, when he was walking around the kitchen topless, but he seems to be missing his trousers. And I'm just relieved his boxer shorts seem to still be on, otherwise he really would have some explaining to do. "Mary," he mumbles when he sees me standing at the top of the staircase. "Oh, hi, James. Nice to see you. Care to tell me what you're doing here?" James looks as confused as Clarissa does, but I spare them having to give me some ridiculous story about why they're in a bedroom together, and instead give them a better option. "Never mind. I think I can work it out. How about you both put on a few more clothes and come and join me downstairs?" With that, I head back down the stairs and go into the living room, nonchalantly walking around this home as if I have not just intruded on it. The fact I have been here before means I know exactly where I am going, and I see the familiar living room when I enter it, the one in which I shared a rather awkward drink with Clarissa, the one where she had to pretend like she had no love life to report on, rather than admit she had a man in her bed at that very moment, a man who already belonged to me. It takes 5 minutes for the homeowner and her lover to join me in the living room, and when they do, I smile at both James and Clarissa to disarm them a little, and make them even more confused about what is going on here. "Mary, let me explain," James tries, but I put my hand up to let him know to not even bother going down that route. "Save it for someone who cares," I tell him, before instructing him to take a seat on the opposing sofa. He does as he's told, but Clarissa remains standing, and as much as she is probably nervous right now, I'm sure there is a big part of her that still feels like she has some semblance of control here, because this is still her house. But it's about time I snuffed that out, and really show her who is boss around here. "Mary, you can't just come into my house. This is trespassing. I could call the police," Clarissa cries, but I just laugh at that and stay seated on her sofa. "I think having a trespasser is the least of your worries," I tell her. "You see, I know what you two have been doing, and I've known for quite some time," I begin. "You have?" James asks, looking so shocked, as if he can't quite believe that he really isn't as good at being a man of mystery as he obviously thought he was. "Yep," I snap back. "The only thing I don't know is how long it's been going on. Care to enlighten me?" James and Clarissa share a nervous glance before either of them speak, so I guess that isn't something they are willing to divulge. Never mind. The important thing is that I found out about you two and your dirty little secret, and once I did, I was able to have some fun. You see, you're not the only ones who have a secret. "What do you mean?" Clarissa asks me, and I'm glad she did. "Let's just say that I'm not exactly who you think I am," I say rather ominously. "And let's just say that out of all of the women around here you two could have betrayed, you picked the worst one." "Mary, I'm sorry," James tries again, but his attempts at apologising are just making him look more pathetic with each turn. "Don't say sorry again," I tell my boyfriend. Or should that be ex-boyfriend? Because that's where this is heading. I don't want to hear that word because you're not going to hear it from me either. "What do you have to apologise for?" James asks. "Breaking into my house, for one," Clarissa butts in, and I nod my head in approval at her timing. But she is wrong, of course, because she always is. "I have to confess that there are a few things I have done to you that could be considered to be as bad as what you have done to me," I say, rather whimsically, "but I'm sure you can figure it out, if you think about it hard enough." I wait for the two lovers to do just that, and it doesn't take long for it to dawn on them what I have been up to behind their backs. "You put that money in my drawer," Clarissa cries, and I smile as she is filled with rage. But it's James who has the most satisfying reaction of all, putting his hand to his mouth as if to cover up the shock he is feeling after figuring out that I might be the one who cost him his job too. "You didn't," he says, but I nod my head to let him know that I did. "But how?" "It was easy, really. I just faked being ill so you had to drive, and then all I had to do was tip off the police that there was a drunk driver in the area, and I knew they would rush out to investigate." "You crazy bitch! What have you done?" James cries, and he gets up from the sofa, making me think for a second that he might be about to go for me. But just in case either he or Clarissa is thinking about trying to harm me, I decide to let them know that I would advise against it. "Just calm down and take a minute, or things could get a whole lot worse for you," I tell my boyfriend as he remains standing beside Clarissa, who looks just as angry as him and almost as intimidating despite her smaller stature. Bless him, James never was the biggest man. He certainly looks very small right now. "What are you talking about?" Clarissa asks me. "I'm talking about the fact that I'm not finished with either of you two yet," I reply. "Not by a long way." "You're a psycho," my boss tells me, which surely has to be the worst thing she has ever called me since she offered me a job 18 months ago. "No, I'm a woman who has been backstabbed by two people I should have been able to trust. That's why I've done what I have. And it's why there are other things coming for you, unless you do as I say." "What do you mean?" James asks me, looking less angry now and just more afraid. "You know I've cost you both your jobs," I say with a big smile on my face. "But you need to know that you can't breathe a word of it to anyone, because if you do, something much worse will happen to you. Believe me when I say that. That's because I have put several more plans into place, and I won't hesitate to enact them unless you do as I say. But if I do, losing your jobs will be the least of your worries." I can tell by the look on both James and Clarissa's face that they do believe me, and that makes me feel confident enough to get up from the sofa and make my way to the door. But before I go, I have one more thing to tell them to ensure that they definitely don't go talking to the police about me. I know it might sound funny, but you should consider yourselves lucky, I say, as I stare at the two losers before me. The last guy who messed up with me ended up a lot worse off than you two have. At least you're still breathing. With that, I stride out of the room and head for the front door, feeling satisfied that my work here is done. James and Clarissa have lost their jobs, but they are also going to be living in fear of future reprisals if they tell anybody what I have done. I don't actually have anything else planned for them if they did tell anybody, so they are not in anywhere near as much danger as I have just made them believe they are. But they don't need to know that. They just need to keep their mouths shut and accept that on this occasion they have lost. They messed with the wrong woman. And now that woman is walking out of here as the winner. But as I open the door, I suddenly get the feeling that something isn't right. Not only are the two people behind me in the house not coming after me to try and stop me or ask me more questions, but there is an eerie silence outside the property too, as if everything has come to a stop, and I'm the only one moving now. That's when I see the police car parked on the street outside, and by the time I have noticed the second one, I realise that my fate is already sealed. But it's the presence of the third car that really lets me know I am screwed, because that is the nearest vehicle parked outside Clarissa's house. And when the two officers get out of it, I realise that they are too close for me to try and outrun them. But just in case, I turn around and look back into the house, wondering if there is some way I can escape through the rear of the property. But when I do, I see James and Clarissa standing in the hallway, not only blocking my one and only chance at an exit, but doing something much worse than that. They are smiling at me. They are smiling as if they are the ones who have won. Chapter 40. Present day. Clarissa. It's funny because Mary thought she was the dangerous one. But she had no idea what kind of a woman I really am. It all started so innocently when Mary came to me for a job interview. I took her word for it that she was who she told me she was, because why wouldn't I? She actually impressed me in that interview, not coming across as particularly confident, but demonstrating enough to make me think that she would be a good fit for the role I was hiring for. Of course, no employer worth their salt would just hire somebody without first checking the candidate's references, so I had assured Mary that the job would be hers, but only if her reference checked out. Then I had called the number on Mary's CV, expecting to speak to a man called Tom, who she apparently used to work for in another admin position in a different part of the country. But that's where things got weird. The guy I spoke to was hardly convincing when I asked him about Mary, struggling to answer even the most basic of questions about her, and that made me suspicious that the reference might not have been as honest as Mary was pretending it was. But as a woman who likes a little intrigue in her life, I decided to go ahead and hire Mary anyway, figuring that I would be able to suss her out a lot easier if she was working for me than if I just told her she hadn't got the job and wished her well for the future. With Mary working under my watchful eye in the office, I made sure to try and learn as much about her as I could, operating under the belief that she had a secret to hide and that she wasn't actually as meek and mild-mannered as she was making out to be. But other than daydreaming during meetings and being a very average admin worker at best, Mary didn't do anything to draw attention to herself or give away the fact that she might be more interesting than she appeared to be on the surface. So much so that I was almost starting to regret hiring her because I figured that lying on her CV and giving a dodgy reference might simply have just been because she needed a job rather than because she had other more fascinating reasons for doing it. But I was wrong. Mary did turn out to be fascinating. Or should I say the woman who Mary used to be? It was an average Friday afternoon about 4 months after I had hired Mary when she made the mistake that allowed me to find out who she really was. It was a very simple mistake, so much so that she hadn't even noticed that she had made it. But I noticed it, and when I did, I quickly realised that Mary was the most interesting person I had ever worked with. I was making the rounds of the office with a big book of raffle tickets that I was selling to raise money for my boss in the head office in London, who was running a marathon for his gravely ill son, when I stopped at Mary's desk and asked her if she wished to buy a ticket or two herself. She kindly purchased a strip of 5 and donated her money, and I thanked her before walking away to the next desk, thinking very little of it. It was only when I got back to my desk a little later on and examined my book of raffle tickets that I realised there was something unusual about it. There was a name in the book that I didn't recognise. Simone. I knew there were no employees in my office who went by that name, so that was rather odd. But somebody had used the name, so I set about trying to figure out who it was. I did that by recalling all the people whom I had sold a raffle ticket to that day, checking to see if their name was in the book as it should be. And when I did that little exercise, I realised that there was a name missing. Mary. Could she have been the one who had written Simone? It was easy to find that out because all I had to do then was check the handwriting on the raffle ticket with Mary's handwriting on her work. And when I did, I saw that the writing matched. Mary had called herself Simone. But why? People make mistakes all the time, but I don't know of anyone who has ever gotten their name wrong, especially not a woman in her late 30s, so I figured that Mary must have had a good reason for writing what she did. I figured it was her real name, and she had just slipped up, writing Simone instead of Mary. Once I knew that, I set about trying to find out who Simone was. That wasn't an easy task, considering that I didn't have a surname to go off, but I tried anyway, watching Mary even more closely as I did. My colleague still seemed to have no idea that she had accidentally used another name, so she didn't know that I was onto her. But I was, although that could never have prepared me for the shock when I did eventually discover who she really was. I found out when I was sitting at my desk one lunchtime, chewing on a bland salad and scrolling through the news on my phone, when I saw an article about the murder of Kieran Bancroft. His killer was still at large, although I already knew that, because the original news story had made headlines at the time when Kieran's body had been discovered and his killer had gone on the run. His killer, a woman called Simone, a woman who now worked in my office. Staring at the photo on my phone's screen that fateful lunchtime, I had been able to see that the wanted killer in the image did bear a resemblance to the woman I had hired a few months earlier.
But it was only a passing resemblance, and no one would have really noticed it unless they had any reason to suspect that Mary was actually called Simone. As I did. I had struggled to contain the excitement inside myself as I had spent the next few days watching Mary like a hawk, studying her movements and mannerisms, her smiles and her frowns, seeing more and more that she could be the woman the police were looking for in a different part of the country. I know all my employees well, but I have never studied one like I studied Mary then. And by the time another week had passed, I was sure that Mary was actually Simone the man-killer, a very dangerous woman, who was now working for me under an assumed identity. That was thrilling. 1, because I had worked something out that no one else knew, and 2, because I could have some fun with that knowledge myself. Reading up on everything I could about Simone via the multitude of news articles online, I saw that she had been a woman who had specialised in helping other women get over cheating partners. She had a penchant for revenge, and she seemed to have been very good at what she did. So good that she had gotten away with murder. Or so she thought. But her presence in my life felt like a challenge to me, and as a woman who also has an appetite for risk, I decided to play my own game with Simone/Mary. I decided to lay a trap and see if she would fall right into it. The first thing I needed to do was get myself an assistant, and I knew just the man. He was a guy I had been seeing on and off over the years, not a boyfriend, but more like someone I could call whenever I felt like I wanted a little fun. That guy was James, and when I met him in a bar after sending him a flirty text about hooking up again, I told him that I wanted to play a game with somebody else. I told him about Mary, and while I withheld the part about her actually being a killer, I told him that she was not a good person and that she had played games with other people in her past. I also told James that I was willing to give him a little money if he would indulge me and play the game I was looking to play on my employee. It was easy enough to convince him, particularly after I had taken him back to my place and reminded him how much fun we have together when we're alone. And so the plan was set. I was going to set James and Simone up, and once they were serious, I was going to make it look like I was having an affair with James through a series of subtle hints and clues. Knowing Simone like I did from the news articles, I figured she wouldn't be able to resist investigating those clues. And when she discovered that she was being cheated on, I knew her appetite for revenge would come to the fore once again. But when it did, I would be one step ahead of her all the way. It was easier than I had expected to get Simone to go and talk to James in the bar that night that we had gone out for work drinks in. And James played his role extremely well, coming across as the polite gentleman who was able to take Simone out on several dates until they officially became an item. Once Simone was living with James, I figured things were serious enough that she would not react well to finding out James was cheating on her. So that was when I escalated the plan and started to leave clues. There were several suspicious text messages sent to James from myself under the guise of John, compliance, and while it took a while for Simone to see one of them, she asked James about it when she did. That let us know that she was curious, and with James doing his best to act shifty and start arranging several impromptu drinks with friends on a Friday night, I knew it wouldn't be long until Simone couldn't resist the urge to follow her partner and see if he was up to anything he shouldn't have been. She used to do that kind of thing for a job, after all. Sure enough, she was following him, and I knew that because James left a hidden camera in his front garden that was recording the front door whenever he went out. He captured Simone on there leaving the house shortly after he went out, and once we knew he was being followed, we knew we had her. I didn't know what Simone was going to do when it came to revenge, but I was prepared for everything, feeling exhilarated to be the target of a woman as deliciously intimidating as her. Using my own hidden cameras around my house, as well as in my office at work, I was able to see everything she was doing behind my back. I saw her put laxatives in my coffee. I saw her put the stolen charity money in my drawer. I saw her creeping around the back of my house before she surprised me with a knock on the door on a Friday night. And lastly, I knew she was going to come inside when James was there and catch us. Because I knew all those things, I was able to plan accordingly so that I didn't suffer from them as greatly as Simone would have hoped. I didn't drink the laxatives.
only pretended to, running out of the meeting to fake needing the toilet, because that was what Simone would have expected to happen after she spiked my coffee. I have footage of her putting the stolen money in my drawer at work, so even though I have been suspended, I possess the necessary evidence to clear my name. So I was willing to let that play out without fear of actually losing my job in the long run. And because I always knew when Simone was outside my home, I was able to make sure I was prepared when she came in both times, firstly in the guise of wanting company on a Friday night, and secondly when she stormed in, thinking that she was catching James and I in the act. As for my partner in this entertaining con, he was also just as prepared for every eventuality as I was. Knowing that Simone would be looking to get back at him just as much as me, he was on his guard at all times. And that was how he knew something was wrong when Simone, or Mary as she was still pretending to be, surprisingly asked him out for a drink one weeknight. That was out of character for her, so James knew she was obviously planning something, and when she had offered to drive him so he could have a few drinks, he figured her plan must have involved something to do with him consuming alcohol. In order to stave off any threat there, James had spoken discreetly to the barman when he had entered the pub, and while Simone would have thought her boyfriend was just asking for the menus over by the bar, he was actually asking the barman to serve him non-alcoholic beer all night because he used to be an alcoholic but didn't want his new girlfriend to know. The barman very generously did as James had asked, so all those pints he drank that night in the pub were not at all at risk of putting him over the limit. Therefore, it was no issue when Simone suddenly fell ill and asked James to drive them home, nor was it a problem when the police pulled them over and demanded that the driver take a breathalyzer test. There could have been a problem then with James not being able to fake a false failed test, but he expertly got around that by denying the officers the chance to breathalyze him. This caused him to be arrested, making it look like he had failed the test all along, but really it had just been because he wasn't complying with their wishes. Best of all, Simone had not heard any of it, because as is standard procedure when police cars stop civilian vehicles, the officers on the scene had asked the driver's partner to stay inside the vehicle, so she was well out of earshot of James disagreeing with the police officers, and would have just assumed he had been caught for drink driving. Once James was at the station, all he had to do was give in and provide a breathalyzer sample, and when it came back clean, he was released with nothing more than a caution for wasting police time, as he knew he would be. But just to show him my thanks for that little performance, I made sure to let him know that he was welcome to come and visit me any time he wanted to, whenever he was in the mood in future. At that point, Simone would have thought she had been victorious. As far as she knew, she had cost both James and I our jobs, and so all that was left for her to do was to let us know that she had beaten us, and then be on her way. But when she came to my house, and just before she barged in, I had already called the police, and told them that there was a murder suspect at my address. That ensured the officers were arriving on the scene to arrest Simone before she could leave and fully enjoy her moment of victory. Now she is behind bars, and mine and James's little game is at an end. We don't have to worry about getting in trouble for anything we did, because Simone has no evidence. Nor do we have to worry about her coming back at us for revenge now, because she is locked up behind bars for Kieran's murder, and she will stay there for a very long time. As for me, I already have my job back, after showing the footage of the charity money being illicitly placed in my drawer by someone else, so it's very much back to normal, and back to reality. My fun is over, at least for now anyway. Who knows? Maybe I'll find somebody else to have a little fun with. But I doubt I'll ever get as lucky as to have a runaway murderer turn up at my office for a job interview again. But I live in hope. Until then, I will just get on with my life, safe in the knowledge that I went toe-to-toe with a clever, manipulative woman, and I came out on top. Simone thought that I was messing with the wrong woman. She didn't know that I was worse than her. But I guess she does now. Epilogue. 6 months later. Prison isn't too bad, I suppose. Sure, I can't go wherever I want to go and do whatever I want to do now that I'm behind bars. But then again, I couldn't do those things when I was on the run either. Being Mary wasn't much fun for me. At least not until the end, anyway. But being Simone again gives me some sense of freedom back. I don't have to pretend anymore. I can finally be myself. And even though that means everybody knowing exactly who I am and what I have done in my past, it also means that I don't have to be fake. I'm Simone. I used to help women get revenge on cheating men. But these days, I'm just a convicted killer. It didn't take long for the arresting officers who put me in handcuffs at Clarissa's house to determine that I was the woman who was wanted for the murder of Kieran Bancroft. And once they did that, I knew I wasn't getting out of those handcuffs for a very long time. There's no chance of bail for someone who has proven they are willing to go on the run under an assumed identity. So I remained in custody until I was sentenced. Having pleaded guilty, I saved the need for a trial, although I'm not sure how much good that really did me in getting my potential sentence reduced, because I'd already wasted the better part of 2 years evading justice in the first place. But I was honest anyway, admitting what I had done, and accepting whatever the consequences of it may be. It would be easy to say that I didn't have much of a choice in the end, not after Clarissa and James had served me up to the police on a silver platter. But I still feel like I should take some credit for admitting the truth eventually. I did so not just to admit my crime, but to also explain the circumstances surrounding it, how I had done what I had done for Michelle, a woman who had taken her own life after Kieran had betrayed her so badly. It could have been argued that he took her life before I took his, and I certainly tried to make that argument in my hearing, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears. Nobody in the justice system cares about extenuating circumstances. They just see everything as black or white. I killed a man, therefore I am guilty and deserve to be punished. That's all there is to it. And punished I have been, because I have now been behind bars for half a year, and the best-case scenario for me is that I will be serving at least 15 more years before I stand a chance at getting out. I'll be in my 50s by then, and my good looks will likely have diminished somewhat, as will my appetite for vengeance on cheating partners, I suspect. I should probably use all this time I have now to start thinking about a career change, so that I'm somewhat prepared to live a more normal life when I eventually get out of here and have to start fending for myself again. There is a library in this prison, and I know there are some classes that get taught here where the inmates can look to better themselves and show signs of wanting to become a more upstanding member of society again one day. I have seen several of the female prisoners here attending those classes and studying in the library, so I guess I should try and do the same thing too, if only to fit in a little more around here. But the problem with that is that it feels very much like a Mary thing to do. Simone never cared about fitting in. She just cared about getting revenge. That's probably why I have spent most of the time in here so far thinking about the people who put me in here. There's no doubt that Clarissa and James beat me fair and square. As a woman with extensive experience in the art of setting traps for people, I have to admit that they got me good, and I never saw it coming until it was too late. I always knew my relationship with James was based on a lie. I just didn't realise it was his lie, not mine. And I also suspected that Clarissa wasn't particularly fond of me, although I had wrongly just put that down to her being my boss, rather than because she had figured out who I really was and fancied her chances of tricking me into proving it. But they blindsided me, playing their little game to perfection. And while the desire to get back at them might be tempting, I have to admit 2 things. 1, it wouldn't change the fact that I have to spend a large part of my life in prison now. And 2, I'm aware that I might not be able to get back at them even if I wanted to. They have both proven to be exceptionally clever, and so much so that I feel like I would be better served just leaving them in my past now, and not trying to antagonise them further. I thought I had caught them betraying me, and could do what I had always done, which was win. But I lost this time, and because I failed to quit while I was ahead, I guess I now have to just quit while I'm behind. I'm currently spending another long and boring day sitting in my cell and thinking about how I ended up here, when I see one of the prison wardens enter the room before they say 4 words that I haven't heard in all the time I have been inside. "You have a visitor." I have no idea who it could be, but I'm curious to find out, so I follow the warden out of the room and make my way through the prison wing, passing by a few of my fellow inmates as I go, none of whom I've become particularly close with since I have been locked away with them for 24 hours a day. I welcome any chance to break up my otherwise tedious routine in here, but as I reach the room where my visitor is apparently waiting for me, I still have no idea who it could be. Having cut all ties with my family and friends after going on the run over 2 years ago, very few of them have felt inclined to want to see me, now that I have popped back up again as a convicted killer. So the options of who could be waiting for me in this room seem small. Have I picked up some kind of fan or crazy stalker who has read about my story in the media and decided to come and pay me a visit? Do they want an autograph? Or could it be a journalist seeing potential in my notoriety and looking to get my side of the story to advance their own career? Neither of those options is appealing to me, but I might as well see who it is so that I can get this over with and get back to my lonely cell. But then I enter the visitor's room and see who is waiting for me, and it's not a crazy fan or a journalist. It's a former work colleague, but more importantly, it's also a friend. It's Kathy. I almost feel bad looking the sweet woman in the eyes as I take a seat opposite her at this table where she has been patiently waiting for me. The warden stands by the wall a few feet away, not to eavesdrop on our conversation, but to make sure that neither of us do anything we shouldn't do. But I suspect that Kathy hasn't arranged this surprise meeting with me here today to try and smuggle me in some contraband, and I can't even see anything she might have baked for me either. Which is a shame, because for the first time ever, I could really do with one of her cakes. What she has come for is a mystery to me, or at least it is until she speaks. Then it all becomes very clear. "Is it true?" she asks me, her voice low, either because she doesn't want the warden to hear her, or because she is genuinely afraid of me and the things the media say I have done. "Did I kill him?" I ask, assuming that is what she wants to know. "Yeah. It's true." I shrug my shoulders to show that while I am guilty, I'm not exactly repentant for taking Kieran's life. I still maintain he was a bad man who deserved to die for what he made Michelle do to herself. "No, I'm not talking about Kieran," Kathy says unexpectedly. "I'm talking about the other stuff. How women used to pay you to catch their cheating partners. How you used to get revenge for them. Is that true?" "Yes, it is," I confirm, because that is no secret, and my admission of it is not going to make any difference to how much time I will have to serve in here. "Why do you ask?" Kathy takes a moment to answer me, and glances at the prison warden before she leans forward over the table, reducing the gap between us, presumably so she can continue to speak very quietly, so only I can hear her. "I was right all along," she tells me, but I'm not quite sure what she's referring to, until she reminds me of something I had forgotten about in all the chaos of the last 6 months. "Brian is cheating on me. He's having an affair." I instantly recall the sight of Kathy's husband kissing that woman outside the pub on the night I followed him. And while I had put his infidelity out of my mind, it's obvious that my old friend hadn't. "You caught him?" I ask her, because I know that I never told her what I had seen that night from my hiding place behind the bins. "Yeah, I followed him, and I saw him with her," she admits, and while it's surprising, I can't hide how impressed I am. But that's nothing compared to how I feel after she speaks again. "I was wondering," Kathy says, leaning forward even further and lowering her voice so that she is barely audible now. "Could you help me?" "Help you with what?" "With revenge." Kathy looks as though she can barely believe what she has just said to me, but I almost can't believe it either. Kathy, the sweet woman from my old workplace, who spends all her time baking cakes and chatting about what she watched on TV last night, is now asking me, a convicted murderer, if I can help her get her own back on her cheating husband. I'm shocked. I don't know what to say. That's why I don't say anything. Instead, I just smile. I smile because not even being in prison can stop me from doing what I do best. You've been listening to The Wrong Woman by Daniel Hurst, narrated by Deirdre Whelan, published by Quest, an imprint of W.F. Howes Limited. This work is copyrighted 2021 Daniel Hurst. This recording is copyrighted 2022 W.F. Howes Limited.